You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, boys and girls. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I hope I look good today. I did some reworking yesterday after Easter was after all of the Easter festivities were over. I had to do some camera work because I'm a big goofy bastard. And as I was coming around, I was finishing up, prepping for this morning show. Today, Junior, it's been a few days. Welcome. And I came around the corner of the table here and I lost my balance. And I barreled into the camera setup. And a big tree fall hard and I made a big mess. But I got it all back up. I got it all. You know what? If I would have never even told you, you never would have known. And there was part of me that was going, when I get this is sad. This is get ready to cry. This part's going to be sad. When I was done with it, I was like, oh, maybe when I turn everything on now and I look, a lot of, maybe it'll be more of a downward angle and we'll cut out a lot of this stuff. No such luck. No such luck. Same as ever before, unfortunately. Good morning. Welcome to the show. I hope you had a wonderful Easter. I hope you celebrated with friends and family. I hope you celebrated it for the right reason. Man, I got to see a baptism yesterday. The church was packed. I mean, it's, the two big ones. Christmas and Easter, when you're a little kid, Christmas is the big one. When you're an adult, Easter's the big one. This is kind of I thought about that as the priest was walking up, when they were doing the procession. And I was like, it's just such a dumb thought to have come to your head. I was like, do you think this is like his Super Bowl? Like, do you think this is like his world championship fight? Like, do you think he's in there just like shadow boxing before he comes out? He's like, all right, don't fuck this one up. He wouldn't say don't fuck this one up. But is it like his WrestleMania or like the stupid things my dumb human brain has to compare it to, my big dumb gorilla brain has to be like, this is like WrestleMania for him. Not like WrestleMania is like Easter Mass for Seth Rollins. It's no, for Father, he's like, this is like WrestleMania 3. I thought that as he was coming up. I've noticed that since I started attending Mass again. I think a lot of dumb shit. And I just, like, during an ordinary day when you got stuff to do and you haven't slowed down and you're just going, you don't realize how much dumb shit you think. And it's fine to think it and you just let it go and whatever. But, like, the stupid shit that pops into my head. That, like, because there was an Easter baptism yesterday, and I'm sitting there and we're looking, and I'm like, what if he drops the baby? And it's just like, it's I can't help it. It's not like I try to think these things. It's just stupid shit pops into my head. Like, he gathered, like, all the kids went up front after the gospel reading, and he starts walking them around the church, asking them about the rock that was in front of Christ's tomb and all this. And while he's asking about that, because I've got a dipshit brain, I start going, what if they put a... Well, he said the church tells us that the rock was maybe 3 tons. That was in front of the... or something like... And then I think about that. I go, what if they put that rock in front of the front door? It's just... Wait, like giant, colossal wastes of time going on up in my head. But, like, every spot and every pew is taken, and they've got ushers trying to, just crowbar people in, and the balcony up top, and it's full of people. And I'm just sitting there like, it's a sellout. This is pretty good. You think they're going to have a ladder match? Like, they need to really, we're closing up a lot of angles here. Oh, man. My wife's boyfriends with $2 says, did you have pre-marriage sex over Easter? It's wildly inappropriate for you to ask such question. How dare you? Mr. Stellar with a gifted membership over on YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. Getting the drop on Rumble this morning. Look at that. 28 Rumble memberships away from 600 today. If we get to that 600, of course, that means I go until 11. And I was looking at, like, the expirations and everything we have this week. We're kind of at one of those numbers where I think I could be doing a few either 11s or 9s at night, depending on how the memberships go. But yeah, it was wonderful. The kids, like I said, Christmas is the big one when you're a kid, if you're religious in any way, and Easter's the big one when you're an adult, from a spiritual sense. So the kids were happy, though. Like, the Catholic Mass is a little dry for children, but, like, they got to sit. Their cousins were like 2 rows ahead of them. So they were pumped about that. I sat, like, exactly in the spot my grandma used to have us sitting for all the holiday masses. We all would meet as a family, and we'd go to that same church. And it was kind of wild to, like, have myself and my cousins and people I grew up with going to the same place, kind of sitting in the same area. It was a little wild. Then you get the holy water. You get the blessing, the holy water on Easter. And depending on what side of the pew that the priest comes up on, or the deacon, in our case it was the priest, you might just get completely sideswiped. You might just get jackknifed with water, just wham. And if you're sitting on the other side, everyone else kind of shields you and you get a few drops. They came right up around on my side. Wham! I get the thing right in the side of the face. I got holy water bukkakied on Easter. The most pleasant bukkakiing that there is. My wife's boyfriends with $2 says, why is Kumia traveling across country to meet NLO? I don't know. Similar predilections? Why do any people get together? Similar hobbies, perhaps? Passions, if you will? I don't know. Thank God that's not my community. Oh, my goodness. DP Granny with $1 says, Aaron, did you do Easter butt stuff? Butt stuff not a pleasant thought. Butt stuff on Easter, even worse. How dare you? Chris Reese kicking us off over on Rumble. Oh, he did not like that talk about YouTube getting off to a hot start this morning. Chris Reese gifting 5 memberships on Rumble.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Wow. Thank you very much, Chris Reese. A couple more of those, and I'll feel like the prettiest boy on Easter. Thank you very much. That starts us 23 memberships away from 600 today. Again, thank you guys very, very much. I had also, while I was getting notifications all weekend, by the way, I have to always take this as a compliment. I have to click off of the chat, and when I have to click off of the chat because I'm distracted from my, just little opening sharing the weekend monologue, I have to give credit to the person who made me turn off the chat. Mountain Jews is getting the credit this morning for me. I had to turn off the chat because I was about to talk about something fun regarding the show, and Mountain Jews simply wrote, "The passion of the chins." I'm done. I gotta go. Now, I just brought up our first clip, our first story there.
Wanna fuck?
Oh,
let's fuck!
And I brought up Karmic, so I really had to distract everyone from that. So congratulations to Mountain Jews. I will always give credit. But we got something really nice. We had a clip take off this weekend. First of all, the Instagram viral clip we had about Dave Ramsey is approaching 500,000, approaching 500,000. I'm very pumped about that. And ever since that one came out, all the other Instagram reels have been doing incredibly well. My kids are always excited when I have something that goes viral. Like they were very excited when the protest stuff did hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of views. I think all told we were like 600,000-700,000 views for all that stuff. They get very excited about that. And they were pumped about the Instagram thing, about the Dave Ramsey thing going viral. They don't know who Dave Ramsey is, but they like that their dad had something go viral on the platform. Except my son, who has to let you know he's not impressed with anything. My son goes, "Wow, Dad, that's amazing. You got $2." I'm sorry, I was about to thank my wife's boyfriend over here. I got my wires are easily crossed this morning. Maybe I need another hit of Celsius so I can focus. Legal stimulants. So my son, though, tries to be not impressed. He's like, "Oh, Dad, that's awesome. 500,000 views on Instagram. That's pretty good. You didn't make any money, though, did you?" And SP heard it. She was in the other room. She starts laughing, and we're all laughing. I'm like, "No, bud, I didn't. I don't think I made any money on that one." He goes, "Oh, that's too bad. 500,000 is a lot." And then he goes, "What if you got that on YouTube? How much money would you make?" And I'm like, "All right, get out of here. You're ruining the moment." It was very funny. But we did have one takeoff over the weekend, the PBD Adam Sosnick one. And I just assume when thousands and thousands and thousands of people come in and watch something we did, it like caught on like a Reddit page or a community or some kind of thing. Somebody shared it in the right place. I do my PBD impression in that one. And as you know, I don't really do a PBD impression. It's just one day I started dicking around and talking as best as I thought Patrick Bet David did. We had like 100 new subscribers from that video alone. And the general consensus was, that's the most amazing Patrick Bet David impression I've ever heard. Now, 2 things. I haven't even worked on my PBD impression, which now I'm going to, just like the Dave Ramsey. And number 2, it got me thinking, that's the greatest PBD impression you've ever heard. Let me ask, how many PBD impressions have you heard? Is Patrick Bet David a guy a lot of people are doing impressions of? I didn't think that was the case. My wife's boyfriend with $2 says, "When did you stop idolizing Kumi NY?" I always say he had a massive impact on me. He was a huge influence on my on my style and everything. I think it's pretty evident that I watched a lot of them. I think if a lot of people knew who the common man Dan Cole was nationwide, they'd be like, "Wow, you listened to a lot of Dan Cole." And Tom Bernard. If a lot of people knew who those two were, they'd be like, oh boy, it's heavy. And that's the thing. Like, there are so few originals. I always say, I feel like the last original in kind of my generation was David Letterman. I think Letterman is truly authentic. Everyone else is just kind of an amalgamation of their influences, which is fine. Thank you very much to Mike Go for gifting a membership. Thank you very much. You guys are on fire this morning. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much. Then we've got Miss Tay gifting a membership. Holy beef tips. I don't even know what the hell that means. I appreciate it. Now 21 memberships away from 600. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Chips and Diff says, is that why you married a kid? You wanted to be like Kumia? I'm going to have to turn the chat off again. I'm going to have to turn the chat off, my friend. My wife's boyfriend with $2 says Town Square Media Kingmakers are going to hack me. There are no Town Square Kingmakers. In fact, I don't think that company even knows the St. Cloud part exists. You can tell, though, we really got to them when we were on we kicked the shit out of them, and you can tell it's left lasting scars. And for that, I have to say, that makes me happy. They are, by the way, terrified of my return. Terrified of it. Mick Buster says Alex Jones watched a lot of William Cooper. Then he dropped the dime on him, like Edison taking over Tesla's legacy and fucking a robot on top of it. You know what? I'll be honest with you. I don't even know who William Cooper is. Milton William Cooper died in 2001. American conspiracy theorist. He died in a police shootout? Get the shit out of here. Are you for real? I've never heard of this guy. I need to, is there like a short, like 5-minute YouTube video on Milton William Cooper? Milton William Cooper. A Life of Secrets, Revelations. Okay, 2 minutes. Let's do it.
Behold a pale horse.
Okay, that's fucking creepy. I'm not watching that. That scared the living fucking shit out of me. I just shit my pants. I'm not, dude, it's dark out. It's early in the morning. I got headphones on. I am not listening to that shit. Discover the controversial secrets of Milton William Cooper. One of the biggest lies of all time. Holy shit, this guy was hardcore. Bill Cooper was a Mason. I've never heard of this guy ever in my life. There's like he's got like 5-minute lectures online. Or 5-hour lectures, I'm sorry.
But what this doctor's post reminded me of, because she's alluding to some sort of programming, it reminded me of this man called Milton William Cooper. So he's American. He was a Navy, retired Navy, and he's also labeled a conspiracy theorist in this biography. And he essentially was in the military. He wrote a book, controversial book, Behold the Pale Horse, which I have a copy of. And this book details his experiences, first account experiences with UFOs.
Oh, shit. So he's an aliens
and
guy.
with other documents in the Navy detailing conspiracy theories that the government was complicit in.
Which, like, we're going to find out. Like, like today, they're like 95% true, I'm sure. I saw somebody yesterday proposing reparations for conspiracy theorists. It's almost getting to that point. My wife's boyfriend, because he makes $40,000 a year and he's completely replaceable. Sorry, I don't mean to shatter your reality like I always do. Chevrolet JB says Matt Walsh is doing really history. I have watched 2 now, both pretty good. I'm telling you, keep an eye on Matt Walsh. Dude, keep an eye on Matt Walsh, because I think he's going to leave the Daily Wire. I think he's ready to be done with, what's his name? With Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, because he's disagreeing with them a lot more. He's breaking with them on Iran and a lot of that stuff. He's been bigger on the religious stuff lately, which I'm sure can't sit too well with Ben. I think with the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro bleeding subscribers, I think the time is now for both Knowles and Walsh, because I feel like those two guys are bigger than the Daily Wire in a way. I feel like they're going in different trajectories. And this coming from a guy who always thought Matt Walsh was a douche. I thought he obsessed about the gay and trans thing. And I'm like, dude, we got bigger problems right now. And I always thought Michael Knowles was like kind of a Weasley looking guy, but I think he's harmless. I don't really have a problem with Michael Knowles. A lot of these right-wing commentators, I feel like, have their priorities just completely screwed up. It's like, hey, I've got another movie on what it means to be a woman. And I'm like, okay, chill, relax. Serial Spiller, real quick. Let's take a couple of these and then get started. Serial Spiller says, did you see the other show was coping hard on you? They were so defeated. Every week they've been coping for about 2 years now. I mean, even at my weakest, I was beating them. And I think now, I did see over the weekend that I had a little fun with someone on Twitter, and I sent Moody into a rage spiral, and he started gathering graphs. And I'm like, I just told someone, I'm like, they were talking about how low someone's views had gotten. And I'm like, well, shit, I do between 600 and 700 live viewers during my morning show. And that upset Moody to hear that. He's like, you get over 600. You haven't been over 700 since this time. And I'm like, thank you. I appreciate that, you lonely autist in a dark room. It's like, I get between 600 and 700. No, you don't. You get over 600 and under 700. And he put charts out. He literally on Twitter, he thought this would make him look good. He put charts out. If you gather charts on a podcaster, you're a fag. That's a rule. I didn't make it. I'm just adhering to it. But yeah, I triggered the shit out of him, and everyone on Twitter's like, dude, you're calm down. Like, you're taking this a little too seriously. But I just, me, light the fire, walk away, and I just let everyone else handle them. It was funny. I liked it. I just liked that he was trying to refute my point by restating it word for word. And now with that 40 seconds, I just gave him 3 days worth of gripes. Nick Gers Rigging with $1, thank you very much, said Aaron married the second wife to know what sleeping with a trans was like. Well, that I call it my Matt Walsh phase. It's just my Matt Walsh phase. That's it. McBuster says the noticing is happening. The Zionists are liked less now than even the Henry Ford days. We really don't like being fucked over by other nations. I don't even like, for you and I, yeah, it's an anti-Zionist thing. But I think for normies, what it is they don't dive deep into Theodore Herzl and stuff like that. What they see is another country telling America what to do, and America, like, they're just kind of doing the math, and they're going, the things that our country is doing are not benefiting us. It's hurting us. But it's really helping this other country. And, like, I think people like McBuster, Sam Show, Bob Bashab, I always preach this. I always encourage this. Go slow with these people. Accept them for how they are. They'll get there eventually because they notice things. So I think the Sam Shows of the world have a way of going, like, when someone goes, oh, I've noticed that all of this stuff benefits Israel, we should just focus on America. And right away, Sam Show wants to go, well, you know something about Jews and blah, blah, blah. When normies hear that, when you go, the Jews, they go, no thanks. I want to stay away from that whole the Jews talk. So just be glad that they're kind of understanding and they're kind of getting it. They don't have as much time to dedicate to this as you might. I think it's just wonderful that people are starting to realize, hey, we're having, 2 planes shot down over the weekend, like 2 days after Trump said, we've destroyed their whole military. It's obliterated. They're gone. So I think they're kind of noticing, like, we're being lied to. This guy we voted for is bullshitting us, and it's all seeming to benefit one country and not our country. And then yesterday, he wrote, praise be to Allah. We'll get to that. We'll get to that a little bit later today. But yes, Great show planned for today. Johnny's going to be here. I'm obviously going to be here. Which, I mean, where would we be if I wasn't? My wife's boyfriend coping and going nuts in the chat today, $2. I'm sorry I had the number one market in the area and he couldn't, and I could sell it and make more money. I'm sorry that I owned my show. My wife's boyfriend is like, you owned your show and got a cut of the merchandise and ads. Yeah, that's usually called being more successful than the other guy. Another win for the toe. Hey, you don't see me flying off to places to talk about him. Sorry, my wife's boyfriend. But hey, thank you very much for the money. We got a show to do today. Unlike the places you run in, we actually do content here. Well, I mean, shit, man, if you don't let me do content, how are the shows you like going to even be able to do a show? I got a lot of responsibilities, my man. They hate it when I do that. All right, let's continue on with this fucking titty shaking trend that keeps going. I'm sorry for saying the F word. That was so gratuitous and unnecessary. You guys are off to an amazing start today. Thank you. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Got a good feeling about today. Gift a couple of memberships. You know the usual. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and gifted memberships. We're looking to get to that 600 number again today. Then who knows, maybe 700 by the end of the week. That would be cool. This is a show that runs not primarily, but in large part to listener contributions, and we appreciate you guys showing your respects. It's awesome. You guys have been amazing for years now. So there's this new trend in fast food where the employees shake their titties around. I don't know. I don't know if it's the Hooters at the Mall of America closing and there's like a hole in the market. I don't know what it is. But now all of these women, and the first time we saw this was last week at a Chick-fil-A, the gay male manager organized all of his girls, and they were bigger gals, to bounce their titties around for it's a TikTok trend. It's a stupid TikTok dance. And he filmed all of the TikTok girls, or all of the Chick-fil-A girls, shaking their titties around on TikTok. Now, these were not women you would want to see bounce their titties unless you were in a really, really desperate way. They all got fired. They're gone. Shit canned, as it were. So this Wendy's decided, you know what would be a great idea? To take that thing that all those Chick-fil-A people were doing that got them fired and go ahead and do that and put it on TikTok. Here it is. This is the latest, and I'm sure not to be the last. Now, the nice thing about doing this is at a Wendy's is there's never anybody there. So you have plenty of time to do shit like this. I have noticed, by the way, no white girls doing this. And I don't know if it's because white girls have small titties or if they just feel a sense of responsibility not to do this in their workplace. I don't know if it's a figure thing or a professionalism thing. Dude, it's literally all fat black girls. Every time I've seen this trend, it's fat black chicks bouncing. And that's all it is. It's just bouncing your titties around and making a funny face for the camera. That's the whole skill level of this viral trend. And the funniest part is everybody's getting fired for it, which I think is awesome. So this says never mind. There's one white girl. They had to do that to make it funny. See, ugly, busted white girls do it too. And the caption says, my Wendy's crew is better than yours. Now, call me old fashioned, but I feel like if you want to prove that your Wendy's crew is better than mine, simply all you have to do is, and this is a novel concept, just show them working. Just show them doing work. All right, Los Federales is a prick. This is not a real picture, guys. That's not how I look. He's clearly edited that. That has been clipped. That has been moved. Oh, you can see how my camera fucked up? Do you see that now? How that's kind of fucky, and I got to change it. There we go. Boom. Yeah, I fucked it up. You can see. But no, that is not how my neck and chin area look. And no, I will not be zooming. All right, one shot. Oh my goodness, look at that. That looks like medical grade bloat but that's not, as you can see, that is not how I look. I got a little loose skin. I'm getting old. And I got some loose skin coming in, and you got to age gracefully. Oh yeah, the Deontay Wilder thing. Let's talk about that for a second. Somebody in the chat saying I can't tell the difference. That's not. Yes, you can. You can clearly tell a difference between the two. Deontay Wilder beat Derek Chisora over the weekend. It was barely a boxing match. It was really, really bad. But Deontay got a win, so he's won 2 fights in a row. Let's just go ahead and let's call it a career for old Deontay. Let's be done on earth as it is in heaven. All right, we got DLDX. Let me make sure I got these. Hold on, is that? Oh, no, there's 2 different. I just needed to make sure if it was a repeater or if it was a different chat. DLDX with $1 says, hi. Oh, God, I hate these. Hi, my name is Aaron, and I have to admit that the New York Jets have more Super Bowl championships than the Minnesota Vikings. Thank you, DLDX. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Another $1 from DLDX. If we hit the goal this way today, I'm fine with it. Flash Gordon saved the universe, and he was the quarterback for what team? The New York Jets. Yes. I'm not going to sit here and exalt the New York Jets over my Vikings for the rest of the day. Hulkamasha Baby says, if by age gracefully you mean like a waterlogged corpse, then you're doing great. It's not very nice. Mountain Jews says another chin for the toe. Thank you. And Bob Ashab, who needs a membership, as does Hulkamasha Baby, says nobody can knock Aaron out in the boxing ring because they can't find his chin. Yeah, you kind of got to hit me with like an ear shot and knock the equilibrium off. You can't find the button because it's protected. It's all this growth is strategic. Los Federales with $1 says, how much for you to shake your titties in solidarity with the fallen Chick-fil-A crew? 120 by 7 o'clock. If $120 comes in by 7 o'clock in the next half hour, I will do a 5-second titty dance with the music. There. That's the rule on this show. You ask me how much to do something, I have to come up with a number. That's how it works. All right, this one hurts. Balls Deep says, if Aaron ate St. Cloud Superman, that's what it would look like. I don't want to. I don't want to be compared to St. Cloud Superman in any way, shape, or form. All right, quit shaking your titties at work and let's get down to business today. Let's get to our first story. This one has to do with daycare. A lot of people complain about daycare with prices going up and all of these things. It's a piece of the budget that really puts a lot of strain on families. And apparently, it puts a lot of strain on the workers as well. It's a story we seldom tell on this program, and I feel like we need to do a better job of it. Here's a giant Negro to tell you more.
New tonight, a now former Plymouth daycare worker is accused of getting dangerously drunk on a lunch break.
All right, first of all, coolest fucking start to a news story ever. Now, it's one thing to get drunk at work. It's another thing to get drunk on your lunch break. It's another thing to get, and I'm quoting the story, dangerously drunk on your lunch break. I got to hear that again. Getting dangerously drunk. How, like, to you, how drunk is dangerously drunk? Like where you're in danger. I would say 0.25 and up. You're at the point where it's like, we got to keep an eye on this person.
Night, and now former Plymouth daycare worker is accused of getting dangerously drunk on a lunch break. Anaya Kiyosong is charged with child endangerment and obstructing police.
You know what's really unfair is to make her say the name to police when they come arrest her and she's completely shit-faced. I can't say that name sober. Anaya Kiyosong. Anaya Kiyosong. Kiyosong. There you go. But now try saying it when you're blowing a .356.
Charged with child endangerment and obstructing police. A breathalyzer test registered a blood alcohol content level over 4 times the legal driving limit.
Ben Henry's live in Plymouth right now.
How do you, I always wonder that because like, I haven't used a breathalyzer probably since my first bachelor party. We were at the old Cowboy Jack's in St. Cloud and they had a breathalyzer machine. I don't know how accurate it was, but I blew like a .18 or a .16 or something like that. And I was hammered out of my mind. So it doesn't take a lot for me to be just like completely out of it drunk. So like if me at like .12 or .14 is rip-roaring shit-faced, how does .356 even look? Like, and at 21 years old, how hardened of an alcoholic are you already that at .356 you can show up to your work at the daycare and do your job? I'm not saying she was doing it well. I'm not saying she wasn't slurring or stumbling a little, but the fact that she could show up, I mean, that is so like your two worlds clashing. Like you're struggling so hard with alcoholism because you want to give in and indulge your urge to drink, but you're still abiding by your responsibilities. Like .356 just sitting at home, that's really sad. .356 and showing up to work shows that there is still a good and evil struggle going on inside of you. It's just that .356 evil is winning.
How this all played out and what the owners are telling us about it, Ben?
Well, Kevin and Lindsay, we were unable to connect with the former daycare worker tonight, but we did hear from the owners who said she was fired immediately, and they're also pushing back on some of the things police say happened here that day. In a toddler classroom, police say a worker at this Plymouth daycare was heavily intoxicated. Reporting 21.
Dude, I'm going to guess that the kids thought she was hilarious, though. Like, that's one of those arrests you have to do. You have to get her away from the children, A, not to traumatize the children, but B, she was probably a hoot.
Year-old Anaya Kiyosong blew a .35 on February 23rd.
Miss Kiyosong is talking so funny. She sounds so funny when she talks. Oh, you kids are so funny. You make me laugh so hard. Miss Song throw the ball over here again. Oh, Miss Kiyosong you're silly. You threw it that way. Miss Kiyosong fell down again.
Telling officers she drank at home during her lunch break.
Nice.
According to a criminal complaint, a 911 caller said a teacher may be having a panic attack, and staff could tell she was intoxicated in some way. Police arrived at Milestone's Early Learning Center, saying Kiyosong smelled of alcohol, resisted arrest, and bit an officer.
Wow. Oh, wow. She really didn't want to go. You know, that's a big problem, though, at daycares. That is a huge problem. In fact, all the kids do that when they won't take a nap. They're all resisting arrest. Because they're resisting a arrest. They're resisting because when they won't go take they're resisting the rest, the nap. They won't nap. They're resisting it. They're fighting it. They're resisting you get the idea. If there's one person in this audience going, why won't he just say the full phrase again? I've done my job. Thank you, my wife's boyfriend, for the 2. I appreciate it. Good to know that we have triggered the shit out of you yet today, and you're deflecting like a motherfucker. Another win for the toe. Thank you, buddy.
Investigators say surveillance video shows her losing control of her motor skills, picking up a child and falling backwards into a wall.
Well, fuck you. You blow a .356 and see if you can stand up straight. Definitely should not be picking up children at .356. Do not take them on that ride. That's a Gravitron with a loose mounting bracket.
Which police say appeared to make the child slam their head on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
And while attempting to scoot on the ground, consoling the child, she fell on top of the child.
She got shit-faced drunk. And you know what the saddest part was? She sounds like she's still a nice person. She still cares about the kids. She's playing with them. She crawls on the ground. Oh, are you okay? I'm so sorry. And then just... I'm just imagining a Hanna-Barbera cartoon where they fall on somebody and the dust goes shooting off to the side.
In a statement, though, the owners say, "We did not observe any instance in which a child was injured or placed at risk," and that detectives told the daycare and families no child was injured as a result of the staff members' behavior, adding Kyo Sang was fired immediately as there's a zero tolerance for alcohol or drug use.
I was going to say, no review, no chance at appeal, no long explanation, no reconciliation, no let's talk it over number I can call. Goodbye says it all. No, oh shit. I can do this. I can get the other part. No chance at redemption. No further exemption. Just a big red goodbye with lipstick on the wall. Goodbye says it all.
God, they had cameras.
Republican Representative Nolan West's daughter was abused at a different, unrelated daycare in 2024.
Well, then what the fuck does it have to do? Don't bring her up to get this lady. She's in enough trouble as it is. She's now the lady who got literally deathly drunk. I mean, 0.356, you can die from alcohol poisoning. They pull over Siberian ice truck drivers at 0.356, and they're barely standing up.
And now pushes to change state law to require cameras in all daycares.
Any parent can know exactly what happened to their child in this setting rather than fearing the worst and just not knowing. So it's good that they had that. It'll ensure accountability for the individual.
The owner said they had not had an issue with this worker before this, adding that all workers go through background checks. And we checked.
Well, it's not like there's a background check, unless you hire a PI. There's not a background check that's going to tell you she likes to have a 6 tequila lunch. So you can't really blame the background check for that one. 0.356, though. Like a 21-year-old daycare chick can drink me under the table 2 or 3 times over. I know, and I know that's not the right take to have on this story. Like, I shouldn't be impressed that she can blow a 0.356 and not fall asleep. She's like magic. No, I know that that's bad, but like, I can't help it. As someone who's very much a lightweight, anytime I see someone who can even get into the 0.2s, it's a foreign concept to me. But yeah, unfortunately, you do have to cut those people loose. As funny as they might be. You drop one kid, and then you fall on top of the same kid. People tend to frown on that kind of a thing. Thank you very much. My wife's boyfriend, we fucking have got this guy, boys and girls. We have gotten this guy. He is, I don't even belong to your community. I'm not, he's like, do you regret joining the dabble? Dude, I'm not even going to say it. I'm not a part. As you know, I have my own community, and that's what upsets you so much. But I'm glad I got you today. You couldn't stay away, could you? It's a good show. Welcome in. Try to be a little more of a human. Thank you very much for that $5. I appreciate it. Keep it up. I love you so much. Just remember, I'm the one who does this to you. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Because I love you guys, because it was Easter, and a half hour into the show, there's already 500 people hanging out with us today, and I appreciate it. Hit thumbs up. I brought you guys a nice little gift. And that gift is the gift of Rabbi Shmuley. He's just, okay. But I'll be honest, this, God, I still got a fuckload of comments from that. I'm sorry, every time I check, Annoyed Wawa supervisor sent me a very funny meme. Think the dumb thing, live the gay life. Do this in memory of me. Back after this. Thank you very much. Every time I go to check, we have We have more comments on this PBD video. People love, they're like 90 seconds in and I had to subscribe. I love the PBD impression. Like there's so many of those comments. I feel like I'm being gaslit on my PBD impression thing. Like I don't think it's that good, but I've got literally thousands of people telling me that is an amazing PBD impression. Now I'm scared to do it. Dinosaur Fuel says, Aaron, no, she's not available for you. I don't want her. I don't want the girl who blows a .35. Haven't I had enough with crazy addict broads for one lifetime? I think if you've had one, you've had too many crazy addict broads. All right? Alcoholic coke addict, I'm good. That is... I walked out of that. I paid for my sins and now I get to live the good life. Let's not tempt fate again. How's that? Plus 21? Fucking creepy. Eagle of America says, now that she's been fired, she can work harder on her OnlyFans. Yeah, I hear there's a titty shake video she can do. By the way, what did I say? $120 by 7 o'clock because Los Federales asked about the titty shake video. Balls Deep with $3 says 110 away from a titty shake. Actually, 105, I think now, away from a titty shake. Before this gets away from me, why don't I keep track? There we go. 105 away. My wife's boyfriend with $2 can't get enough of the toe today. Says, why can't Oz have 100% bonus? I want to send a red boy. Then send a red boy. Then send a red boy, chicken shit. Come on. What's the matter? No balls? No balls. I didn't think so. You really didn't like that Twitter exchange from this weekend. I can tell. That set you off. That's when you started coming in. I got you, baby. All right, I brought you guys some Rabbi Shmuley this morning. I was DMing with Professor Tie-Dye. We were just sending pictures of our balls and stuff to each other. We were like putting little funny mustaches on them. But then we started talking about some religious stuff. Professor Tie-Dye, he's my Protestant buddy. I like Professor Tie-Dye. And he's the one who sent me this book, Questions and Answers for Kids. This is for talking to you. Because I'm having this problem where I would love for my children to go to Catholicism classes, but I'm never going to make them. Never going to force them to. And so Professor Tie-Dye sent me this book about kind of the push and pull of telling, educating, and preaching to or forcing or making or whatever. So it's called Questions and Answers, Bible Questions and Answers for Kids. So Professor Tie-Dye sends me this clip of Rabbi Shmuley. And we both had to get this out of the way first. We're like, I hate this guy. We were just like, how dare this guy on our holiday, on our Super Bowl, as I said earlier, how dare this guy come in and try to run PR for his people on our day? Rabbi Shmuley released something this weekend about Easter. And instead of just saying, hey, to all my Christian friends, I'm trying to build a bridge. Happy Easter. Enjoy your holiday. Rabbi Shmuley, in a very Rabbi Shmuley way, had to go and remind us all that, hey, you know that the Jews aren't the ones who actually killed Jesus. You know this, right? Now, this works for Protestants, especially I won't even say Lutherans, but non-denominational Protestants. They were kind of the first ones to kind of get chummy with Jews and be like, yeah, you know what? Charlie Kirk was like this. Paula White is like this. All of these dispensationalist, non-denominational evangelical Christians, they kind of made a deal we'll stop talking about the fact that it was clearly you guys that had our Savior killed, and we'll agree on a lot of stuff, and we'll, kind of, even though the Jews are not equal partners in that deal, it's just basically they're like, what can you evangelicals do for us? We're not really going to go out of our way to help you. But Catholics have always been stubborn on that one. There's a reason, Hollywood now, that Netflix show they have has the Pope kissing a priest, and they make Catholicism look terrible. And in that Nuremberg movie they made with Russell Crowe, they try to make the Pope look bad. They try to make the Pope look shitty in that one. we've always kind of been a threat to Judaism because we feel the need to tell the unvarnished truth about what happened to Christ. And I'm sorry, but without the Jews, Christ would never have been persecuted the way he was. Pilate didn't want to. Pilate wanted to, like the saying goes, he wanted to wash his hands of the whole thing. He was pressured into it very clearly. Protestants have kind of swept that part under the rug, which creates guys like Rabbi Shmuley. This was Shmuley's Easter speech. Now, again, I would prefer that Muslims, Jews on Easter, you don't need to say anything. You don't need to wish us happy Easter. There's billions of us. Christians will be fine. Just like Christians don't need to say Eid el Mubarak or whatever to Muslims during Ramadan. It's fine. Just let them have their Ramadan. Let them have their holy days. You know, you don't need to say happy Hanukkah to Jewish people. Just let people celebrate their stuff. But Rabbi Shmuley felt the need to wish us happy Easter, which in and of itself is fine. But of course, Rabbi Shmuley, being the consummate can't stay out of, or doesn't care to stay out of his own way guy, had to let you know, happy Easter, Christians. By the way, you know it wasn't our fault, right? Here we go.
Hi, everyone. So I've been offline for 3 days, 2 days of Passover and then the Sabbath.
And, of course, there was another day where he was just filing police reports against people who looked at him funny, claiming it was a Holocaust.
I've seen that there's tons of activity regarding my post about Jesus and his murder and crucifixion by the Romans. So let's be...
By the Romans. You like that? By the Romans. Crucifixion by the Romans. Remember that, guys. It was by the Romans. I mean, I don't mind if a Jewish person, feels, you should feel guilty. You should feel terrible for what you did, for what your people did. But I don't mind if a Jewish person goes, now, wait a minute. I just want to clarify. While we played a part in it, the Romans ultimately had to carry out the sentence. And you're like, that is 1,000% true. You're absolutely right. And I'm sure some of those guards, they were absolutely giddy to do it. 1,000%. But Rabbi Shmuley's going to go a step further and go, we had nothing to do with it, which is insane.
Since tomorrow is Easter Sunday, and I couldn't broadcast to you on Good Friday, the day of Jesus' murder by the Romans. Let's be clear. First of all, according to all the Roman historians, the Romans killed Jesus, not the Jews. Tacitus, look it up. Secondly, let's go now by...
No, wait a minute. You can't just throw Tacitus's name out there. Tacitus was a very famous Roman historian and one of the foremost non-scriptural documentarians of Christ's existence was the Roman historian Tacitus. Tacitus does talk about how the Jews in the high priests of Judaism in Jerusalem did want Jesus dead. They saw him as a revolutionary, as a criminal, as a heretic. They saw him as preaching blasphemy. Tacitus even documents how there were numerous witnesses, all Jews, giving conflicting stories and bearing false witness to incriminate Christ. So even Tacitus is very clear on this.
The Christian sources. I wrote a book called Kosher Jesus. Please read it.
Kosher Jesus. You read a book called Kosher Jesus. This is from the guy who sells kosher dildos that are about the size of his schnozola.
All the New Testament sources, Mark, Matthew, Luke, John, say that the Romans, not the Jews, killed Jesus. I don't only mean...
John, no. In John, he does make it rather clear the Jews' role in... okay. The Jews didn't raise up the 300-pound cross with him on it and put it up. I mean, they despise manual labor. I mean, to deny any role in it. This is my thing about Rabbi Shmuley. I know he's a rage baiter. I know he just does this stuff to get people worked up. And I just want to let you know, it will always work with me. There is something about Rabbi Shmuley where he can pull at the right string, and I just go, it's pizza. I think Shmuley says stupid shit so that we tell him he's a stupid shithead, and he can go, you hear that? That's the anti-Semitism. They just dislike me because I'm Jewish. This is an anti-Semitic attack. It's another show. And you're like, no. You're saying retarded stuff. Jews in general, I'm fine. I don't give a shit. I'm saying you're a dumb one.
That was Pontius Pilate, who was like the Hitler of his time.
No, he was. Pontius Pilate was not the Hitler of his time. He was a Roman governor. He was a ladder climber. He wanted to move. He was a bureaucrat. Pilate was not the Hitler of his time. Oh, yeah, Hitler. Oh, yeah, you know Pontius Pilate and all the concentration camps he was opening up in Jerusalem?
Who actually ordered the actual crucifixion of Jesus, who was given a political murder that Romans carried out for those who rebelled against Caesar. At the time, it was the Emperor Tiberius. That was crucifixion. The Jews never...
No. The Jews kept saying he was guilty of stuff until the Romans found reason. Pilate wanted to chastise him, wanted to have him flogged and then released. And then you guys kept coming up with shit. Well, blasphemy. Well, he's preaching this. He's doing that. And then that didn't work, so they went, oh, he claims to be a king. Claims to be a king. I mean, that's against Caesar, right? And then the Jews told Pilate, you know, any guy, I'm paraphrasing, any guy who doesn't prosecute someone who claims to be a king will be no friend of Caesar. God, he's just brushed past everything to go like, we had nothing to do with it.
Never used crucifixion. It was a Roman death. I don't only mean that Pontius Pilate ordered it. I mean that even for those of you who say, okay, the Romans killed him, but the Jews turned him over, that's garbage.
But, even that's bullshit. All right, Shmuley, go ahead.
There were two camps in ancient Judea of Jews. There were the Roman collaborators, the Jews who sold out their people, a minority, but they were the elite, right? Because they got tons of money from the Romans, and they were called the Sadducees. Then there was the bulk of the Jews, 90%, the Pharisees, of which Jesus was a devoted member. The Pharisees never turned over Jesus to the Romans, to the extent that any Jews whatsoever, like Caiaphas, the high priest, was involved in having Jesus given over to the...
Oh, Caiaphas. So he's going to go with Caiaphas and all these guys. They weren't real Jews, you see. Right, because they did the thing that makes you guys look like shit. See, that's just it. You can't just after the fact, because they did that thing, go, they're not real Jews. I mean, he was real Jew enough to be a high priest, Caiaphas. So sorry, Shmuley, the math ain't mathing on this one, buddy.
Romans to be put to death was because Caiaphas was nothing but Roman muscle. Caiaphas was nothing but a Jewish turncoat who was on the payroll of the Romans to look for Jews who rebelled against Rome so they could be turned over and be killed.
Do you think this is like we could get like a Bronze Age Alex Jones? Who'd be like, well, the thing about Caiaphas is he's a Fed. We all know this. Caiaphas has been paid by the same people who paid Pontius Pilate. We have documents about this. The Roman legions have this information locked up. It's been stolen from the temple, but Caiaphas, 100% a federal agent. He glows. He's part of the Romans. Back in back in the year 24, he met with Tiberius. A few people know this. They shook hands. We have a photo of it here. Here it is, etched in a stone tablet. That is, as you'll see there on the left, that's Caiaphas, and that's Tiberius. What did they know? Clearly a collaborator.
By the Romans. So what you see is that the Romans and the Roman party who killed Jesus, Jews like me, and all the Jews who are alive today are not descendants of the Sadducees. They are descendants of the Pharisees. The Jews had nothing to do with the murder of Jesus. Indeed,
nothing. I mean, I got to respect the guy in a weird way. This is a ballsy claim. Not it's overplayed, not it's an anti-Semitic trope that we did it on our own. Like, of course, I would say it was the other way around. Pilate and the Romans kind of acted like Caiaphas and the Jews' muscle. Not the other way around on the crucifixion of Christ. I think Shmuley's got two things. One, he's got a bit of a guilty conscience, which, is a common affliction amongst the chosen. And then also, this is a clear, PR thing for Easter. And he wants to annoy Christians on Easter, which he did. He's got us agitated.
The New Testament says several times that the Pharisees warned Jesus, like in Luke, I think it's chapter 13, verse 3. Look it up. I think that's correct. When they warned Jesus.
He would look it up, but going into the New Testament makes Shmuley's skin sizzle.
Run away because the Pharisees, the Sadducees are looking to turn you over to the Romans, and the Romans want to kill you. Rome wanted Jesus dead because he declared himself to be the Jewish king. The Romans had abolished the Jewish monarchy, and anyone claiming to be a Jewish king, it was seen as an insurrection against Rome and a direct challenge to the status of the Emperor Tiberius.
Right, and Jews had no problem with him saying he was the king of the Jews, right? That didn't bother them at all. Come on, Shmuley.
Pontius Pilate, who was the proconsul in Caesarea, was specifically charged with killing any Jew who claimed to be a king, and that was Jesus.
Right, and the Jews had nothing to do with lobbying to make that the case. Good old Shmuley, man. It starts and ends the same way with me, with Rabbi Shmuley. It starts with me being like, I can't stand this guy. Ah, Shmuley, I hate. And then it always ends with me going, Shmuley, you card, you silly Jew. Ah, you crazy kid. Get out of here, Shmuley. I won't say, I'll stop short of saying I like the guy, but I guess what I'd say is I understand the guy. I understand Rabbi Shmuley. He really is just a fucking goof, man. Joey Caravello with $2. Thank you very much. Says Aaron Stacy Imholt wanted for crimes against comedy. Thank you, Caravello. Thank you to everybody chipping in this first hour here. You guys have done a fine job. Especially on the memberships front. I think we're like 21 away from 600. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, Baba Shab says in the chat, the Jews kind of went and were pulling on the Romans' shirts. You know, they were kind of like, hey, excuse me, could you do something about, we got this guy here. Could you do something about it? Baba Shab says they couldn't do their own fighting, just like now. We got $1 from Honky. He says, how old were you when you realized the Talmud is one big post-Second Temple cope parading as Judaism? Actually, I hadn't really delved into Judaism and the Talmud and, that deep into it until probably a few years ago. In fact, a lot of not only my own sins and a lot of my mistakes that I've made over the years led me back to Catholicism, but also a lot of anger and hatred towards Israel for what they were doing in Gaza. I didn't want to be mad all the time. And you probably saw it on the show. I was angry all the time because they're killing kids. And like, as your kids get older, that stuff weighs on you more and more. And I just saw what Israel was doing. And then I saw the Christians that were excusing it and were cheerleading it, the Huckabees and the Ted Cruzes and all these people. And it just made me mad. It made me angry. And nothing helped me take away that anger that I was feeling. And I didn't want to, and I kind of felt myself starting to hate Jews in general a little bit. I didn't want to do that because I've met very nice Jewish people. So I had to put that energy somewhere. And I started going back to Mass, and it made me feel so much better. And I felt so good, and I felt so fulfilled. Stop it. I can't say these words around you people because you're gross. And that helped a lot. But part of it was the self-loathing of my own sins and the bad stuff that I'd done. And kind of almost an AA mentality, even though I'm not an addict. The AA mentality of my best thinking got me here. Turn it over to a higher power. In my case, God, Christ, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, all that stuff. But it was kind of rooted in going to some of those meetings, and then also that burning hatred that I was starting to develop. I didn't want my kids to see that because I don't think it's good to teach kids, that hatred is okay, because it isn't. Criticism is fine. Being upset with people for their actions is fine, but hatred is corrosive. So I didn't want to feel that anymore. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, imagine thinking you are descendants of Pharisees is a good way to do a Jew didn't do out of killing Jesus. Right. I'm the descendants of Pharisees. I'm not the defense. Like, everything from Shmuley there is a post-crucifixion cope. It's like, oh, well, the Jews that did that, they were the bad Jews. Well, what made them the bad Jews before they crucified him? Well, nothing. It was that. Okay, so it was doing that thing, that those Jews who did that thing. And I'm descendant from the good ones. How do you know that? Have you tracked your genome? Have you tracked your genetics? Nah, I've decided I am. TDR shit show with $2 says religion is stupid. You all just bitch and fight over whose 2,000-year-old fairy tale is correct. Steel toe religion shoe. That's not true. Ask Professor Tie-Dye. We basically argue about really menial shit. Well, not that this is menial, but like Mother Mary's role in everything. Here's what I don't. And Professor Tie-Dye and I should maybe record an interview sometime, not do this live. There's a certain segment of the audience that doesn't want to hear a lot of this, and we'll get off of it in a second. But Professor Tie-Dye and I should have a conversation. I don't understand Protestants' aversion to celebrating Mary. That's a big thing with some Protestants. I'm not saying with Professor Tie-Dye, but they're like, what's with the Mariology stuff and this and that? Did Christ not look down? And I'm going to paraphrase here, and I'm going to screw up. I think it was John. Behold, look upon your mother, in reference to Mary. She is our spiritual mother. She's also the Ark of the New Covenant. She was, as a virgin, made pregnant with Christ, making her the Ark of the New Covenant. I mean, she's more than just human, is all I'm saying. My wife's boyfriend's with $2 says, you said you were happy, everything was remarkable. I am. Again, I feel bad that I don't want my happiness to make people like my wife's boyfriend feel bad. But I think that's probably more of a you thing. Like, you should probably get out more, so then I don't feel so bad about it. All right, let's bring Johnny in here. I think maybe Professor Tie-Dye and I should take this into a separate show, a separate interview at some point. There he is. Hello.
Sorry, I forgot I had myself muted so that way I wouldn't make noise when I was behind the backstage.
Because you were so excited about all the Rabbi Shmuley talk.
Well, not only was I excited about it, I realized Rabbi Shmuley literally laid out. So he's saying the bad Jews were the ones that were in charge. They were leading the Jewish religion.
No.
And
wait, can I stop you for 1 second?
Yeah.
He's saying that they're the bad Jews because they brought Christ to the Rome. So he's retconning it. Do you understand? Like,
yeah, but my point was simply he was saying that he said they were turncoats and they sold everybody out for money and wealth, and they did well, but they sold everyone out. I was just like, can you explain a more Jewish thing to do?
Is Caiaphas not Netanyahu and Pilate is Trump?
Yeah, it's just like it's weird. Like, okay, so they were just the minions and they just sold everybody out because they were the Romans. Like, right, but
and this is why I'm glad, by the way, that Catholicism doesn't like preach from the pulpit. So I don't go to mass and hear politics. I would fucking hate that. But like, it would be interesting to hear a religious person draw parallels to the Caiaphas-Pilate relationship and the Netanyahu-Trump relationship as it pertains to Iran. Wait,
so
does that make the Ayatollah?
Iran's Jesus.
I was just gonna say, does that not make the Ayatollah Jesus? Whoops. We gotta. Here's what we have to do in that comparison. We have to stop at blasphemy. We'll yield just before the blasphemy, which would be the Ayatollah.
Okay.
Of rock and rolla. Okay. Yeah, people are saying Jews hate Mary because she was dummy thick. That's not. I don't think that's why Jews. I look, I'm not telling them they're wrong. I don't know enough. Obviously, I haven't researched it.
I'm not saying she's unattractive. I'm just saying until the Lord came along, according to you guys, she was a virgin.
Have you seen what color Jesus is? She's clearly a Schwarzer lover. We're making fun of Jews, not Mother Mary.
Right.
That we are mocking Jews.
Right.
So it's totally fine.
That makes it way better.
We're only mocking the filthy Christ killers. We are not mocking the mother, the Ark of the New Covenant. It's not what we're doing. I saw Joseph. He has, let's just say, a little more melanin than we're all comfortable with here in the temple. And a carpenter, what menial labor?
They claim it's a tan, but I mean, you...
Here's the thing. Like in our temple, we have a shvoogie buzzer. And let's just say when Mary comes in, we buzz it. That's all.
There's been a bunch of birds chirping at the back of the hall for 4 months. They never hear it.
Let's just say I have a stick in the back of a temple and I call it the Yeshua good stick. That's all. I won't say anything more than that on this holy day. Shabbat shalom, daddy's home. I watched a debate because, it's Easter, so I watched religious content. And I watched a debate that Michael Knowles and Charlie Kirk had, obviously while Charlie was alive. It would have been creepy if it wasn't. Charlie Kirk's, you could tell this was like over a year and a half ago, this debate he had with Michael Knowles.
Okay.
You could tell from then to like Charlie Kirk right at the end, you could tell how much he was being brainwashed by particular influences and when he was starting to break from the. It really is amazing. I would recommend people go watch some 2023, 2024 Charlie Kirk shit and watch how much latitude he gives Jews and Zion. Well, not Jews. I'm sorry, Zionists especially, and how much leeway he gives Israel, and then watch him in 2025 and just notice that shift. And watching him with Michael Knowles and watching him like basically almost be as Jewish as he is Christian, and then knowing what he said towards the end, it made me like watching this thing with Michael Knowles. I'm like, I don't doubt for a second that somebody had Charlie Kirk executed. Just the way he was changing and how much money was tied up in everything.
Well, like you said, when you have kids, like you start looking at things like the Gaza thing a little bit differently. Because when you start seeing how just children are involved, from the fact of they get shot getting food, that they're starving to the point where there's pictures and you can perfectly see the back of their skeleton and they're not even 5 years old. It breaks you in a weird way. Yeah. And Charlie had kids. He'd started raising his daughter and stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure for him too, it started getting a lot harder to square that circle. And he started talking different, and then look what happened.
It's so funny. Like, I was watching clips of Jake Paul on Theo Von's show, and we've got those for tonight. We've got some Rogan Theo Von stuff today. But, like, I'm watching Jake Paul and Theo Von start to talk about what role Turning Point and Erica Kirk may have had in Charlie's death. And I'm like, if Jake Paul is even entertaining this stuff, like, I'm sorry, guys, something's up. Because it used to be like a crazy guy would bring it up. Mark Dice or Alex Jones would bring it up, and nobody else would talk about it. There's way too many people that are going like, I'm sorry, I'm a normal guy, and this looks off to me.
Right. It's gotten to the point where they made a joke on it on the Not the Onion subreddit that they were closing down the page, that April Fool's joke. They're like, we're closing down the page.
Oh, the Not the Onion page?
Yeah. They're like, we're going to close down the page because at this point reality is so wacky that everything is something that's not the Onion. And in this case, it's kind of true. It's like it used to be the tinfoil hat conspiracy. We think so-and-so. But it hasn't even been a year, and now a majority of people are like, yeah, no, I really think it was an inside job, and a lot of people who called him friend to his face may have shook hands and done deals that involved with him being dead right now. I don't really believe the established narrative and the supposed alternative lifestyle person who pulled the trigger. Like, I don't believe it.
The chat is so funny. Balls Deep with $5 says, Israel, we don't always eat babies, but when we do, the Romans made us do it. It's convenient, though. $1 from, I think this is Chevrolet JB. I don't want to say real names. Oh, remember, when you do it on Venmo, I get to hit this little thanks button that I just discovered. So, thank you. Oops, and then I got rid of the message. Oh, shit. Whoa, what a cute little asshole I was. All right, there we go. Chevrolet JB watched some That 70s Show this weekend. Couldn't help but notice that Johnny Crutches is Eric Foreman. I would consider that a compliment if I were you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Somebody, hold on. I got to open this one up on the computer rather than my phone. Redhead sent us something. I just want to pull this up. It's really good. I hate how slow Facebook is compared to all other services. Here we go. It's Pontius Pilate wanted to free Jesus, but faced immense pressure from the Israel lobby. Some things never change.
Yeah, didn't he offer up like a criminal?
Barabbas, yeah. He said, how about this murderer? Barabbas, how about it was clearly him trying to gaslight the Jews, and to their credit, the Jews didn't go for it. They're like, no, we still want you to kill the good guy. Like, the Jews were given a choice between the most evil guy you could think of in the jail and Jesus as a way to get them to pick freeing Jesus. And they're like, no. We are totally willing to let that rabid animal loose. You need to kill that guy who's noble. So, once again, Netanyahu lives, Charlie Kirk dies. All for speaking out. So, yeah, but remember, the minute they did that, they became Roman.
Right. They didn't want to do that. They were the bad Jews that became Roman.
Exactly. Thank you, Balls Deep, for the $5. We appreciate it. Thank you guys all very much for your generosity today. Off to a great start. Keep it going. We are 21 memberships away from 600. All right, let's get off of this because people are going to get mad. We have... Oh, yeah, this one, because I didn't want to go from this to like Rogan and Theo Vaughn and all of that stuff. A young guy in Florida. This is, don't get on his bad side. Let's put it that way. I don't want to give too much up on this one. Let's just go ahead and fire this up.
Make sure to share the screen before.
Yeah. The young man, police say, dumped 2 suitcases stuffed with human remains in the tall grass at the compound, is now facing a murder charge, too. I'm your Palm Bay community correspondent, James Sparvero.
Go ahead and bring up Lucas Jones.
For the second time since last Saturday, 19-year-old Lucas Jones was arrested and brought here to the Brevard County Jail. Thursday afternoon in the jail courtroom, Jones looked at my camera, raised his eyebrow.
Just little 19-year-old sociopath. See, my thing is, people like this, there's always that debate. Like, are people born rotten or are they made rotten? And I think if someone's dumping human remains in a swamp and killing people and then, giving the high eyebrows to the camera at 19 years old, I'm not saying monsters can't be made. I'm not saying they can't be created through their environment. But I do think it's both. I think sometimes, and I don't think we have the science to prove it yet, I think sometimes people are just born rotten.
I definitely think part of his whole thing of being a piece of shit is the attention at this point. Like, the thrill of doing it was a thing, but I think there was also an awaited, anticipated, I'm going to get caught. Because, like, remember how people say a lot of times killers actually even subconsciously want to get caught?
Right.
But I think in this case, especially with the eyebrow raising shit, I think not only did he want to get caught, he was like, oh, this part's fun. I'm going to enjoy this part. But then once I'm done with that, once I get caught, I'm going to enjoy the part of like all the attention I get. Like, I think because that's just weird. Like, he gave the fuck me eyes to the camera.
Yeah.
That Aaron Taylor Johnson role that he's in right now is scary. He better be careful, whatever
you're saying he's more the Marv of the Sticky Bandits. He's like, that Sticky Bandits, that's S-T-I. Yeah. He wants to make sure, say what you want about what I did, just spell my name right.
Shook his head just before Judge Thomas Brown ruled to keep the teen in jail.
Thank you, my wife's boyfriend, for the $2.
You've now been arrested on a new charge of murder. I believe first.
Is that one of those S-word vests?
I don't know.
They have those vests where they're worried if you're going to Epstein yourself, they put this vest on you because there's no way, I guess there's no way you can do it with that on. It's a self-harm vest.
I don't like it. Like, if he gets a hold of something sharp, his neck is right there and available. I don't see what that would stop. That looks like a really bad hospital gown combined with like Kevlar. Like, it looks weirdly bulletproof.
They've got a name for it in the county.
Okay.
I can't remember what it's called. They call it like the something suit. And I only know that from reading. I don't know that from actually being there. How would I know?
He had to wear it 3 times.
Yeah, I was like, oh, Doc, the walls are closing in. I don't know what I can do. Blah, 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 blah.
First degree.
Tell you 2 more weeks of this food, it's going to be true.
Yeah.
So to this point, police have told us the facts. They say back up charges against Jones, like abusing a dead body.
Oh, no. Oh, what'd you do? Oh, what'd you do? Murder? I can wrap my head around murder. Disposing of a body? Nobody wants to get caught. I get it. What'd you do to the body? You didn't. That usually followed by the sentence, we tracked his DNA from semen. All right, that's enough. And we're done now.
New arrest affidavit still isn't available, so we don't know yet how police say Jones killed Collie Daniel. Jones and Daniel lived close to one another in Indy Atlantic, and back on March 20th, Jones's girlfriend told police she saw Daniel at Jones's house in Jones's bed, but she wasn't sure whether he was sleeping or unconscious. When police found the suitcases, they say along with the remains, which took days to confirm were Daniel's, a package with Jones's name on it was in one too.
Oh, so he cut her up into little pieces and put her in suitcases. Oh.
And it's weird that now I'm hoping that's all he did.
Right? Like now, yeah, maybe that's the abuse of a corpse. I'd rather it be he chopped her into little pieces post-mortem than, because the way this guy was giving the fuck me eyes to the camera, he's capable of anything, really.
Police say they also found a knife in a suitcase, which was the same kind as another knife they found at Jones's house, which police say had bloodstains in it. And this new murder has revitalized the debate over developing Palm Bay's compound finally. You can watch my coverage earlier this week on Click or Link.
Oh, so it's re-engaged the debate of developing the compound because some guy used the area, the undeveloped area, to dump suitcases with body parts in it. And they're
right, guys, because if we sell it and the real estate for profit, like there's no way that guy would murder. Like she'd still be alive today.
Right. They're like, look, if we just put some buildings there, you can't put suitcases because he threw the suitcases in the weeds,
right?
Thinking they wouldn't find them. I mean, dude, the weeds aren't going to cover up that smell, though. Rotting corpse is going to get through a suitcase.
Right. And what does that actually equal? So he has to find somewhere else to dump the body. Does someone really start with their murder plan from, well, firstly, where do I dispose of the corpse? Because if I don't have somewhere to dump the body, then I'm not doing this. Like, I don't think anybody goes in it with that kind of plan. I feel like a lot of the whole murder thing happens and the where to dump the body part kind of comes together at the end. Like in our case with Stubbs, he just went as far as he felt he could drive and then just kicked it out onto someone's front lawn. So how do we know developing it does anything?
Right.
He just dumps this in front of some fucking apartment building. Like, here's 2 suitcases of who the fuck? See you later. And then like, yeah.
Oh, by the way, someone pointing out that I completely fucked up the date on today's stream.
Nice. What did you put it as?
03/06/26.
Oh, so you're just a month behind.
I'm a month behind, and I think it's too late to change it. Yeah, I can't edit it on the fly. I can on YouTube. I can go to stream settings on YouTube, and I can hit. It's too late for any algorithms, though. I fucked it up. Going to be people going, oh, it's a replay. I don't need to be here. There. See, I saved it on YouTube. So anyone who opens it up on YouTube now on our secondary network or secondary
at least
platform,
you're going to see that it's not.
But our main platform, I'm fucked.
Way to go, buddy.
I'm glad I could help. Yeah, there's.
Hey man, this is why you make the big bucks.
Yeah, this is why we're rolling in it every day. Trampling at the Zoo says, I need a sub. We're almost at 600. We're 20 away from 600. Yet a lot of people out there without a sub. So thank you guys very much for checking out the show. Let's start gifting those memberships. A couple of bucks. You guys are off to a great start today. Thank you very, very much. Well, shoot. Now that I found out that I screwed up the date, now I'm a little annoyed and distracted. Veldrain with $1 says, is this live? Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There we go.
DP Granny says, dumbass, he should have drained the blood, drunk the parts into stuff that removes anything your body left behind, freeze the body parts, and dropping it a state away. All right, I would like DP Granny picked up right now and just arrested and charging him with what? I don't care. Frame him for something.
This is way too much. Like, even if you watched Dexter every season, this is way too much information to have on hand for how to do this.
And look, it would be fine if he just copied something he saw on Dexter, because at least then I could go, oh, he's just copying something he saw on TV. He's coming up
his own parts.
This is his own, this is a DP Granny joint that he just came up with. I agree with Ablo Pacheco. Check his hard drive.
Whatever happened to just a good vat of sulfuric acid? That's all we need.
Like Walter White used to do, whatever happened to real men like Heisenberg. DP Granny says, I'm drunk, so my brain is working. That's good. It's 7:22 in the morning. Let's be drunk. I think it's the
right time to start.
It's a fine idea. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Aaron, how much for you to huff the seat of Johnny's wheelchair? $8,000. $8,000. I always give a number. Zen Man says, just drop them off at a hog farm. Problem solved. I'm really not liking where today is going. Wait a minute. In our defense, did we ask what everyone's idea for the perfect, getting away with murder was? I think we were more trying to say, rather psychotic to murder someone, put them in suitcases, throw them in the weeds, and then smile at the camera.
Well, I should mention one caveat to the hog farm thing. You got to remove the fingernails and the toenails and the teeth on that, because otherwise it's going to cause problems with the pig's digestion. I know a lot of people who gives a shit, but once the pig keel's over dead and they find pieces of human in there, they're going to be looking pretty close. So you might want to think about that.
So clearly, what you do is you make you drill little holes in the teeth, you make a necklace out of them, and you keep that necklace somewhere safe.
That's a bit fucked up.
Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to fit in on my own show. That's all. DP Granny says, I work nights, so my drinking hours is normal. Yeah, that's what all alcoholics say. Mountain Jews says, Aaron, you should do your show drunk once. I did, and now I have to do my show on the internet. So we're not going to do the show drunk anymore. T-Baby says, what's wrong with digging a hole? Well, retard, if you dig a hole, it's going to be thermal probes will be able to find the body.
They'll know pretty much where it is. It's going to be very obvious for a little while that something is there, so digging a hole is difficult.
Yeah. Zeo Gold on YouTube says the FBI is heading to Johnny and Aaron's homes. Yeah, thanks, guys. You got us in trouble. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. All right, let's continue on. Thank you, my wife's boyfriend, for the $2. I appreciate that. We kind of made you our bitch today, but I didn't mean to. You kind of walked into it. Totally not my fault. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. We're so glad you're here. And Johnny, less than an hour and a half into today's show, 600 has been eclipsed and passed. That means we've got about 45, 50 minutes to make that 700. So all you need to do is hit thumbs up on whatever platform you're on, and we will be there in no time flat. Thank you, guys. Okay. $5 from TDR Shit Show. Thank you very much. But you guys, you are being incredible today. Keep it up. Says can't do. Oh God, it's more murder. We're covering. It's the steel toe share your best hiding bodies recipe. TDR Shit Show with $5 says can't do sulfuric acid either. Can't leave a purchase trip. They're thinking about receipts. Need to dispose of the body in a way that'll be untraceable, such as dumping them into a manure pit pump. I don't know if any of these work. I don't know if any of these would be a way to get away with it. I just know that you guys have thought way too much about it.
I know the pig one actually works because there was a big story in Canada about a pig farm that was caught for routinely disposing of bodies.
Well, then they got caught. Then it doesn't work.
Yeah. After they moved, after like a couple decades worth of people moved through a pack of hogs. To the point where it was commented on, the pigs ate so much in that regard that if you ate any bacon in the area, there was like a chance that you had, just a little piece of.
Oh, you had. Oh, yeah, you are what you eat.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I've thought about that before. Not that I think about cannibalism a lot, but like in my 39 years, almost 40 years, I have thought about cannibalism, not about doing it, but just about the concept of it. And I've thought, well, like, what if you really liked it? Like, what if you found out human flesh tastes really good? That's
well, you're gonna. There's a show called Hannibal you might want to watch. That's what happens if you really like it.
See, you can't even bring it up because then you've already put yourself in a fucked up place. And you know what? That's my fault. That's on me.
What if all of us taste amazing?
No, we probably taste like the shit we put in our food. So we probably taste like garbage. We're all chemicaled out. We're literally poisoning ourselves. Redbird with $1 says, oh God, can't bury the body more than 4 feet deep. Not enough bacteria that far down to break down a body.
Yeah, but 3 feet is going to obviously leave some first it's going to bulge up and then it's going to indent. It's going to be very obvious. I don't know, man. Like I said, there's just not a good way.
There's no good way to hide a body, and isn't
I
that
think it'd just be easier to not have to hide a body. Don't kill people. Seems a lot easier.
There you go. It took us an uncomfortably long time to get there, but we got there.
Oh, the more you know.
An uncomfortably long time. Grant Poobah, thank you for the 10. A few more of those and we're home. Look at this guy. He says, there's 2 suitcases of who the fuck. See you later. Johnny, that was comedic gold. Keep up the good work. There you go.
Thank you.
So I wanted to move on from the body disposal discussion, and this audience knows my weakness, which is money. Here we are.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's a messed up way to start the day, but it is kind of fun. I'm not going to lie.
It's troubling. That's for sure. All right, let's get on to the Theo Von, Joe Rogan stuff. I thought maybe I'd give myself the weekend on these clips because they happened, I think, on Thursday evening. And, we got the Rumble Friday show. We don't really get into a lot of the timely stuff. It's the audience's choice on Fridays. I was mad at Joe Rogan for this, and I'm still mad at Joe Rogan. Theo Von was on his show, and Theo is, and I get this because I said earlier on today's show, I actually started going back to church because of how much anger and hostility I realized I was harboring and hatred I was harboring over what was going on in Gaza. And, I needed to put that somewhere. Theo Von is clearly going through that now. And Theo Von is having a really hard time with it. And I don't blame people. As a matter of fact, I'm really impressed in this day and age and like the internet age when people are able to feel this amount of empathy to the point where it upsets them and makes it very personal for them. That people like Theo Von to me are the people we need to be emulating and kind of what we need to be striving for. And the Joe Rogans are the people we need to be, if not shunning, that we need to at least teach our children that, hey, don't be like that guy.
Distance yourself.
Right. Theo Von seeing all this evil and all this death and all these terrible things happening, and he's going, it hurts me. Like, it actually stresses me out. I'm scared. And you're like, that's good. But that means you're in touch. That means you feel shit. That means you're not a complete sociopath. And then the Joe Rogans of the world go, hey, man, you need to get off those antidepressants, which, by the way, in and of itself, not a terrible piece of advice. But, like, you're not a doctor. But also when he's like, you're getting too wound up, you're getting too this, or like trying to shun them for feeling that way. No, that plunges us deeper into the darkness that is the internet and Reddit living and shit like that. Theo Von being scared and being saddened by all this stuff is a good thing. Because if you just ignore shit when it gets too bad or it makes you feel something, it's never going to change. But
right. If you just turn a blind eye to it.
When people feel uncomfortable, they make changes. And so that discomfort and that sadness is a good thing. I've got a few clips here of Theo on Rogan. I've got 3 of them, as a matter of fact. I'm going to go in backwards order from where I collected them because I think the last one is the most telling. The first one, they're just talking about nuclear weapons because the whole war with Iran, the lie we were pitched is that for the last 30 years, these guys have been 2 weeks away from developing a nuke. Have you seen the AI movie trailer?
No.
of like Iran is more 2 weeks away now than they were a few days ago?
No, I have not seen this movie.
Yeah,
Trevor.
we'll watch it after we do all these clips. But it's just about like it goes over like it's AI, but it's Paul Giamatti as Netanyahu. It's Liam Neeson as Trump. And they're like, how 2 weeks away are they? The most 2 weeks away they've ever been. Yeah, we need to take action. So Joe Rogan and Theo Von start talking about nukes, and Theo raises the point that, like, hey, Israel gets them, and they've invaded way more of their neighbors than Iran ever has. And that starts a discussion. Now, there are a camp of people, and some of them watch this show, who believe Joe Rogan is compromised by the people who own Spotify, who are Jewish. I don't know if they're Zionists or not. I don't think someone being Jewish is enough to go, well, clearly they're on Israel's side, because there are Jews out there, both Orthodox and atheist Jews, who think that Israel shouldn't exist. So, but are they Zionists? I would say, given the percentage of Jews in media who are Zionists, I would say they probably are. I don't know if Rogan's been listening to the wrong people. I don't know if he's been interviewing too many dispensationalists and Zionists in the Trump administration, or if Joe Rogan really does just buy this shit. But he has given Israel, it seems, a lot of leeway with the stuff they're doing. Theo Von, on the other hand, has given them none. So this is an interesting kind of clash, and you'll see this kind of push-pull with Rogan and Von here.
So when you see like how it all played out and why it is what it is today, Jesus Christ, you'd be mad too.
Yeah.
And when you're mad and you're surrounded by bigger enemies that all have nuclear weapons, you don't even have nuclear weapons, wouldn't you be trying to make them? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying Iran should have nuclear weapons. I don't think anybody should have nuclear weapons.
But Israel gets to have them.
Allegedly. This is the problem. Allegedly.
Everything's allegedly with them.
But allegedly.
Except for the genocide.
You know, they're not
No, even the genocide's allegedly, like, to some people.
They keep claiming, like, we're not killing them. They're just dying. Like, yeah, you're not allowing them to have food. Well, they keep making bombs out of the bread. Like, you're still not allowing them to have food, so you're killing them off.
It is amazing to think historically, Germany, the Nazis stole eugenics from us and the UK, and then Israel stole genocide from the Nazis. It's just weird how the flow chart works,
Well, technically, depending on who you listen to that's been attacked, they've been trying to take in various ways for a long time.
That's true, yeah. Rogan is right about this, though. If you can't understand, if you don't now see, and this is one of the shittiest parts. I mean, the dead people are obviously the shittiest part of this bullshit war with Iran. Is one thing it does to a lot of people, even Americans, is it shows us, boy, I kind of understand why Iran wants nukes.
Like, I get why they want to have weapons. People keep fucking with them.
Yeah, no matter how many missiles or drones you have, no matter how big your military is, the U.S. will still fuck with you. You know who Iran has a bigger, badder military than? North Korea. America ain't fucking with North Korea. Are you insane? They got nukes. Gaddafi had nukes. Nobody fucked with him. The West bought him off and paid him to not have nuclear weapons, and he was sodomized to death in the streets. I mean, if we want to look at all these countries that we consider bad actors wanting nukes and say, how dare they, you really have to look in the mirror as to why they'd want them.
You can see how many people bought into the mafia of the nuclear franchise, and now they're kind of part of the club. We don't really dictate what they do.
I mean, you set the standard of, if you have nukes, we won't attack you. Why wouldn't every country that doesn't march in lockstep with Israel and the United States, why wouldn't they want nuclear weapons? It does make sense.
Officially have them.
Right.
I don't think they admit they officially have them. And you know who was a big opponent of Israel getting nuclear weapons?
Here we go.
JFK. Yeah. That's what a lot of people think led back into the left.
Oh, yeah. Before they killed him, who? I don't know.
So the Iranian Revolution.
So it is funny because I think Rogan gets too much shit. I think people do call him like an Israel apologist. I don't believe he's that. He just doesn't go as far as people would like. A lot of it's insinuation, a lot of it. But I think if you ask Joe, he would say, well, I don't know for sure, so I don't say for sure.
I'd like to hope he's just smart enough not to say something like that in a clip. What?
Well, he just did.
No, I mean like out loud, like, oh yeah, Israel totally has nukes. Like, I don't think yeah.
Well, I think people want everyone to be like Theo Von and like emotional and like just jump to, it makes for a better soundbite. It makes people feel more passionate. It gives them that dopamine hit for a guy like Theo to go, they got him and they killed JFK for it. Yeah, that makes us feel righteous and good. Whereas Rogan's more careful and he gets attacked for it and people go, well, he's a shill, he's a that. It's like, well, there are shills out there. What's up, Shmuley? But like there are guys out there who disingenuously shill for them. And I don't think you should call people who are just careful with their language shills. Rogan's not as knee-jerk, and he doesn't run as hot as Theo Von does.
Yeah, but he did drop a couple of subtle hints, so I don't know why people would even call him a shill. Like, he kind of eluded. He just didn't, like, he didn't scream, look! He just kind of went, hey. And that was it.
Yeah, Rogan's a nudge guy. Yeah, he's kind of like, hey. And they go, whoa, what, Joe? He's like, no, that's not so loud. Not so loud. Just, hey, look over there.
Attention.
Rogan's the guy trying to get you to look at the weirdo in the restaurant, but not give it away. Whereas Theo Von's like, look at that fucking weirdo over there. You're like,
right?
Calm down. The maitre d's going to come have a talk with us if you keep doing that shit. Like, Joe says enough to get a text message. Some people say enough to get a phone call. Other people get enough to be shot in the throat in Utah. And that's the different. Theo's a phone call guy.
Right.
You've
been there.
Yeah.
You've said enough to get a phone call.
Oh, yeah. I've gotten phone calls. So this is Theo Von calling Donald Trump a terrorist. By the way, speaking of Trump, did you see over the weekend there were real concerns that he had been taken to Walter Reed and there was some kind of health problem?
Yeah, I was asked about that by somebody, and all I could tell them is I was referencing the stuff we even talked about with Alex Jones being like, well, I've heard rumors that they think with the way his ankles are swollen and stuff that he might have some like heart disease issues.
Heart failure, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. They said he skipped all of his Easter services yesterday. But he was well enough to tweet Allahu Akbar, or no, praise be to Allah yesterday.
Yeah. I don't know. That's the other thing, too, is supposedly and this is, again, the internet consensus. But the internet consensus is his tweets weren't really quite up to snuff for Trump. They seem more like
someone doing an impression
tweeting as Trump.
Yeah. I don't know. He's him going off and like, I'm going to wreck your whole fucking country. Fuck you. All praise be to Allah. It reminded me of that Tyson promo. That Mike Tyson cut after he, I think it was after he beat Lou Savarese, but I can't remember, where he's like, yeah, Lennox, I'm coming for you. My style is impetuous. My defense is impregnable. I'm just ferocious. I want his heart. I want to eat his children. All praise be to Allah. Like, that's kind of what, like, you say vile, terrible shit and then exalt the holy.
Then you just drop that one.
Yeah. So this is Theo talking to Joe. It really, I love watching Theo and Joe's dynamic because their dynamic really is one guy trying to pull the other guy right into the deep end of the pool. While the other guy's not hesitant, like he's not reticent to get into the pool. He just wants to start in the shallow end and work his way in. But he's got a friend who's just like, no, just come into the deep end right away, bro. It's fine.
Jump in, cannonball. I was like, no, I'll wait in from the shell. I was like, no, just dive in now. Like, fuck no.
Here's the thing, bro. If I jump right into the deep end, I'm worried that some of those $100 million I make in a year I'm going to lose some in the pool, But if I go into the shallow end, maybe I can keep the money in my pockets and it doesn't fall out into the pool. So don't drag me in.
I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war. When we started bombing Iran, I was like, this can't be true.
And what about Lebanon now?
I know. Israel's invaded Lebanon. Yeah.
And it's like, just fucking stop. Like, what do you need?
Well, they're trying to, supposedly, they're trying to stop the terrorists.
Yeah, that's crazy, though, if you're the fucking terrorist. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stop them, fucking stand in front of the fucking mirror.
But again, that clip is a great example of Theo's in the deep end and Joe's like, I'm comfortable in the shallow end, saying a little, because as soon as Theo went, they're the terrorists. Joe's like,
well,
okay, all right, go off, queen.
Hot take, Theo.
Yeah. You know what? Sometimes I fall in love with my analogies. I'm falling in love with my pool analogy.
Pool analogy was pretty good.
It's pretty.
I feel like Theo's not really saying anything that isn't like, and this is again the wackadoo part of it, that isn't blatantly visible for anyone that's been paying attention.
Right.
Like, it's not like he's saying a thing like, well, me and my friends, when we put on our tinfoil hats to keep the government signals out of our brains, we start really realizing, like, no. We just look and we read the news and then we go, oh.
Everything he says checks out, that's for sure. By the way, Ryan the Garbage Man saying, Aaron, Joe wants to start in the splash pad. That's the thing. Like, Joe gets so much shit for being a shill, but, like, Joe does go into these things. Joe does have criticisms. It's just that you try looking like the more based one when you on Israel when you're sitting next to Theo Vaughn.
Well, I mean, you can do it, but you're going to get some sponsorship phone calls or lose some sponsorships. Right. I mean,
So this culminated in Theo expressing how upset the whole war makes him. And Joe's response is getting a lot of criticism from people online. Let's play this one. Balls Deep with $2 first says Johnny's Exotic Dumping Grounds now ADA accessible. Don't help people dump bodies.
I don't have a dumping ground, but if I did, it would totally be ADA accessible because I understand how people with disabilities need,
Yeah, like what if a guy in a wheelchair wants to kill a bitch?
But I feel like, but this is where the analogy loses. Like, if it's ADA accessible, it's going to be blatantly obvious. Like, you're going to have a sign like "dump body here," and this is a ramp for handicapped people. Like, it's gonna go bad.
The wheelchair ramp to the stink is gonna ruin it for a lot of people. You're right.
Yeah.
Here's Joe Rogan. This is the clip that Joe Rogan got a lot of shit for last week.
It's all just a cat and mouse game. People are like, we'll elect the Democrats next time. It's like, but it's all the same shit has been happening forever. They haven't been helping anybody forever. They're letting fucking politicians slurp on kids. All of our fucking money goes to Israel and they're using it to fucking genocide people. It's like everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out. And it's like it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the poll. It's just like, what is going, I don't know, man.
We got to get you off those antidepressants, son. You're losing your fucking marbles.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us. Just chill out.
I'm here.
Come hang out with us. Just do some, what the fuck is that?
Ayahuasca? DMT? Ayahuasca?
Yeah, DMT. Like, come hang out with us, do some DMT, talk to space aliens for an hour and a half. I don't know, man.
You think Rogan's catching good reason for catching shit on that one?
Yeah. Because firstly, I don't think anything that he said would be like, oh, that's those antidepressants. Like, no, motherfucker, that's called paying the fuck attention.
Yeah.
I'm not of a particular, like, religious denomination, but I don't blame anybody who is looking at the world at the way it is now and be like, dude, Satan walks amongst us. I got scared because you know the Paul Harvey, like, if I were the devil bit?
No, I don't.
Are you shitting me?
I know the farmer one that they always play.
Dude, I listened to the whole thing because there was a Joe Rogan listening to it thing. But there's Paul Harvey. He did this thing in like 1964 about like, if I were Satan, what I would do
is it
and
this here?
He lines out how
if I were the devil. If I were the devil. If I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness. And I'd have a third of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve. Do as you...
Would you gather this could be all the focus on the Catholic Church scandals?
Yeah. And it gets even creepier from there, especially when you consider this is way before
65. This is 1965. Yeah.
Yeah, 1965. So yeah, this is in 1965 that he lays this out, and it's so scary accurate to what's happening today and what has happened in like the 90s and the 80s and stuff. So it's like, holy crap. Like if you were a underworld organization, a conspiracy theory like a Masons, or if you were literally the devil, this is either your playbook or you heard this and you went, that's my playbook, because that's literally what's happening.
So Paul Harvey's doing this like as a thought exercise, but he may have accidentally gave people ideas, because Paul Harvey was I believe a very devout Christian guy.
Yeah. And yeah, he lays it out in a way that it's like, dude, either people took his notes and did this, or he's a fortune teller or something, because it's so scary that at the end of that, I'm like, holy shit, I think Satan's doing stuff. And I don't even necessarily believe in Satan, but it's just like, it's creepy how on point it is.
I will ask you this, and then I will try to lay off the theocracy a little. How can you look at the world and not believe in Satan?
I just view people as evil. So I guess that's where I leave it at their doorstep. But yeah.
To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the...
To which Jews went, they're just figuring this out in 1965?
I'd tranquilize the rest with pills, which reminds me, ask your doctor if Ozempic is right for you.
By the way, they did a study. I saw this weekend. Apparently, Ozempic just rots your bones. Like, it just puts holes in your bones, turns them into Swiss cheese. So congratulations on your lost weight. You're going to need it because your bones won't be able to hold up your body anymore.
Devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flames.
So he called Fox
News. If I were
News.
the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions. Just let those run wild. Until before you knew it, you'd have to have drug-sniffing dogs and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door.
Again, when you start late, the longer it goes, the more you're like, holy crap, somebody is following this playbook. But I'm not saying it's the Antichrist, but if it were, it wouldn't surprise me. Somebody's doing this.
This is where I get annoyed by people who go, oh, man, if only we could have saw this coming. It's like a lot of people did.
Yeah.
A lot of people warned you, and we just didn't listen. If it felt good, we did it.
Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion and deify science. I would lure
We got trans pastors in the Protestant churches. We've got was it the Methodists last week?
Yeah.
Saying that we're okay with the transitioning children. Oh, boy.
And
then COVID deified science.
Yeah.
Using boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd make the symbol of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who wanted until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. And what'll you bet?
Well, we haven't done that one. We've kind of done the reverse of that. We just keep giving it to the people who already have.
Right.
And then making the people have nothing fight with each other.
Yeah, but we do continually fight to raise like things like the minimum wage to a point where now it's like, well, if you're going to pay this person $20 an hour for that, why am I going to school for a degree? Like, kind of deal.
I couldn't get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich.
Oh, boy.
I would caution against extremes.
I'd start an organization called OnlyFans, and oh, my God, he was on it. I would make MILF porn the number one category of pornography. I would make stepbrother, stepsister, and stepmother pornography the most popular common type.
in hard work, in patriotism.
And really what it would be is originally filmed incest pornography, but we just put STEP in front of it so it could be sold because there were laws against incest pornography. By the way, I just want to point out a lot of the videos you watch that have STEP in it were originally filmed as incest. And they just put STEP.
I'm proud to say I don't watch those videos.
You're a good boy. You're a good boy.
In moral conduct, I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun.
Hey, fuck you, Johnny. I know why you brought this up. It was for a short period of time, and it was a colossal mistake.
Again, I'm just saying, he predicted so much.
What you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure.
Uh-oh.
In other
Magic?
words, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing.
That's the end of it.
Oh, that's okay.
I just keep right on doing what he's doing. So yeah, dude, that's again, I've heard a lot of little bits of that, and people are like, oh, Paul Harvey said this would happen, and I've always heard it in like snapshot clips. I saw a Joe Rogan thing where they listened to that. So yeah, Theo Vaughn being like, Satan walks among us. I'm like, yeah, dude, like if you're a devout religious person and you're looking at the world we live in today, I don't think you're wrong to have that opinion. Because again, in like 1965, people like Paul Harvey were being like, yeah, dude, let's just keep things going right the way we're going.
Yeah.
If I were Satan. And it's like, right now, fast forward to now, literally like 80 years later, we're going, holy shit, that's a lot of that's happening.
You're right. And I'd like to end this segment with one simple phrase. Happy Easter, everyone. Happy Easter. He is risen. Do what you can. King Kong Dong with $1. Thank you guys very much for all the contributions. Says, humans swim. You just can't have dark meat on Lent. They don't swim. Oh, yeah. So on Friday, the audience had pointed out that in the 1800s, the Catholic Church in Quebec had said that muskrats, beavers, and capybaras were fish because they spent a considerable amount of time in the water, so you could eat them on Fridays during Lent. And
That's
so
a really weird
people were sending in links on Friday mocking my church, saying, look, Aaron, I found a video of fish. And they'd put capybaras out there and, beavers and stuff. Look, Aaron, just a couple of people fishing, and it was somebody blowing up a beaver dam. And yes, that's true. TDR Shit Show with $2 says chickens love meat, then grind up the bones and press out an unsuspecting farmer's field. Fauci's Pangolin with $1 says, why hide the body? How do you have sex with it later?
You don't?
I hate this place sometimes. Really hate this place.
Not even supposed to be here today.
TDR Shit Show with $2 says, Fauci's Pangolin brings up a very good point. Save body for at least 2 weeks before it starts to rot. Before that, enjoy it as much. T-Baby with $10. Thank you very much, T-Baby. Appreciate that one. That's very nice of you. I'm going to be sick. He sent us a link. With that one. Let's see what it is. It's a black guy holding a dead llama, I think.
Wow, okay.
Oh, it's a baboon. They're eating baboon. That is not the 1850s. That is today. That is the modern era, as they call it. All right, we got 618 checking out the show. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, especially on Rumble. Let's pump that up another 40. YouTube another 30, and we got a real shot at 700 today. Thank you guys so much. All right, let's talk about our friends at Rumble Wallet, and then back to the action. Here's a little inside scoop that many creators are talking about behind the scenes. It's actually one of the reasons I use Rumble. They made a way to super chat creators, so we get paid immediately and without any fees. YouTube and Twitch take up to 50% in fees when you tip creators. This method takes 0. That's right. This platform takes 0 fees. I keep nearly 100% of what you send me. You can super chat with Bitcoin, Tether USD, or even Tether Gold stablecoins. The tip will show up directly in our Rumble chat. I'll do my best to read. All you need to do is download the Rumble Wallet app on the App Store. That's the Rumble Wallet app. I have it. You can go get it. It's that easy. And you can send tips to your favorite creators. Go to wallet.rumble.com. That's wallet.rumble.com. Or you can download the app directly from the app stores. Seriously, what an amazing way to get rid of the middleman and help the creator economy. Shout out to Rumble for making this disruptive technology known as Rumble Wallet. Thank you guys so much. You're getting up there. Let's get back to the program. That was a lot for that one. I'm going to throw a portion at the old show, I think. That was a little too generous, and I appreciate it. All right, guys, you are on track. In fact, you're ahead of the game. Stay ahead of the game. What a great start to the week. 21 memberships away from 600. Thank you very, very much. So, yeah, that Rogan Vaughn thing. Thank you. Johnny, can you take over for a second? I don't know what it is, but my bladder is very active already. I don't usually have to pee 2 hours in, but.
All right, no, go ahead and go, man. Maybe drinking a lot of water.
Coming up next, I got LeBron James shitting all over Memphis, and then everyone saying LeBron stepped in a lot of shit this weekend. It got overshadowed by Easter, but he first insulted the city of Memphis. And then a lot of black people, you know how LeBron likes to crack open Malcolm X? Well, we've seen him hold Malcolm X. We've never seen him actually read it. But, you know, he likes to, after Black Lives Matter and George Floyd, he was very activist and everything like that. Well, now black people are accusing LeBron of hating black people because he accurately pointed out that Memphis is a complete shithole and the Grizzlies shouldn't play there anymore. He got in a lot of shit for that. So we'll have the original comments. We'll juxtapose that with the reaction and then LeBron responding to the reaction, which to me is one of the worst things you can do.
Yeah, it is going to fan the flames. Yeah. But you might as well go turn some out yourself.
I don't think any internet outrage ever started and then was solved by the person going, no, guys, let me explain. You misunderstood. Like, explaining shit to people who are terminally online is like telling a woman to calm down.
Guys, you misunderstood. I'm just saying all the black people in Memphis suck.
It'd be funny if LeBron's response, no, guys, you misunderstood. I meant the black people there behave like pack animals. Wait, what? All right, so I'm going to go pee. We'll get right to that. And then we've got so much going on today's show. I'm very excited.
Interesting. He's getting up to use the restroom this early. I hope it's not a sign of any other, wait, what could be... We did this with Donald Trump with the whole ankles. He's got a heart problem or heart condition, heart disease, whatever. What could be all the causes for having to get up and go to the bathroom a lot? Because it is early, 2 hours in. So what could be the sign that somebody's having a problem there? That's a good one to know. I'll be on today with Digger at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time on my usual channel, so we'll be hanging out if you want to come hang out with us. We'll have fun and do some more stories and stuff. Not quite as serious. We've been trying to stay out of... I can't handle doing, like, political Middle East stuff on my show constantly. I've gotten really burnt out on it. And you can only scream, I'm sick of one nation so much before you're like, I'm just tired of saying it. We all know. We know who it was. We know what they did, and we know what they're still doing, and I'm tired of saying I'm against it. It doesn't mean anything anymore. Like, I've asked the bus to stop, and it won't stop. What do you want me to do? Jump out while it's moving? All right. So, yep.
Sorry, I had to snag a couple of loose whiteys in here. Do you get them in here still?
Not that I noticed.
Really?
Like,
maybe it's glass. Well, you wear glasses.
Oh, no. I do something that's even, like, more lame and gay. You know those Biore strips that you can get for your nose?
Yeah.
I use those.
I know. I feel like...
Just so I don't get pimples and clogged pores.
I get it.
I'm taking my glasses on and off so much, and it's like I've started really clean the shit out of your nose, because otherwise you're just playing fucking window wiper with just oil and grease.
And you're just rubbing the shit back into your pores. I mean, it feels good and it looks cool in the mirror, but you're just kind of
still kind of gross. But yeah, no, like that's the best thing about them. Like if you enjoy the looks good thing, like it's weird when you, because then it's like looking at it's like looking at a cave with the stalactites, and you pull it out. It's like, no, but that was all in your face.
Have you ever seen the videos where like they put that goop shit on people's arms and they rip the hair out?
No.
There's like green goop shit. It looks like almost wax. It's probably wax, Aaron, you fucking retard. But they put like a putty, like a putty on people's arms, and they pull at the putty and it rips everything off clean. It supposedly hurts like a mother.
Why would you do it?
I don't know. I kind of want to try it. Like,
what?
If we go over by today's goal and tonight's goal, I'll do the arm hair thing.
Okay.
Because I kind of want to try it anyway, and I might as well make money for it.
Right. It's got, going in, it's going to hurt. It's going to suck. So it's not like there's any...
That's why if I do it on the evening show tonight,
they'll have fun with
as long as I've made my money, I don't have to worry about looking like a pussy. I guess. That's what I'm... Anyway, I've always wanted to try that. Even though
you got weird wants, my friend.
I really do. All right, let's get after it, guys. Thank you so much for your contribution. So we have we're going to get to Tiger Woods' arrest video too today because we didn't get a chance to do that on Friday. So it's going to be a fun show. Very excited. Hope you enjoy it so far. You're off to a great start. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, and keep hitting follow, and throw in a couple memberships if you'd like. So here's LeBron literally doing the wealthiest white guy thing you can do, and that's sit on a golf course talking shit while you're putting. And this was LeBron talking about playing basketball in Memphis.
Staying at the fucking Hyatt at 41 years old. You think I want to do that shit? Being in Memphis on a fucking random ass Thursday. I'm not like the first guy even talk about it in the NBA. Like we all like, you guys have to move. Just go over to Nashville. You got Vanderbilt over there. You got the fucking NASCAR. You got a stadium. Don't they got a hockey team too?
Yeah, Predators.
Yeah. Like they got everything.
Doesn't look like LeBron's going to be on the Grizzlies anytime soon, so Grizzly fans out there.
Yeah, they know. Their only chance was in 2003 if they would have won the lottery to give me that. And I might have pulled a Eli Manning and not showed up.
Jesus. You know what that is though? That's a 41-year-old man who's just about done. He's got more money than God, and he's like, I don't care.
I can say whatever the fuck I want. What are you going to do?
Yeah. But, like, why? Here's my thing, and we're going to play the like his clarification in a little bit. Why? There were cameras around. You knew people were filming. It's not like they filmed a private moment. There was some kind of documentary thing being done. Why explain it further and go like, hey, to the people of Memphis, here's what I meant. No, you meant Memphis is a shithole. And by the way, I've been to Memphis. It's a shithole. And I haven't been there for like 13 years. I can't imagine it's gotten better. Like when I pulled into Memphis to stay at, I think it was a Radisson or a Marriott that we stayed in. It was right across the intersection from getting into town. And this hotel had a wrought iron gate all the way around it that electronically locked after, I think, 10 p.m. I'd never seen that on a hotel before.
So if you don't get in, like, before 10 p.m., you don't get into the hotel?
No, you have to be buzzed in. You have to prove that you're a guest.
That's excessive.
Yeah. That's the way they made you do it because it's a shithole. So then across the intersection, the first three businesses and billboards you see are a hair weave place, a check cashing place, and a liquor store.
I mean, stereotypes are supposed to be jokes, folks. They're not supposed to really exist to the point where you can get your picture taken in front of one.
And then a chicken place.
I quit. All right, I can't be funny anymore if this is reality.
Memphis sucks ass. Don't ever apologize for it. LeBron did nothing wrong. So he got a lot of criticism for it. He got shit on for his. Now, he's also right. Like, it would be a revenue-making move to move from Memphis to Nashville. I mean, it's almost a no-brainer. If you have a sports franchise, fuck Memphis, go to Nashville. Although, I will say this, there's a very large, let's just say, demographic that tends to be basketball fans in Memphis.
In Memphis?
Yeah.
Oh.
And boy, they are really playing to that crowd at the live events, at the games. I took my son to his first Timberwolves game, not this weekend, but last weekend. And they definitely know who their audience is.
Why do you say that?
Just the presentation, at the game, and it's just a different vibe between like a Vikings game and a Timberwolves game. That's all. So people got on LeBron for that. Oh, real quick before we jump into that, Wally Word gifting 5 memberships over on Rumble. Thank you, buddy.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Oh my, guys, keep this up. You are having a fantastic day. I hope it must mean we're doing a good show for you. I appreciate it. Hit thumbs up, hit subscribe, but also you're 16 memberships away from 600, and in every 100 membership number we hit, we give you an extra half hour. So that would put me at 11 for today, just 16 memberships away. Thank you all so very much. Keep it up. So they gave LeBron a big, amount of shit for talking about Memphis that way. So much so that LeBron decided he would go, no, guys, it's okay. Let me clarify what I meant. And I'm sure this is going to go fine. First of all, they were such bitches about it because they were trying to say, well, what, is LeBron just not like black people? Like, enough with telling the black guy who plays basketball that he must be racist. Do you not know how stupid you sound? And why do we keep giving credence to this? This started with white liberals. White liberals started going, well, you can be a black person who hates black people. Okay, maybe you can theoretically, but it's 1 in a trillion, all right? They're not Jewish. They're not. LeBron, by going, this place is poor and smelly and shitty and run down, doesn't mean he hates black people. Again, that's that soft bigotry of like, wait, so you're saying that if a place is run down, smelly and shitty and poor, it must mean black and thus you hate the people who live there? The fuck is wrong with you? So LeBron, and by the way, it stops improvement because LeBron is saying something that Memphis needs to hear, so they address it. When other people attack LeBron and go, no, he's wrong, that stunts any motivation to improve.
I mean, I don't know if LeBron attacking it is even going to manage any motivation to improve.
But any motivation,
speaking,
right? But any motivation it might cause is gone because
out the window.
If you give people a reason to be complacent, they will. I mean, that's what advertising is. It's just, as Don Draper said, telling you, hey, you're okay. So this is LeBron responding to the criticism he got for saying the Memphis Grizzlies should move to Nashville.
How people have taken those comments. People have been upset about the fact that Memphis was looked at as a team that, saw black people in Memphis, like, compared to, like, Nashville, for example. So
that's a weird place to take it, isn't it? There's a lot of black people in Memphis. There's a lot of black people in just about every major city that has a basketball team.
Right. So you're saying, like, that's what I would, if I were him, I would turn it like, so you're saying that Memphis being a shithole is because of black people?
That's what I was saying. Like, that's
and
that
then just
weird,
like get real defensive at it. Like, wait, you're saying that just because we're there, that Memphis is shitty? That's fucked up, dude.
No, yeah, and you're like, no, nobody's saying that. Absolutely zero people are saying that.
Right, but you got to throw that at him to do it because he's the one saying it.
Black people? No, he didn't say that. But there were people who were wondering why Memphis was targeted.
That's another. I'm sorry for pausing so much. I did want to point out I've been very good with letting clips play today. But he's doing that shitty thing that the media does too. He says something. LeBron pushes back and goes, you're saying I hate black people? And he goes, no, other people are saying, no. Don't ask me about other people.
You're saying it. You're the one asking the questions, asshole.
You ask me what you want to ask me. Don't ask on behalf of someone else. They can come ask me. What are you asking me? What's your question?
You asked me. I didn't ask you.
and I go to the place and I go to Memphis and I go, I can't find your banks. Oh, you got to check at your place. I can't even find your banks. I go to Minneapolis and I can find a fine dining restaurant like Morton's. I go to Memphis and all I got is Popeyes.
Like
Milwaukee was too. Did they miss that one too? They didn't see that?
not as much commentary.
Oh, yeah, okay. I said Milwaukee as well. 41 years old. It's two cities I do not like playing in right now. And that's Milwaukee and that's Memphis.
Like, kind of fuck the media on this one for making me defend LeBron. But I kind of like 41-year-old fuck it, I'm out of here LeBron James, where he can just say whatever he wants. He's like, and the media for going, oh, Memphis, we're going to focus on the Memphis one. He means black people, Memphis, black people, Memphis. And he's like, motherfucker, I said Milwaukee too. Why don't you mention the Milwaukee one? And by the way, have you ever been to Milwaukee?
No, but I don't think it's that great.
It sucks. I've been to Milwaukee. It's just boring. It's a shit place.
Is it weird now because of this story that I immediately thought, what are the demographics like in Milwaukee?
Pretty white.
All right.
Milwaukee's pretty white. Yeah.
Well, there goes my way out for that one.
It's Wisconsin, man. I think if you looked it up, I think Milwaukee, I bet, is whiter than St. Paul.
Oh, that's horrible.
What is your problem? I don't like going home either. Shit, and I'm from there. What is people...
Oh, he's shit-talking Cleveland now, too. Now he's like, I don't like going home either. What he's trying to say is there are shit cities in this country that need a lot of work. And they want to go with, oh, you hate black people? It's like, we're never going to fix anything, are we? Because you guys are just going to say dumb shit whenever I have a point to make.
What he's trying to say is he bought a huge swath of land over in Montana, and he just wants y'all to leave him the fuck alone. He's moving out to the woods.
LeBron's going to grow that beard even bigger, and he's going to buy a scatter gun and wear a coonskin cap, ironically. And he's out of here. He's going to look like Burt Reynolds in Without a Paddle.
We're ridiculous.
He's going to wear a J.J. Walker shirt, eat squirrel bacon. Yeah, it's going to go all the way.
Get mad at my son being on the team, too. So what are we talking about? Okay. People need to figure out other ways to put their energy to other things that's important. Like, seriously, I'm not talking about the city, like the people in Memphis. Like, I don't like staying at the higher center. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Nothing. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? People need to chill the hell out.
By the way, that's the other thing. People who are enraged on the internet about what you said, it always works to calm them down when you say you need to focus your energy on something else. They love to hear that.
Yeah, that's and they usually listen too. If you make that suggestion, they go, you know what, you're right. I haven't done enough to work on me. Let me get back to you after I do some.
LeBron, I'm finding you to be incredibly rational and normal in this, and I really appreciate your feedback. That's what you usually hear them say.
It'd be great if the announcer's like, all right, so that clip just immediately aired, and I'm hearing the internet responded with, LeBron, why do you hate black people?
LOL gay. And then the rest starts with the N-word, LeBron. We're really sorry. This is gross. It's really, really gross. Silver Wolf with $5 says, good morning, Aaron. Happy 109th anniversary to the USA formally joining World War I, which I'm very much against, and we shouldn't have done, but we were pressured into it by the banks. And now Bapa Shab and Sam Show are mad that I said the banks. All right, fine. The Rothschilds and John Pierpont Morgan.
I'll say I think that trend should have continued with the second one, too. Like, not our pig, not our farm.
Well, Japan had to kind of fuck us into that one.
Yeah, I suppose.
Japan was kind of at a crossroads. They were like, okay, here's our choices. We can stop pushing forward in the Pacific because Japan has no oil. So they needed oil.
Right.
And the only way they could keep getting oil was to keep going into the Pacific and keep grabbing these islands or keep going further into China or getting into India and all that. And America had said, look, if you push any further in the Pacific into our territory, specifically the Philippines, the Philippines
are going to have to respond.
Right. It belonged to us at the time. So but the Philippines was in their backyard and Japan wanted to control their region. So they were like, well, and instead of just invading the Philippines, they went, let's bomb these fuckers first. Let's take out their navy because the United States could butt fuck us into submission. So let's try to knock out their navy first. Then we'll take the Philippines and, all these other islands.
Well, it's a complete surprise attack. We had no idea. I mean, thank God we had most vital forces to our Navy out running a training exercise that day.
I will tell you this. I don't believe the sailors who got attacked, bombed, and shot knew it was coming.
Oh, no, they didn't.
No.
They
were
absolutely did not.
Left to be slaughtered. TDR Shit Show with $1 says, God damn it, Aaron, I'm going to have to like LeBron now. Well, here's the deal. LeBron is a billionaire, 41-year-old man who doesn't want to have to stay in shitholes anymore.
Right. He doesn't want to play in shitholes. He doesn't want to go there. He doesn't want to get mugged. It's completely understandable.
It's just LeBron's way of going, I want to retire. I'm done playing basketball.
I learned I really like golf.
Yeah. Basically, he's Michael Jordan maxing at this point. Guys, thank you very much. You've been incredibly generous this morning. Keep it up, but only a little because you're almost there and we appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Just over 600 of you checking out today's program, and I love when just about 600 of you are checking out today's program. You know what I love even more?
What's that?
700 people.
That isn't bad.
Checking out
we could use it.
Yeah, so thank you very much. All right, another one of these, because you guys have been fantastic. They can freeze your accounts, shut off your cards, lock you out of your own money overnight. Banks don't protect you, they control you. That's why real financial freedom starts with ownership. Introducing Rumble Wallet, a non-custodial wallet built for people who refuse to give up control. With Rumble Wallet, you don't just buy digital currency like Bitcoin and Tether. You can own Tether Gold, real gold on the blockchain. Through Tether Gold, you get direct ownership of physical gold bars, each one fully allocated, verifiable by serial number, purity, and weight. This isn't paper gold. This isn't an IOU. This is real gold without bank vaults, storage fees, or gatekeepers. You can buy, sell, or move it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even when traditional gold markets are closed. And if you want, Tether Gold can be redeemed for physical gold. That's power. And when you support creators on Rumble, you can tip them directly using Rumble Wallet, peer-to-peer and outside the banking system. No permissions, no middlemen, no cancel button. This wallet is yours forever. Rumble Wallet. Thank you, guys. Keep sharing the program. All right, let's, oh God, somebody just wrote, can I use my Rumble wallet on Tryst? Have you ever heard of Tryst before? Do you know?
No, I haven't. What's Tryst?
I didn't know what Tryst was until late last week. And this has to do with that Scarlett Hampton young lady. Apparently, Tryst is an escort website. You can book escorts, not prostitution. It's an escort. It's not illegal to pay for a date. It's illegal to pay for sex.
Some people can't make it work. They got to buy a date.
You know what's amazing though when you get an escort? From what I hear, I've never bought one myself. What's amazing about an escort is they always end up liking the guy they go on the date with, and they have sex with them.
Well, it was a paid gig. It was like a blind date scenario, but they didn't realize it was really love in the air. They had a great connection, her with his wallet, him with the need to get off.
But they didn't pay for the sex. They just paid for the date. It's just amazing.
No. They didn't pay for the sex. They paid for the date. Like
it's just amazing that these guys who need to pay for a date are so good on dates that they end up getting laid.
Yeah, the weird part is a lot of the dating like that. The ember dies, I guess. The bloom is off the rose after the sex part, because usually the dates don't continue.
Well, anyway, I found out about Tryst because this wasn't like a leaked thing. It's very public knowledge. So Scarlett Hampton was on Tryst, this site.
Oh boy.
And she was charging like $1,500 to $2,000 per date. And I'm sitting here going, I got to get on Tryst. But she's making this money. And people can leave reviews on Tryst.
You guys will both be dating the same people. Just fat, bearded, trucker-looking motherfuckers.
Actually, that's the only reason I'm going to be on Tryst is I'm going to just take business from people who have been with Scarlett, and we're just going to sit and talk about her.
No, okay.
No, but somebody leaked, not leaked. They just showed the reviews that she got on Tryst. And these guys, I found out, are really brazen with what they do with these girls they hire on Tryst. Like, I would keep this hush-hush. I would never admit that I use this, but these guys do, and they leave reviews. And there were a couple of reviews of men who claimed that they paid between $1,500 and $2,000 for the escort service.
Okay.
And they wanted anal for the $1,500 and $2,000. Now, you're already palming your face. That means what I'm about to tell you next is not good.
It's okay to have expectations. That's fine. But if you put that like that online, that really makes it sound like a pay for sex thing. If you're like, look, if I'm spending $1,500 on the date, I'm expecting you to give up the back door. Then that means ipso facto, you paid $1,500 to plumb her in the butt. So that can't you get taken into court on that? Can't you be held accountable?
I am glad that you're already having this emotional of a reaction to it, because I ain't done not by a damn sight.
Oh, Jesus.
In the reviews, these men claimed that they had paid $1,500 to $2,000 for butt stuff. And they also claimed that Scarlett, let's just say, did not like to prep the area for the activities. And there was some messiness.
So I was already kind of like, ejection lever, you are getting yourself into trouble when you're admitting online that you're paying for butt stuff. But you're telling me that she got a dirty dumpster at the same time? Like, oh,
I'm not telling you anything. I'm telling you some Tryst reviews that I saw. That's it. Yeah, people are saying in the chat the same thing you are. Aren't these guys all confessing to a crime? Look, they're guys who pay $2,000 for anal. We're not talking about Mensa level guys here. Okay?
I'm an Ivy League Rhodes Scholar and I just spent $2,000. I expect you to give me that brown eye. Like, oh, that's not how this works.
And here's my thing. I wouldn't have brought it up on the show today. And we're not going to do a deep dive into this. Only the most sad, pathetic shows spend hours on stupid shit like this. I saw it on Twitter. And if I have to see it on Twitter, you have to see it. And I think Alyssa Clips clipped out the Keno Casino talking about it. I couldn't watch it, but it was in the title, so I didn't need to use my imagination. So if I have to hear about it, you have to hear it. By the way, speaking of the casino guys.
Oh, buddy!
I may have to. I don't use Kick very often. I may have to check out the Keno Casino, or at least watch some clips on YouTube, because they're apparently getting into it with the quartering.
Yeah, I did. I heard about that.
Okay.
They've been picking fights with Jeremy.
Well, apparently, Jeremy has, and guys, I'm going to screw this up because, again, I don't watch this stuff. I don't follow it. But if it falls in my Twitter algorithm and it's gossipy, I'll check it out. Apparently, the quartering has a guy who's like a mod, right? And that mod is, I'm just seeing if Alyssa, oh, maybe it wasn't her clip. Wow, somebody else clipped the casino talking about it. Oh, wait, Jeremy Hambley, the quartering, wants to fight Keno Casino in real life. Okay, so apparently what happened was the Keno Casino talked about Jeremy, the quartering, having an editor or a mod who was like, he's a bull. He fucks people's wives.
Okay.
And they were theorizing that maybe the quartering was a cuckold because of that. Now, just having a guy in your community who is that doesn't mean you're using his services, but it does make it fair game for other shows to theorize.
Insinuate, yeah, right.
Yeah, that maybe that's happening. Jeremy got, and I'm giving you very much broad strokes on this. Apparently, the quartering got so upset about this, somebody in his orbit, this is the theory, struck the Keno Casino Clips YouTube channel, and what was you know, Keno Casino said, oh, quartering's trying to take us down. This is a common tool to use if you have a podcast, claim you're being under attack. That kind of rallies the audience and everything. The quartering then showed a screenshot where he hadn't filed any takedowns. So then Keno Casino goes, well, it had to be somebody in your orbit. Like, what fan just goes and does that? If any of you struck anything on my behalf, I'd think that's fucking gay. I really would. So it has to be somebody like, Jeremy's been on the internet long enough to know that, you know, if you have a degree of separation, it would behoove you. But Jeremy then went on X after all this happened, and he said, if these clowns keep going after my friends and family. Now, I don't know if Ashton and Worski have gone after his family. He's just said that maybe this guy fucks Jeremy's wife.
Right.
I don't know if that's friends and family. I guess maybe the wife, but he's had his wife on the show. And this is why I tell people from experience, don't have your significant other on the program. Don't involve them in the internet shit. Just, keep that whole thing separate from your real life. Because as much as you want to live on the internet, your show is not your real life, no matter how bad you want it to be. He wrote, if these clowns keep going after my friends and family just because they don't like me, totally fine. I will, in fact, take everything they have and never apologize for it. Psycho weirdos are messaging my wife, calling her phone. People are harassing my friends. Roast me. Fine. Now, here's what I kind of hate about podcast wars is that the other side doesn't want to look like pussies to their audience. So they won't say things like, hey, guys, don't do that.
Don't go after the wife or the friends and family. Like, even if the scenario's right, or even if we're just playing it up as a bit, whatever, like the whole wife getting cut, like she's not, and just leave her alone.
Right. And the reason the host won't do that is because they're weak and they're henpecked by their audience. I don't come from the internet podcast world. I come from somewhere better. And I have a better approach to this, which is if I ever find out any of you fucking guys are doing that to people's private folks, I disown you. You just don't do that shit. That's really gay. There's a lot of shows out there, though, that will do that weak chicken shit. Like, I'm not saying you should. That you're a coward. You're captured by your own audience. You don't even do a real show at that point. But I think the casino guys would say, or at least I hope they would, don't message Jeremy's wife. Don't call Jeremy's family member. Just don't find out who his friends are and write to them. I also think Jeremy is playing this up as a little bit of like, I'm going to be the victim.
Well, yeah, because he needs some of that sweet, sweet pity money and stuff. The coffee business isn't going so great.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So you gotta.
Should we see?
He really jumped in whole hog on that, thinking that was going to take off and getting their own packing machine and shit. And he's just like, oh, no, and now it's not working.
Do you want to watch a little bit of this and see if it goes somewhere before we jump back into the news?
Sure.
All right.
A little lighthearted fun never hurts.
For the second time in a week, we have a lol cow demanding to fight us in real life. Jer is saying the casino are cowards. They won't come face me in real life. They won't fight. It's like, are you fucking okay?
We do a fucking internet show, a fucking comedy show.
First of all, challenging Ashton, PPP, to a fight is ridiculous for two reasons. One, come on. What do you, if you're going to beat somebody up, it's got to be somebody you beat up and get credit for beating. Nobody's going to give you credit for beating up PPP. Nobody, maybe Worski, Worski stood in there and took left hooks from Salt Poppy. You got to give him respect for that. But beating up PPP, and also he's just such a cute boy. Ashton's just a cute boy. I mean, sure, he's got the anchor. He's kind of like small breed dogs that act like Rottweilers.
Yeah, they're adorable.
Yeah, that's PPP. Ashton is he's a teacup poodle, but he's got a Rottweiler's energy.
He's a Chihuahua.
Now let's take it easy. All right, they're a fine breed. They're a lovely dog. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah,
they've
got a lot of energy and a lot of attitude. They're very exuberant.
Right, and beating up Gordy wouldn't show that you're a badass dog. Just like beating up Ashton isn't going to show that Jeremy from the quartering is he's a tough guy. Don't fuck with this guy. He beat up PPP.
You actually okay? He's not okay. He's fucking completely crashing out, losing his fucking mind, cooking up all sorts of conspiracies that Kiwi Farms is attacking his fucking property. We're sending him shit in the mail. I haven't sent you jack fucking shit.
I haven't done, we disavow any version of that shit.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah. Worski just said, I disavow any version of that shit. Saying they're not cool with it. So
There are, and you see this in that Dabbleverse quite a bit, these guys who run shows, they have no balls, they're absolute cowards, and they're scared of their audience. They're scared their audience will turn on them if they tell them, because their audience is full of mental defectives. And if you tell mental defectives not to do their mental defective shit, they call you a sellout, you suck, you're terrible. They're terrified of these people. Andy and Ashton do a real show, and they tell their audience, like, look, we're in charge. You don't fucking do that shit around here. And that deserves respect.
Fucking victim complex that this guy is on. This guy has been involved in doxings. This guy has supported people getting fired from their fucking jobs. This person
Medicare,
has
tried to get Medicare banned.
He tried to deplatform Mr. Medicare back in the day with fucking gay ops. So for this guy to cry and
Mr. Medicare is a guy who very sick, I believe, with cancer, has been for years, been battling cancer for a long time. He's from Minnesota, actually. And he makes fun of people. He rubs them the wrong way. And Mr. Medicare's made fun of me. It's funny. It's like Mr. Medicare is like one of the most harmless make fun of guys you could ever have. He likes to it's never like really intense. It's always mocking people in a funny way. I don't understand how that Mr. Medicare could get to you unless you take yourself far too seriously. Mr. Medicare, back when all my shit was going on, he made a few jokes about me and I listened to him and I went, it's actually, you know what? That's pretty good.
I feel like regardless of where you are in life, like the gay ops thing is just stupid. Like,
well, yeah,
don't pull that shit.
Once people get away from jokes and everything, and they start to actually get mad about it, you're like, you're mentally ill. Like, you're fucked up. Like, what's wrong with you? Everyone will have fun if you want to have fun, but you're like, we got to go after this and we got to get this. It's like, bro, you need help.
it's not fair game, and this is like we're going below the belt and this and that. Fuck you, bitch, cry. We know what you've done, and you're not getting off the hook, buddy. Crying the fucking victim like you are. And this is why, by the way, I want nothing to fucking do with your creepy fucking ass. That's why you get no fucking recourse in this fucking dojo, buddy. You get nothing.
By the way, okay, I'm just noticing something else. Jeremy is older than I am. I don't know how old Worski and PPP are, but they've been around a while. They're probably around 40. At what point is this sad? That we're talking this way about fighting and dojos and all the and you're 40 years old. Like, at what point? Like, be funny, be silly, be wacky, that's fine. But once we start getting to dojos and I'm giving you no fucking quarter, it's like, it's getting gay in here, boys.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, going to fisticuffs town over again, talking shit on the internet is really stupid.
This is why
I'd say
people,
you're too old for that in your 30s.
Yeah.
I'd say 20s, I can let it slide, hormones, but 30s, we got to start having some of our higher brain function come in and kick that idea out.
Ultimately, this is why people need to have children.
You put your financial documents on Caleb Hammer's show and let's find out the fucking truth. Or give me all your fucking financial documents. I really don't.
Now, see, this is what I don't get. Why do we have to give everyone our financial documents?
Is this to prove you're not paying somebody for the?
Yeah. Oh, the bull guy. Prove you're not paying the bull guy, I suppose. I don't know. I just
yeah. This whole
shut the fuck up.
Whole
Seriously.
fighting thing. Like, by the way,
STMS is not.
Everyone that he shits on, right? Are they allowed to go, listen, stop making a video on me or you have to fight me? Right? Does he have to fight everyone that he's made a video on? He has to fight 100,000 people?
You're a coward unless you fight. You guys will see this. Unless you fight me.
Are you
okay?
Okay, now here's my, because I'm trying to find a way to play devil's advocate, but like I've already liked LeBron James today.
Right.
It's really hard to get me to say anything nice about quartering, but the I'll fight you thing, and if you don't fight me, you're a coward. The explanation of that is very easy. You're not going to go into a smug, be a smart ass off with the Keno Casino guys and win. So you have to do what you think you have an advantage in, which is you're bigger than them. So, hey, why don't you do something about it and fight me? And if you don't, you're a coward. It's kind of the only card he has to play because they don't want to debate woke politics with you. You're not funny, so you're not going to out-goof them.
Right.
But then, so you're like, well, the only thing I can do is either ignore them. Ding, 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 ding. There you go, Jeremy. That would have been the win, is to ignore them. Or B, I'm going to beat you up. And again, you beat up PPP. What do you
does
want
it
from
prove?
Yeah, what do you want from us? So, yeah.
As I kicked the shit out of that bag that was blowing down the alleyway. Oh, way to go.
Yeah,
nobody can fight with this guy. Woo.
Oh, boy, Jared, you really got him. You got him. So, yeah, Hostile Soldier says, Keno Casino are fifth graders who call you a bitch and then run. Right. So ignore them.
They're going to do it anyway.
Right.
What do you win by turning around and beating the shit out of a fifth grader? I'm assuming in this analogy you're in high school. So what do you win out of that? Like, oh, hey, you know those little kids who told me I eat boogers? Yeah, I punched the shit out of him, told him to go fuck his mother. Oh, great. Yeah, that's not a win for you. That is not a win for you.
Oh, man. Bapa Shab says, Jeremy offered to show his own financial documents and then backed out. Oh, okay. Okay. I always will want to bring this up real quick and move on from it because it's a matter of time before you get someone like Revolting Villager going, pod people infighting must be a slow news cycle. No, I just don't want to go news story. So I thought
it's depressive.
I thought I'd break it up with something that means nothing. I thought I'd break it up with a little bullshit. That's all. You guys got to be able to get through that with me for a little bit. Boiled Brisket with $1.99 says, when will Stoney's 30-year anniversary logo come down? That is actually a really good question, Boiled Brisket. I guess I could do it, but I'd rather check with Cheetos first. I'd want him to give me the logo that he wants me to use. So, right. Cheetos, there you go, buddy. Clippers United, he's one of these guys who's like really threatened or upset by my turning back to Catholicism. He doesn't like it. There's a few people who are like, they bring it up in a way where you're like, okay, come on, man. Why does this bother you? It should not upset you. It's not like, I'm
not saying it shouldn't affect you, but it shouldn't motivate you that harshly.
Yeah, it's a little, he goes, how fast are you going to drop the charade that you're religious once the Vikings start their season? Are you kidding? There's nothing to believe in but Jesus once the Vikings start. What am I going to put my faith in? Kyler Murray?
They ain't going to be the team.
Yeah. Oh, my God. I'll need God more than anybody once the Vikings start. He is
the Vikings are proof there is a God because no team could or would suck this much so consistently to build us up during the season, get us ready to believe this year we've got it, and then every time, without fail, trip over their dick on the fucking start of the
Clippers United is one of those guys where he needs it to not be true because he's put his lot in with, this is again too much internet. He's put his lot in with people who have been proven to be genuinely crazier, more psychotic, mentally ill, and worse than I am at every level. So anything that's true about me has to not be. You have to invert reality and make it bizarro world. That's why I'm such a threat to guys like him. I hold up a mirror to their universe, and they do not like what they see. So I appreciate the dollar, Clippers United, and I guess I'm undefeated with you. All right, let's get back into the news. Otherwise, Revolting Villager's going to throw a fit. Revolting Villager, here's what I say. Throw in 5 memberships. Everybody throw in 5 memberships, and we'll go until 11 today. You guys are kicking ass, and I do appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Okay, let's go to Florida. That's always a good reset. By the way, 600 of you checking out the show right now. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and share the program. This is, this was big this weekend. The guy who stopped to help somebody who was having issues on the highway, and it turns out the guy was just being set up to get the living shit beat out of him by a crazy person. This is one of these stories that stops people from helping. What do they call it? The bystander effect? Mm-hmm. Where everybody stands by filming something terrible and nobody tries to help because they're like,
this is why.
Yeah, I think somebody will step in. I don't want to put myself at risk. This is Central Florida. Enjoy.
Meanwhile, a man says he was afraid for his life as he was attacked by a man who he stopped to help on the side of a Central Florida expressway.
That man is now in jail facing multiple charges. Just happened Monday morning on the 429 expressway near the Sidell Road exit in Winter Garden.
You think that's that guy's real voice?
No,
not at all. By the way, imagine living in a state like this. Oh, wait.
What, where there's just so
shit.
much water?
We do. Fuck, that was dumb.
I mean, I was gonna say it's probably closer to the northern part of the state, but we got some shit like this in our area.
We literally live in this state. I mean, there's Lake Mille Lacs. There's a bunch of little lakes around it. Oh, what a dummy I am. Oh, look, that one looks like a ball and wiener. There's 2 balls and there's a penis, which is probably a Rorschach test for me. I mean, if you can look at this pattern and you can spot the dick and balls.
I was going to say, that's a good find. I've been looking this whole time. I didn't spot that until you showed it to me.
But that definitely shows that I've got a fucking problem.
Yeah, you're hungry.
Fasting.
West U's Justin Shecker talked with the victim.
I don't want to lose my humanity. We're put on this earth to help each other.
And that's exactly what Hans Hamilton tried to do Monday morning.
Sir, would it make you feel better if we killed this man? Like, that's how bad I don't want people to lose their humanity and like feel like they can't help anyone anymore. And he's crying about it. I'm like, if I just took his head off clean with an axe, would you be okay?
Would that solve your problems?
Yeah.
I gotta say, no, fuck this guy. You pulled over to this?
Right. Like, how are you not being worked here? Like, who just falls out of their car that way?
Right? His feet are in completely wrong position. He's just laying with his arms. Yeah, no offense. I'd wait. Let the highway troopers solve this problem, or the alligator that will inevitably sneak up on that guy. Like, just let them deal with it. They got it.
Chomp on his head. Although, as far as a con man goes, this does show a lot of patience and discipline.
And a lot of hope that nobody's drunk driving.
Right, yeah. Well, yeah, you leave yourself in a tough spot there.
Hamilton tried to do Monday morning on the 429 Expressway in Winter Garden.
I saw a car crashed. I saw a door open. So being a good person, any human being would see, you would just pull over to check.
As Hamilton parks his Tesla.
Actually, most people would just drive by. You might see a few brake lights. People want to stop and look.
Sir, are you saying every vehicle in front of you on this dash cam right now is an evil piece of shit and you're the only good person on the road? Because I got to point out, there's a hell of a lot of people just moseying on by.
Anybody would stop and help. Well, sir, see all of these cars? They're all anybody.
I don't see a single fucking brake light, my friend.
These people here, all of those people are anybody. And they don't give a shit. In fact, they're driving by looking at it and go, asshole probably deserved it.
The man in the red t-shirt appeared to be lying motionless on the ground next to a white Lexus that had slammed into a guardrail.
I rolled down my window. Hey, are you okay? Are you okay? No response. Something, this person's dead.
It's like shit. It's like the fat guy in Better Call Saul when they're running that gimmick on people.
Mm-hmm.
Door. As soon as I opened that car door, he was off that ground. So he was waiting.
This video from a camera in his car shows the man hop on the hood of the Tesla, and he starts stomping on the windshield.
So that's on a little incline of 429.
That's a durable windshield. That's a good ad for Tesla. That guy stomping the shit out of his windshield and it was still intact.
They should put that glass in the Cybertruck because he promised that those windows were practically bulletproof and he smashed them in front of everybody.
They should make the whole plane out of the black box if the...
Pulled me out of my car. As I was falling backwards, he was jumping off the roof on top of me. And that's when he started kicking and pummeling me.
Yeah, you're down on the ground. I'm going to get up to the tippy top. Yeah, going up to the top rope. Yeah, it's going to be a nightmare for you, but a dream for me. Yeah, dig it. You pull over to the side of the road. Yeah, you think you're going to help somebody. Yeah, being a good Samaritan. Yeah, doing your civic duty. Yeah, well, it turns out I'm a caged animal. Yeah, when a caged animal's cornered, yeah, it's going to lash out all tooth and claw jugular.
Different camera captured the ambush attack and the man repeatedly punching his head.
Do something. Help yourself. Don't just sit.
Striking back ahead is not a legal move.
Yeah, that is a bullshit move. That would be a DQ right away. That rabbit punch bullshit.
No, on the back of my head, they counted 8 different bumps.
He's looking like Wile E. Coyote. They need to take a little hammer and just knocking him down.
Plus the kicks to the jaw, which I can finally today, I'm able to eat a thin sandwich, but I still
do you move at all? Like, do you have any defensive impulses in your brain whatsoever?
I think he kind of put an arm up a little bit, but not much.
Oh, my God, this guy sucks. I think the quartering would beat him.
Open my mouth all the way.
Quartering just challenged this guy to a fight, I heard.
Hamilton says the suspect, later identified as 44-year-old Daniel Coman, threatened to take his life.
The whole time he's hitting me, he's telling me he's going to kill me. And he didn't just tell me.
And you didn't grab for hair or balls or fish hook or anything? You just kind of sat there and took a beating? You're not Jesus, son. You can
Said
go.
he was going to kill me. What happened while you were fighting? I kept asking, what are you waiting for?
You go for the balls, right? Like, if you can't fight.
At the very least, if he's straddling on top of you like that, you've got a couple of options to get there. I feel like you should take one of them. It'll stop him pretty quick.
You go balls, and then you just start fucking stomping on him once you got him down. You stomp on those nuts. If you can't fight and you don't know how to defend yourself. By the way, ballsy move for the guy running the scam. What if the guy who pulls over to stop you knows like Brazilian jiu-jitsu or he's a wrestler or something like that? Your ass is going down.
And what's the aim for this? You just wanted to have a fight with a random person on the road? Because how did you get him out of his car? Like, I would have just started driving once the guy got up.
Dude, honestly, this guy has the survival skills of a plum. I mean, he probably just got out of the car and went, I don't understand. You're jumping up and down on my windshield. What's the problem there, partner? This is the guy
80-year-old Jeremy Renner looks horrible.
Oh, man, he should have dodged that snowplow for sure.
His eyes were void of any humanity. I believed it. So when I was fighting, I knew the last thing I was going to see was not that ground.
Hamilton.
Oh, you were fighting? We didn't notice any fighting.
I didn't see any parts where you threw a punch.
No, we watched you literally hold your head steady while he punched you in the head repeatedly.
Explained how he managed to get off the ground and away from his attacker.
I cannot beat him strength-wise. So I have to try to incapacitate him. So I think I was pommeling in his jugular vein in his neck.
Deputies arrested.
All right, there you go. You're hitting him in the throat. That'll stop a guy. Good work. Although probably more effective to go windpipe. You know, just get him.
Yeah, don't let him breathe.
Yeah. I still say nuts are the best way to go.
I do think any guy, unless you're some sort of weird psycho, that's going to drop you.
Yeah, the nuts. Go for the cock and balls.
Of course you'd say.
Yeah, every time. No, but really, I mean, if you don't have any survivals, if you can't fight and you find yourself being beaten by someone, don't worry about because we're raised socially, like on the playground stuff. Oh, it's cheap to hit some guy in the balls. It's not right. It's not okay. Fuck that. If you're being attacked by a madman and you have no survival skills, just start punching his dick and balls as hard as you can.
Coman for battery and criminal mischief for what he did to Hamilton and his car. He's also.
Plus, it's funny to watch people who deserve it get kicked in the nutsack full on.
I feel like we need to make an entire segment of you just teaching like a women's self-defense class. Like, ladies, go for the balls, all right?
Eyeballs, cock and balls, throat. And if you can set it up with hair, set it up with hair. If you can grab the hair and get them to stop attacking you and then just start kicking them, as the British say, in the bollocks as many times as you can. Repetitive kicks are best. And then when they're down on the ground, give them a couple stomps so they don't get up. Stomp the balls. I believe in the cat house, they call that trampling.
Facing charges of resisting with violence, as well as assault and battery on the first responding deputy.
Where he attacks the cop. Cop's on the ground rolling. What do? 4 broken ribs. Jump on the ground with the cop. And at that point, somebody ran across the street, across the freeway, and we're all trying to get this guy cuffed as he's still fighting.
Hamilton also suffered a brain bleed, multiple contusions, and a concussion.
Physically, the body's doing what it should do and it's healing, but it's very painful. 4 broken ribs is no joke. Mentally, it's a little more difficult.
He says he's grateful for the kindness of strangers who are making donations on his GoFundMe page for his auto and medical bills.
So the point is, there's still kindness in the world. People are donating that don't even know me. And I'm very thankful.
Covering Orange County, Justin Shecker.
I feel bad for this guy that this happened to him, but dude, you are not the guy to stop for a stranger. You have absolutely... basically, he waited till this guy got tired and hit him in the throat.
Yeah. And then he needed a couple of his buddies to show up and help wrangle him in.
After he broke his ribs and fucked up his jaw and everything else. Oof. That was a rough one. That was rough. Oh, God. Oh, no. I'm seeing the gay F word a lot. Tilt says, now you're crying. Yeah, there's more gay F words. Yeah, people are, they're not being kind to this guy.
Can't imagine why. I wonder where his wife was.
Oh. Sam Show says, step 4, suck his dick. I don't think that's going to,
I was going to say, it's weird how he incapacitated the guy off camera. But how did he do it so fast? And why did he have to wipe his mouth afterwards?
Yeah, that guy was.
These are just questions.
That man was not equipped to do what he was doing. That's for sure. All right, let's do one more of these for today. You get to choose, Johnny, 1775 coffee or MeWe?
1775 coffee. I actually want to try that one.
We're doing 1775 coffee. Thank you very much. Still haven't tried 1775 coffee. Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped, only 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast, and the Vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus, no crash. All single origin, small batch, toxin-free and mold-free. Plus, you're also getting a gold spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic. A frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinions, and a black 1775 tumbler. $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for $99. This is for the ones who've been watching Rumble, who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. Go to 1775coffee.com/studio. That's 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something, just like Rumble does. 1775 coffee. 600 checking out the show right now. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Gift some memberships, if you will. We are 16 memberships away from 600. 16 from 600.
That's so close.
That's very, very close.
Bank that out.
Thank you so much. Keep her going. To stay on pace, let's grab a few in. The next 10 minutes. Let's do that. All right, let's old Eric Swalwell, remember him?
Yeah, what did he do now?
He's a Democrat, so we don't hear much about him. Like now it's if I'm a Democrat, I know the plan is to like lay low until the midterms, just let Trump keep screwing shit up. And then it will just be your turn. Like, don't say anything, because if you say anything, you might remind people, oh, that's right, these people are retarded too. And it might cost you some votes. Instead, let them fuck up. People will go to you by default, and you'll get the majorities back, and then you can start impeaching Trump 50 times like you always do. Well, we don't, the sidebar of that is that we don't get to hear from guys like Eric Swalwell, Adam Schiff, all these other guys very often, because who gives a shit?
Sitting on their hands, so what are you going to do?
I don't mean to defend Eric Swalwell in this next story.
But you're gonna?
He's the guy who was allegedly fucking a Chinese spy.
Right. That's what I like about him.
Right. It's like I was toying with the notion that you were gay. So Eric Swalwell did something that is very crooked. He did something that's very against the rules when it comes to campaign finance. However, I don't like that people are going after him for it, and just him, because I guarantee you
they're all doing it.
This is not a Democrat thing. This is not a Republican thing. This is these guys have way too much money to fuck around with for these campaigns, and they're all funneling it. You know, they're all
take a piece somehow.
Exactly. They're all getting it back to their pocket in one way or another. Eric Swalwell is alleged to have given his wife $200,000 in campaign funds as like an employee of the campaign. Now, this isn't illegal. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to employ anyone you want. And this is something that Democrats do. This is something that Republicans do. My problem with how stupid people are politically is they just see the guy and they go, I hate Eric Swalwell. Let's get him. No, let's take the thing that Eric Swalwell did and let's make it not okay to do anymore. Like, you're not only not allowed to do it anymore, you have no avenue to do it anymore. Like, here would be a good idea, in my opinion. Let's ban private contributions to political campaigns.
Right?
then you won't have this problem. If there's and it's not like if you take away private contributions to political campaigns, it's going to hurt the working class. No, it's going to hurt the billionaires. It's going to hurt the extremely wealthy people more than, I mean, they try to hide behind, like, when it comes to campaign finance reform, obviously politicians are against it. They're going to lose a big chunk of their income. But the way they try to defend it is by going, well, it takes away people's First Amendment rights.
No, it doesn't.
Not mine. I'm fine. You can do it. Go ahead. It does stop people from being able to de facto purchase certain political offices. Like, here's a great example. Without Miriam Adelson money, are we at war with Iran right now?
I would like to hope no.
I don't think we would be if Trump couldn't take private campaign contributions. But anyway, let's find out what Eric Swalwell did. And I know I'm getting the urge to, I understand the urge to hate this guy, and he's a douche and he's a libtard and whatever. But remember, they're all guilty of this. Focus on the big picture.
Omar did the same thing.
She did the same thing with her husband, yeah.
Yeah.
I think AOC with her boyfriend, too.
Eric Swalwell funneled $200,000 from his campaign directly back to himself, claiming he used the money on childcare, according to FEC filings from 2019.
That's what it was. He gave his wife the money for childcare because she was taking care of the kids while he campaigned. I mean, it's bullshit, but it works.
How many kids? Because $200,000 seems like a bit much, but
well, it was very good childcare. She does a really amazing job. But wasn't this like who's the guy who went to jail recently? The Republican, the gay guy who he was Jewish. He wasn't
Santos.
Jewish. George Santos. He's a fucking thief too. Jim Trafficant was a thief. All these guys.
2025. This includes more than $22,000 in just the final 3 months of last year. In addition, 3 payments totaling over $6,000 were made out to his wife, Brittany Swalwell, labeled as quote unquote childcare. Critics.
Well, now, again, you can think Eric Swalwell's a commie douche, and that's fine. How about we don't worry about Eric Swalwell on this? Let's change the rule.
Right. Grade them by the rules of the game, not grade the game by the rules that they're guilty of.
And this is where we lose our chances to clean up the system in general, is when we punish the actor and not the act.
Right.
Because if you punish the actor, the next guy's just going to get away with it. And by the way, they all are. Usually when you catch fraud like this, it's kind of like the Somali fraud in Minnesota. Someone just takes too big of a chunk.
You caught one cockroach because he was in the middle of the floor. But the minute you move that fridge, you're going to find 100 more, my friend.
Exactly. And you know, it really is like they don't want to prosecute you for this stuff. And Swalwell probably won't be prosecuted. They'll just use this to smear him. But they don't want to get you in trouble more than like using it in a campaign commercial. So they're like, hey, man, don't take this much money. We're not going to be able to, like, you're going to make us do our job. If you take this much money, you take a little bit at a time. Everybody does that.
Say this is a deception, as people do not donate to campaigns so the candidate can spend that money on personal expenses, essentially using their campaign funds as a personal slush fund.
Okay, now wait a minute. Let me play devil's advocate again. And I won't make this about political parties. I'll make this about gender. If a female candidate did this and said, well, I needed the money for childcare, so I gave it to that person. I need to be a professional and a mother. I don't think they'd be getting as much shit as Swalwell is.
No.
And by the way, both of them.
AOC did do this. She fundraised because I can't afford my apartment. I'm a politician and I don't have any money.
Campaign finance watchdogs have slammed the move, saying there's a privileged class of politicians who exploit loopholes to pay for their lifestyles with donor cash.
Yeah, it's called politicians.
All of them.
Yeah. It's not a special class of politician. It's literally just politicians. They're all.
Next, you're going to tell me there was a special class during a certain biblical age that was responsible for the execution and murder of some people's Lord and Savior. But that wasn't the whole group. It was just a special class of them that did it.
Who became that class after they did that thing. Boy, I'd love to just sit in for like a service done by Rabbi Shmuley. It's got to be a wild experience. But again, please show me a solution to this problem that isn't banning private contributions to political campaigns. Again,
I think there is one.
It just solves the problem. You know what? But then it creates the problem of these guys don't get to become millionaires anymore.
Yeah,
and
they hate that.
They're more concerned about that problem than the campaign finance problem.
This isn't Swalwell's first controversy with campaign spending. In fact, his FEC records show that he used campaign cash for nearly $22,000 on quote-unquote event tickets to the San Francisco 49ers in February of 2024, labeled as fundraising. He was...
But you can get away with that legally because you can say, oh, no, I brought some donors.
Right. I was entertaining a group of people. We went to an event to have like a buddy time, but this is me working, my friend.
Yep.
At the Super Bowl, where he also spent an additional $100 in campaign cash on stadium concessions. Thousands more on luxury items like limousine services, high-end steakhouse dinners, and alcohol deliveries.
I mean, they're rubbing our faces in it at this point. I mean, they just don't care. Again, this can only be done by a class of people who know there are not consequences for what they're doing.
And tell me this kind of shit isn't a systemic problem. I point now to the Secretary of War spending how much on furniture, steaks, and lobster?
How dare you? That was for the troops, Johnny.
Right.
$92 billion.
Yeah. So again, it's just this kind of, I think that we have a huge problem with our politicians where they believe they can just spend money recklessly and for frivolous shit. And we can't hold them accountable. Like, I feel like we should be doing it for more than just the campaign finance stuff across the board. Frivolous spending of money that you got for political reasons or for politics or for government operations, like it should be spent appropriately. We should punish all these people, Republican, Democrat, all of them.
Dude, the balls on people, like with that Hegseth thing, like that's when you find out like how partisan people are. When Hegseth spent that $92 billion, and you're like, well, he spent it because if he doesn't spend it, they won't give it to him in the next budget. We don't encourage, right? And we don't encourage fiscal prudence. And then the MAGA people who are supposed to be cut the spending, cut the deficit, they go, well, no, we bought the steak and the lobsters, and he gave it to the troops. $92 billion worth. You're buying that. That's what you're buying. Like, it's got to be so easy to be the Trump administration because you have a built-in about 30% of the country that they just want you to give them a bullshit line so they can believe it.
Because they don't want to look into it any further. They want to think this thing's all aces.
So, yeah, I mean, look, Eric Swalwell, total douche. I agree, 100%. But don't get it lost in the fact that they're all douches and they're all doing this, and that don't start thinking somehow that if you take out Swalwell, you've solved any part of the problem. You haven't. Oh, by the way, speaking of Pete Hegseth firing all those generals. And
why did he do that again?
Now, okay, the rumor is that the Trump administration is trying to go ground invasion of Iran, and these generals are saying no, and they're advising against it, and they won't do it, and Hegseth is firing them. I don't know if that's the case. It's not like Pete Hegseth is going to come out and go, let me lay out chapter and verse why I'm firing
them. Yeah.
Some people have said it's because these generals wanted to promote women and black people into one-star general positions, and Hegseth fired them for it. I don't like, again, Pete Hegseth is not going to tell you, oh yeah, no, it's because they wanted to make black people generals, or, oh, it's because I want to invade Iran and they won't do it. So we don't know for sure. I'll be honest. I think all you can do is admit your bias. I'll admit my bias. I think these fucking bought and paid for Zionist shills in the Trump administration want to invade Iran. They don't give a shit about the men that are going to have to do it. So if the generals are like, this is a terrible idea, I can't order this, they're just going to cut him loose. That I'm going to believe that, but I'm believing it because of my own bias.
How dare you say that, Mr. M. Holt? I, Lindsey Graham, would never do such that. I think of all the men that go to war while I stroke myself fondly.
That's right. I think of all those brave boys and girls fighting overseas in Iran, and I just tickle my ladybugs to it.
Hold a sausage.
That's right. I don't want to hold a sausage.
Hold a sausage.
I'm going to hold a sausage.
Hold a sausage.
I'm going to sausage holding all the sausage. I'm Lindsey Graham, and I approve this message. All right, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow, and throw a couple of bucks our way. I will announce now. We were on a great roll today. We have officially, as always, stalled. So we need you guys to come up with a big rally for us and get us back on track for a win today. We are only 16 memberships away from 600, which is awesome. Thank you very much. Before we do our next hour's worth of stories here, let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, with All Care, they do an amazing job of coming to get you quickly. That means if you're stranded, you don't stay stranded. If you get in an accident, they get you out of there as quick as possible. Nobody better than All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Go see Greg and Stacy at Midland Armory so that they can hook you up with what you need for personal defense, home defense, carry, hunting, sport, whatever you need it for. They've also got knives, optics, parts and gear, ammo, and then they handle the suppressor process from start to finish. Nobody else gets involved. You can handle it right there at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And then, of course, Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go see Cheetos and the gang at Stoney's. As that weather gets nicer, we get closer and closer to being able to sit outside and have a beer on that beautiful patio, and at Stoney's Garage, the outdoor-indoor bar, where they've got live acoustic music in the afternoons. They've got live music every weekend on the Fireball stage, so go have a great time at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, right there on Broadway. See you at Stoney's. Guys, let's fire up some tests. Let's see if the Rumble gifted memberships are working. Let's see if PayPal and Venmo are working. Streamlabs is working. Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get it going. And let's start off the week with a great W. You guys got well over 600 today, which we appreciate. Let's knock out that goal. And we'll call this a perfect day for the toe. Keep those memberships coming, everybody, one at a time. Let's do it. All right, Johnny, I got this next segment just for you.
Okay.
I want to have Johnny versus Nick Fuentes on marijuana. Because, as you know, if Nick Fuentes decides to go off on something, he doesn't provide a lot of quarter.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't provide a lot of nuance. It's usually like hardline. It's like this. Nick Fuentes recently went off on people who smoke weed. So I want to step away from this one. I'm just going to be the play pause. I'm going to be the Jamie on this one. And I want you to fight back against Nick Fuentes on, to quote Nick, if you smoke pot, you're a faggot. If you like weed, fuck you. All right, that's his premise.
Okay.
And I want you to battle against that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hit play. But from now on, you will tell me pause and you will tell me play. And I will only play and pause when you tell me to, all right? So I'm going to hit play now, and then after that, it's on your command. This is Nick Fuentes versus Johnny on marijuana.
Thank you.
Super Saiyan sent $5. I remember you once said people need alcohol to get through their lives and deal with people because familiarity breeds contempt and PPL needed to unwind or something. Couldn't the same be said for marijuana? Allows PPL to unwind.
If you smoke pot, you're a faggot.
Reality person sent $5.
You're a fucking faggot.
Pause.
Okay.
I mean, like, you could say that's pretty easy. If you smoke pot, you're a faggot. That's pretty easy to say for you. You smoke pole, so.
Oh.
Firstly, I hate this whole, like, I have a definitive stance on whether or not pot is okay or wrong. It's like, I'm sorry, but we allow so many other drugs and things. It's okay, but this one's not. Why is this one so different? It's weird to me that he's got such a strong stance. I can understand not liking potheads. They can get annoying, but he's really, really quick to hate on weed. Just if you smoke pot, you're a faggot. So then don't do it. I don't understand the problem. All right, but yeah, go ahead, go. I
got my feet up. I'm excited to see how it feels to just be the play pause guy. So you have to say the word play or pause.
Yeah, all right, play.
Then $5.
You're a fucking faggot for even saying that. Well, weed is just like alcohol. No, it's not. You want to know why? Alcohol's been around forever. We bless alcohol.
Pause. You're right. Weed is not like alcohol because unlike alcohol, you really, really, really have to fucking try to kill yourself doing it. Also, unlike alcohol, you can't get so inebriated that you, literally accidentally black out and forget where you are. You just pass the fuck out. And also, again, unlike alcohol, you can't sit there and go, oh, I'm sorry I beat the shit out of you. I'm not myself when I smoke marijuana. I'm sorry. Don't tell me that you're okay with alcohol. This is one of those. No, if weed makes you lame, gay, and you're for smoking weed, then guess what you are for drinking? The same exact thing, because booze is way worse both on you socially, recreationally, but we've made it okay for so long because it's been around for so long that we're like, all right, no, everybody like is used to drinking, alcohol's okay, wine is a communion thing in church, so we've made it so socially acceptable that this one's all right. It's like, yeah, but there's every bit as much of a problem with that as there is with marijuana. Marijuana is at least medicinally valuable for certain conditions and certain things. It helps a lot. It stopped COVID. It helps retard cancer cell activity, so it's useful for people with cancer, with people going through chemo treatments, other things. There's actual legit uses for it. Alcohol's like medical usage is far, far slimmer, and its rate and ability for abuse is much vaster. So I have a problem with this. Like, I'm taking a hardline stance on one drug, but not all of them. So let me guess, it's okay to do blow. Blow is okay, especially if you're snorting it off of your boyfriend's pecker in the bathroom at the club. Like, that's all right. And then you guys can go back out and you and Clavicular can dance to Hitler. Like, that's okay. But if you do the weed, it's a problem. It's just very, very weird that he picks the one to single out. Should be just anti all drugs. Go ahead and play. I don't.
Thank you, because I can't talk. I can't say. I just play pause.
All right, that's fine. Yeah,
By the way,
know all the rules of the game.
You wait until I'm silent and I can't say anything to do cocaine off the guy's dick. You son of a bitch. All right, here we go. I'm sorry. You got to say it again. You got to reset. My bad.
All right, play. Go ahead and play.
Weed makes you gay. It makes you lazy. It makes you stupid. It causes psychosis. It's totally different.
Pause.
And if you
yes to most of that. It does not cause this fucking weed causes psychosis pit. This is one of those modern age medicine wants this to be stopped. Lots of people, and I'm not even kidding, lots of people like Dr. Drew and others have started clinics to weed causes psychosis. Motherfucker, I've been around the block. I am a huge pothead. I have smoked weed. I have tried all the strains. I've tried all the ways to do it. There is not a single thing in the marijuana realm that I haven't experimented with. I've never seen shit, all right? This is one of those things that when potheads say this to me, I want to slap them in the face. Oh, dude, you eat this edible, you're going to be seeing tracers, man. Yeah, if you're that fucking soft, don't do drugs, because if it's affecting you that hard, clearly it's a you problem. Weed does not have this whole psychosis thing. The way you get psychosis is you get a whole bunch of other drugs, and then they also did weed on top of it, and they point at the weed like, oh, it's because of the weed. Like, yeah, let's not ask about all of the mental medications he's taking, the antidepressants and all. None of those had anything to do with it. It was clearly the marijuana. I hate the psychosis thing. As for the makes you lazy thing, no shit. That's exactly why weed isn't as bad as alcohol and a lot of other drugs, because a lot of times when you start getting too much of a smoke on, you don't really want to leave the couch. All right, go ahead and hit play.
like weed, fuck you. Seriously. No joke. It's just not even worth arguing. If you like weed, fuck you. Seriously. I hate weed. I hate people that smoke weed. If you like it, just shut the fuck up and kill yourself. Fuck
Pause.
you.
All right, I wouldn't go with the K yourself part, but I do think he has a very good point there on the if you like weed, shut the fuck up. As a pothead, I will say the one thing I fight the most is other fucking potheads, and they're gonna be, dude, have you tried it on weed? Did you watch this movie? Was it awesome? Have you tried watching it? It's one of the things that what was it? One of those pothead movies got right is the pothead that existed. Like, have you done it on weed? Like there's way too many potheads that want everyone else to do their drug. But I would argue that's the same with drinking. Go to a bar and see a guy having a good time at the bar, and I guarantee you if that guy interacts with you, he's like, hey, man, you don't have a drink. Why don't you get a drink? Have a drink. I don't think a lot of people realize how all of these substances develop cultures that want to ingratiate and suck more people into them so they feel sociologically acceptable. So that's why with drinking, like, yeah, why aren't you having a drink? Go to a bar and see if you don't find someone trying to offer you a drink after a while. If you're just clearly walking around not having a drink, why are you here? I'm not here for the music. Are you here for the booze? No, I'm not here for the booze. Then why are you here? Like, right? Why are you hanging out with potheads if you're not smoking weed? So the whole like, oh, potheads are everything they talk about is weed. Just shut the fuck up. Like, he has a point. Potheads need to realize when they're out in the world, shut the fuck up about your fucking weed. Keep it to yourself. But there's also another part of that. I mean, literally, if you're saying you don't like it, don't hang out with people who smoke weed. But the idea that you want them to K themselves, it's just a bit strong. Go ahead and play.
I do have to, I know I'm not allowed to talk. I'm push play and pause, and you're going to have to reset and do the play thing again. I just got to thank Ryan the Garbage Man for the 5. Says, do you think Lindsey Graham likes pearl necklaces? Thanks for the 5 on PayPal. Balls Deep with $5 says, fuck yeah, Johnny. And thank you to shitloads more subscribers and fans of the PBD impression. I'm going to have to probably start doing I'm going to have to go to Ragstock and get costumes at this point for shorts. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead, reset it.
Go ahead and play.
I hate weed. And any fucking loser that says, well, caffeine is a drug. Well, alcohol is a drug. Well, caffeine's a drug. You're a fucking idiot. And you should
go ahead
kill
and pause.
yourself.
I noticed you didn't point out that I was right when you said caffeine's a drug, alcohol's a drug, buddy. But again, I would argue that you see way more damage from the alcoholic community than you do from the pothead community. 9 times out of 10, when you see a pothead getting up to some shit, it's because they also mixed it with other stuff. Potheads, and by your own admission, potheads are lazy. They don't get out. They don't get after it. Right. And that's, again, where all these other drugs are worse because a lot of them get on it and they get out there and get after it. So I wouldn't say that pot's necessarily the worst, but this whole idea that, oh, caffeine's a drug, that's just bullshit. You're an idiot. No, caffeine is literally a drug. These are actual facts, but I guess that's your argument. Go ahead and play.
I'm kidding. Don't kill yourself. But you should shut the fuck up and just stop. I hate weed, and just people that smoke weed are insufferable losers. And
pause. He's absolutely right. People that smoke weed are insufferable losers. Case in point, me. This is why I don't know. After watching this rant, are you sure you're not a pothead? Because you're kind of an insufferable loser right now. You better light one up. But yeah, dude, this idea that potheads aren't annoying, no, I'll fight that tooth and nail. But you want to act like that's the problem. Like, I'm sorry, you got way, way, way more issues to deal with before we get to pot being a problem. Smoking cigarettes and nicotine and various other things, those are not as good for you. People do those all the time. The only difference is, and this is to smokers' credit, smokers don't want to share their fucking cigarettes with you. They've been taxed so hard, they don't want to share. So they're like, hey, man, have you done it? Have you tried having a puff? Like, they don't want you to bum fucking cigarettes off of them, so they bogart their shit. Potheads need to adapt that analogy. And I feel like we could win over people like him if we took the idea of, no, just fucking smoke your weed, shut the fuck up, do it by yourself. Don't do it in openly public areas. Don't light a, oh, it's legal to smoke weed, so I'm standing at the bus stop, I better get my morning spliff on. Like, no, because every other motherfucker that's in there with you has to put up with that smell. How about we don't do that? All right, go ahead and play when you're ready.
Guarded, it's for scum. It's for absolute scum and degenerates and fucking losers, and I hate it. So no. And I feel differently about alcohol. I don't like alcohol. I've never drank alcohol. I think people generally shouldn't. I think it's super unhealthy, but you know what? I think that if we didn't have alcohol, we would all be killing each other because people are absolutely insufferable. People are absolutely insufferable and impossible to deal with. And if people did, I don't drink alcohol and I don't want to be around anybody. And I think if I drank alcohol, I'd be a lot more fun as a person. I think I'd be a lot more fun and people would like me more. I'd be easier to get along with, but I can't because I have to be a machine, you know? But it's definitely necessary.
All right, pause.
As a social lubricant.
I gotta say, I have to apologize. I've been ripping on him thinking he understands what it's like to go out in the world. This is clearly someone who never leaves his house.
It's fair.
I'm sorry that your life is so boring and drab that you have to hate on people who smoke weed. It's really sad that you but if you literally are telling me like, look, I don't like alcohol and I don't drink alcohol, but I'm more accepting of that, is I feel like, one, you have never ever hung out with someone when their drinking went awry. Clearly, well, actually, by your own admission, you don't hang out with people, you don't go out, you don't socialize. So I guess him having an opinion on social stuff is a little weird.
There were only 9 seconds left, so I cut it there. But
that's fine.
That's fun. I like being able to sit back and do precisely fuck all.
I like people who who criticize the pot community for being way too like, you need to do this, man, whatever. But the simple fact of it is like cigarettes, alcohol, those two things are socially acceptable, and those are way worse than marijuana. I don't think you should be doing any of those when you're under 18 or when it's illegal in terms of age-wise. But yeah, I think once you're 22, if you're a responsible adult, you can smoke some weed. There's plenty of room for abuse, but that's with everything. Don't tell me that this is a problem and then alcohol isn't if we're talking about drug abuse. But I agree with him 100%. Potheads are fucking insufferable.
And there's your Johnny segment
there
for
you go.
today. Scott Jonesy with $1 says, national holiday across the pond. We get 4 paid days off as of the Jesus lad. Well, I think here in America, today is an observed holiday as well. I think a lot of people have today off, which is, I wasn't going to say anything, but since we got well over 600 today, I really thought we were going to be due for a drop off.
Right?
Today, because it's a holiday. Some people have the day off. I mean, we could have done maybe 30 better on Rumble, maybe 15 better on YouTube, but we got to about 650 today.
And we're still so close to banging them 600 memberships.
If we can get those 16 memberships to get to 600, that would be great. And that would basically, that would just about get us home. So let's keep rallying up. Hit like, hit subscribe. I'd like to get $50 in the next 10 minutes. We can go on a crazy 10 membership rally, or PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. For my own autism, getting to 100 before 9:30 would be great. There's Balls Deep with $5. He says, Nick lost on D&D night for challenging the bankers on his first roll. The DM was a stoner. That's a Dungeons and Dragons reference. I am completely lost.
No, it makes a certain amount of it's all right. He's saying the people in charge were the bankers and they fucked him. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think he socializes.
He says that. He says he doesn't go out. He doesn't like to go out. He doesn't like to be around people. Some people are just like that. I think if you're not around people, I don't think you can really know people, which makes those kind of sweeping, diagnoses of people to be less. I mean, I think all of us who do that are being amateurs about it. But I think if you're out and about and you're observing people in the world, I think you carry a little more weight than someone who doesn't leave their house, their phone, their computer, whatever. I think.
Well, I don't blame him for not wanting to leave his house, given like the kind of people that like troll him and hate on him and stuff. But again, if you never leave your house, like this is one of those, like, yeah, you can have that impression of pothead culture, but I'm curious, like, how much actual interaction do you have with it? Again, his opinions on alcohol, in my opinion, considering his opinions on weed, way off. I'd have respect for him if he's like, and alcohol is just as bad. It's just another thing.
Yeah.
And you know what? Don't do it. Then I'd be like, all right, well, at least you got it.
You are, and I wasn't supposed to comment on this. We'll move on to the Nazi salute story at the Dallas Stars game in just a second. But I do think you're right about the whole drinking destroying lives more than weed. I don't like the effect weed has on people. I've never been shy about that, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it rips apart lives the way alcohol does. I think gambling is worse for you than marijuana. I think gambling destroys more people than marijuana. I think what marijuana kills is ambition. So it like kills a potential. It doesn't kill an actual thing that exists yet, if that makes sense. Whereas like alcohol destroys things that were already built. Gambling destroys things that were already built. I feel like weed is different in that it kills what could be.
Right, but I'm saying, having spent a lot of time in that world, some of those people, I feel like, yeah, but do you really want to see the what will be when this person decides, you know what, I'm going to get up and do some stuff? Like, I'm like, some of these people, I'm like, yeah, putting you in a holding pattern is about the most humane thing we can do for you in society.
Maybe.
So here you go, smoke this.
Maybe. I've upset DP Granny. People, like, there's a subset of our audience that gets upset when I prove it that I'm not a big, after the show's over, I kind of go live in the real world. They don't like that. They get mad. They get defensive. DP Granny goes, Aaron's full of shit. Even if you don't do D&D, you're still aware of it. I don't know any D&D references. I know it exists.
He doesn't understand how it works. That's all he was saying.
Yeah. That doesn't have to be a threat to you. But I will tell you this. I have no idea about Dungeons and Dragons. Do you roll dice?
Yeah, you roll dice.
I know that. Are there ogres?
There can be.
Okay. Is there a mage?
It depends on the party, because that's the group. Those are the people you're playing with.
No idea.
Like you are. Like, let me put it this way: Dungeons and Dragons is like if you were doing a Hobbit group reading session, but as opposed to actually just reading the story and following it, people were the characters and got to make decisions on it, and then deciding how those decisions affect the world they live in is ruled out through the dice.
Scarlett is in our YouTube chat.
What?
I missed it while you were going off on Nick. Oh my God, Scarlett's all over the place. Would you like to get caught up with Scarlett Hampton?
Sure. How's she doing? Is the foot better? I hope the foot's better.
All right. Well, let's see. Scarlett says, hey, good morning, Toe. We Toe boys. I can't think of a higher exaltation. I don't got a steel toe quite yet.
Okay.
I don't know what that means, but all right. She then says, yes, because alcohol always been like the most available one to cause more problems over a longer period. Caffeine gives me shakes.
That would just point to, again, a larger issue with substance usage. But I would, okay. That was Scarlett that said caffeine gives her shakes?
That was Scarlett who said that. So does Ralph. No, I'm just kidding. I'm teasing. Scarlett says, haha, someone called my mom and left her a message. They told her I was kidnapped in Mexico. You don't need to bother Scarlett's mom. All right? There's no reason to bother Scarlett's mother. Continuing on, I don't know what half of the shit she's writing means. Here we go. Oh, Scarlett wants to address the butthole rumors.
Okay, the butthole rumors.
Would you like to hear? Scarlett Hampton, of course, accused on the site Tryst of not preparing her anus for butt sex, which is something I could have gone the rest of my life without knowing. She says, I bidet my ass. That's better than I do. Kiwi Farms posts unverified reviews by loser seething fags. You sound like you never get hard to lay pipe before. You must be in your number 2 deep. Does that mean your asshole?
I don't know. I don't speak online escort.
So Scarlett says she bidets her ass. She's got a clean asshole.
I understand that part.
All right.
Yeah. Washing out the booty hole.
She says, losers have no idea, but whatever, it honestly doesn't matter. I'm classier than to title pool in my headings and talk about poop 24/7 like I am literal shit. I mean, that's a fair point. Scarlett says, co-star cuck, sorry you get offended about drinking and caffeine reviews. She's talking about you. Ooh, Johnny versus Scarlett. Let's go.
Wait, I didn't get offended about drinking and caffeine reviews. I got offended about the weed thing. And again, only on certain points, because I think, like, if me and Fuentes could sit down and have a not, like, hyperbolic conversation about it, I feel like we would hit on a lot of points where it's like, yeah, potheads are annoying in here and that and this, that, and the other. And I can understand as someone who doesn't do it how that's upsetting, right? And I feel like we could have that dialogue and you'd be like, oh, my God, not all potheads are annoying. Like, right, some of them are just legit people. But, yeah, I don't remember where I got offended about the drinking and the caffeine.
Scarlett, in the chat, go ahead and tell Johnny what your favorite drug of choice is. Tell us all what your favorite drug of choice is, and then stop.
If you can pick one.
Yes. Scarlett says maybe you can laxative instead. She's saying that you're like kind of full of shit.
Maybe I can laxative. I feel like if anyone needs laxative, it's apparently you, because the kid.
Shit.
You're getting stuffed up back there. I don't know why Scarlett's all I don't know that she's really going after me. I can't make this. Doesn't seem very coherent.
So now you're saying that now you're making the butt accusations again. Now this is going to get ugly, you two.
I'm not making butt accusations. I'm trying to follow the theme of
it's going to get ugly.
Maybe you can laxative. Like I said, it's not making a lot of coherent sense.
Scarlett tells you weed is degeneracy.
I mean, that's impressive coming from someone who is not denying that they are part of an escort service. I feel like, no offense, like not that I disagree with her. I'm not saying weed isn't degeneracy. I'm saying it's weird that you call that out when you engage in something that I would view as clearly a larger form of degeneracy. Oh boy.
Scarlett says, I like sex, favorite drug. All right, now we're getting gross. Let's not get gross.
Right. Potheads are degenerate. I'm just a whore.
Well, okay. All right. Well, now she's a toe boy now. She says her and Ethan are toe boys. And now it's getting ugly between you and her. I need to be Switzerland. You understand I have to be Switzerland now.
You've been instigating this whole thing.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you brought up the clips. You keep telling me what she's saying, and you keep directing what she's saying as a comment at me. So, I mean, that's instigatory.
I'm really sorry. I didn't know I was doing that. That is 100% on me. I'm going to go back to being Switzerland. Is that all right?
That's fine by me.
All right. Scarlett Hampton in all caps. Oh, shit, Johnny. Says, LOL, Lil Lackey. It's the morning. Get a bowel movement. I can talk, Lil Boy, too. I wouldn't take that if I were you. But I'm not trying to instigate.
Right. Get a bowel movement. Yep. I don't have any problems
telling you to take a shit.
To the bathroom.
Okay.
Why?
She says, or tell me to shut the fuck up like a man should tell a bitch. All right, Johnny, go ahead. You want to try?
Oh, okay. Shut the fuck up. That again, I don't expect you to listen. You consider marijuana a huge form of again, degradation or degrading, and people that do it are.
This is getting bad. Scarlett says, you aren't a man, cuck maxing, red wearing, weed degenerate.
Did you not hear where I told you to shut the fuck up part? So this is why I said she wouldn't listen. She wouldn't listen. She's too drunk in the morning to follow her own instructions. I played by her rules, and she's still like, oh yeah, then be a man and tell me to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Well, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Like, see, this is why I didn't tell you to shut the fuck up. I knew it wouldn't get us anywhere.
Do I need to call Ralph and tell him to come get his girl?
No.
Okay. She then writes, hijacked your plan, cuck.
I didn't have a plan. I can't follow this. This is why I hate having arguments with drunks through a third party at fucking 8 a.m. Like I'm supposed to figure out what the fuck she's talking about.
Balls Deep says, quick, Johnny, throw a shot glass at the ground. That's not nice. Scarlett says, weed made you stupid. Shave your bush. Be a big boy. You shave your bush?
I mean, how could you tell if I did or didn't with this camera angle?
That's true.
Weed made me stupid. I didn't smoke any weed today.
All right.
I don't know. I don't understand what she wants. Because again, when I play the game her way, she just keeps going. I think what she wants is attention. I think like this is just an attention grab. She's just going to keep reacting no matter what we say.
Scarlett says, no, you're slurring, not me. Oh, she just rubber glued you, bro.
No, you're the one who's moving around all the time. I'm standing. Like I said, arguments with drunks at this time of the morning is just never good.
$2 from Leah says, I have no idea about Dungeons and Dragons ever. You're not full of either. You're not full of shit. Yeah, I don't know Dungeons and Dragons. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, it's funny. Nicker is big mad about weed, but is silent about his boyfriend Clav's use of meth. You kind of brought up the Clav thing, too. $1 from Professor Tie-Dye says, Scarlett is as classy as a black-only Carnival cruise where the shrimp and legs ran out. Black people do love a good Carnival cruise. Let's be very honest. All right. I don't think we're making any more money with this Scarlett bit, so we'll see if she's got one more thing to say. Nope, she's all done.
All right.
Do you feel like you guys got somewhere with all that?
No, I still don't understand what the fuck happened. That's just...
All right. Well...
I don't understand. I feel like half of that conversation happened in one person's head.
You understand Scarlett is getting married this weekend.
Oh, who's she getting married to?
Ethan Ralph, the Ralph Mail.
Oh, they really are doing that?
Host of the Kill Stream
congratulations.
Is getting married, yeah.
Seems a little early to start the after party now, but okay.
Vulgar Daddy with $2 says, give Scarlett the call-in number. We're good. I think we did. I think we maintained a proper distance on that one. Close enough to have a back and forth. no danger of having a phone call go incredibly wrong. And by the way, my audience would get fucking pissed at me. There's a lot of them that are probably mad that we just did that. In fairness. 622 of you checking out the show. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. I think Scarlett went to sleep.
Yeah, that's what they'll call it.
I think she went to bed. Dustin pointing out Scarlett's off the market, Johnny.
I wasn't aware she was ever on. I wasn't interested. She's off the market, so then she closed that. Yeah, and you know what? Not my peg, not my farm. I won't worry.
Scarlett says, shut the fuck up, sideline right. Is that your name now?
I don't know. Again, like this is the whole, I can't understand what the fuck she's talking about. And again, I don't have to shut the fuck up. I'm the one doing the show. She's the one who came here looking to start shit.
See, and now she's trying to play favorites. I don't like this. She writes, thanks, Aaron rules. I'm in Switzerland. I told you I'm Switzerland. Don't you do that. Johnny, thank you for not putting me in that odd position.
It's all good,
of
man.
having to choose sides and, playing favorites and all that. And I just want to say that I am Switzerland on this, and I am totally hoping that you two can work this out, and I'm totally on your side. What?
I don't know if I believe that, but either way, yeah, it's all good.
It's here for the content, as they say. $1 from Veldrain says, if you know what the acronym THACO means, then you have played D&D. What does that mean?
I don't know. And I've played D&D. I don't know what THACO means.
Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says, is a blacked anal whore trying to hold the high ground. I didn't know you were on blacked.
I don't think he's talking about me.
Oh, Scarlett says, Johnny Jugs, let's see them milkers. That actually sounds friendly. That sounds like a peace offering.
Nothing to see. I don't have any. Like, I barely have skin to move. So what do you want to see? It's not that kind of show.
I got some titties.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying it's just we don't do that kind of program, and it's a little early. It's crazy that we're starting that hard this early in the day.
You want to watch a bunch of people give Scarlett now saying to you, Johnny, show me yours, I'll show you mine.
I don't need to see yours, so we're good.
Oh. You just go to her Twitter.
I'm still not interested.
Leo with $1 says, can we stop with this Scarlett shit? Who gives a fuck about these people? See, I told you. Now we got to move on. My audience is going to get mad. They don't do dabble shit. I have a real show and a real audience. All right, we got to do this Nazi thing, and then I got to go to the bathroom, and that is now officially the 500th time in my life I've said that sentence. Johnny, you're a hockey guy. Where did the Dallas Stars come from?
The Dallas Stars came from Minnesota. They were the Minneapolis North Stars, or were they? Yeah.
Minnesota North Stars. But yes, the idea is the same. So the Dallas Stars fans got into created a bit of I believe the kids would call it a kerfuffle when a group of fans were allegedly doing a Nazi salute during a game. According to the woman who filmed it, the gesture was repeated after every goal. She reported the situation to arena staff, but no immediate action was taken. After the video went viral, American Airlines Center said it had launched an investigation and reiterated its zero-tolerance policy towards hate and discrimination. So we do have a video of this.
Okay.
Here's my issue. If they did a Nazi salute during every goal, Dallas Stars games, I have to see how they did in this game. So if this was posted on the 2nd, that would stand to reason this was an April 1st game.
Yeah.
Oh, no, here we go. The Tuesday, March 31st. It wouldn't be the Thursday, April 2nd game if they posted this on April 2nd, I'm guessing.
No, I don't think it would be.
Because it was posted at 5:26 p.m. Yeah, the game wouldn't be even taking place at that point. So this would be the March 31st game. Nope. I'm sorry. No, this would have to be that day. Because the rest were on the road. They said this was a home game.
Okay.
Thursday, April 2nd. And they beat the Winnipeg Jets 3-0. So that each period, basically, you got to see the guys do here, let's take a look, because a lot of times people accuse shit of being Nazi shit or white supremacist shit, and it's just not. Like, remember when they tried to tell you that this was a white power symbol?
Yeah.
And
it wasn't?
No, of course not. Well, why don't we watch these gentlemen and see if they're being unfairly lambasted or if they were doing something hateful? Because if you ask me, I think it's pretty borderline. And I think there's only one way to diagnose it, and that's to watch it. I lied. It's not borderline at all. They were totally doing a Nazi salute.
It really does. It looks like I don't even think you could do the Elon Musk, like my heart goes out part, because the big part of that with Elon Musk, his fingers are spread and he's like, yeah, like he throws.
But wait, they weren't saying Sieg Heil. They were saying stars, stars, Dallas Stars. So it's totally different. They were saluting Dallas. Well, here. But she's laughing.
She's laughing. There's a couple people that are making very clear prominency of their bald fist to be like, look, we're not doing the same thing.
This guy's laughing right here.
I feel like they all know what they're doing.
Right.
Like it's a joke and we're all in on it.
So fuck this. Why would you release this? Why would you film this and then report it if you're laughing and having a good time? And you're, that's so good. And yet you still release it knowing that people are, this is the internet. They're going to find out who these guys are. They're going to go after their schools, their jobs, their parents, maybe even. So if you're laughing, and this is what pisses me off about phones and cameras and everything else. We can't just have an experience together as a group anymore. Like there's no more, you had to be there. Because now people can see everything. You can record everything and then put it up online. We can see. You had to be there. Like back in 2000, 2001, Chuck Knobloch returned to the Metrodome as a New York Yankee after leaving Minnesota. And I was sitting out in left field with my friend and my dad. And we were 13, 14 years old. And fans in left field where we were sitting were chucking beer bottles, batteries, quarters, nickels. They were just chucking shit at Chuck Knobloch, who was playing left field. It to the point where they had to stop the game, warn us, stop the game an inning later, and the PA, Tom Kelly, the Twins manager, had to take the PA microphone and tell us to knock it off or they were going to forfeit the game if we didn't stop throwing stuff at Chuck Knobloch. Right. Now, I don't know if there's any video of this. I know there's no like cell phone video. We didn't have it at the time. Maybe there were analog phones. But it's a thing that unless you were there, you don't fucking know how that was, and it was crazy. Now, everybody just films everything, so there's no, like, special moments between us. Like this. Hey, remember when we went to that Stars game, and those guys were giving that Nazi salute? That was fucking wild, man. That was a crazy game. That was hilarious. Now, we all have to act offended, or we all have to go, oh, my goodness, how could... Because everybody's seen it. We sent it out to the whole world, devoid of the context that it was a few kids being silly and having a good time. Now it's there for everyone to talk about instead of like 60 people at a North Stars game.
Well, it's because we all have FOMO, so we gotta see all the videos, we gotta see the clips, and everybody wants to post those clips because then they get to go viral. So it's this weird incestuous need to be recognized for pointing out the things that we used to, as you said, say, well, look, you had to be there.
And you're getting all this attention and all these clicks from your video you put out, knowing that these guys are going to get in trouble. Meanwhile, you're laughing. And you don't have
part of the fucking thing.
Right. You don't have to take responsibility for it. They will, even though you think it's fine and you think it's funny, then put your fucking camera away. So that's the whole video. And now those guys, they look like college kids. So they're going to find out who these kids are, and they're going to go after them. And also, the thing you need to understand, and this might be difficult for some people, young people don't take the Holocaust as seriously as the older generations do. They just don't. My daughter yesterday, we were at Easter. We went to Mass, then we went to my parents' house, and we did Easter. And she's joking about, she was doing this whole funny, when kids will just like make up stories and they'll just keep ad-libbing them and they'll laugh themselves stupid.
Mm-hmm.
She was doing that about how she fought in World War II, and she was fighting in World War II, and then she found the Holocaust, she said. And when she found and she went into this whole big story about what she did at the Holocaust and the people that were in the camp. And she's just like laughing herself stupid talking about this. And I've noticed this about kids their age. The Holocaust really isn't a thing to them. It's like if we were to talk about the firstborn of Egypt being wiped out, the Passover and all of that stuff. We don't care. It's not like it's something that happened a really long time ago.
Well, at this point, it's major news stories when Holocaust survivors are still alive having a birthday. So it's just, we've gotten so removed from the actual event that we can't feel any sort of connection to it. So for your daughter, it's not an actual thing. It's a thing in the book she read about. And as a real person who knew people who I survived the Holocaust, when I go back and I look at history, I'm like, well, how much do I actually know? Because from what I'm hearing, some of those doors weren't quite up to snuff.
Well, and also, not only that, but my grandparents fought in World War II. She doesn't have grandparents or anyone she knows. And younger people in their 20s don't know anyone who fought in World War II. So again, it's this distant thing that happened it's kind of like our generation with maybe the Civil War or World War I. Didn't know anything about it. Who fucking cares? Nobody gives a shit. They're making jokes about 9/11. We've been making jokes about 9/11 for a long time now. So I think World War II and everything that happened in World War II, I think that's all fair game, if you ask me. So leave these kids alone. Hey, teacher, leave those kids alone. They're fine. Here's what I'm going to say. Again, I have a very active bladder this morning. I apologize. I'm going to piss. You guys are going to throw in memberships and Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants. We are, let's get into the double digits. Let's get close. Let's have ourselves a perfect Monday. I appreciate you guys. You're doing great so far, but we need to rally. Let's see if in the next 13 minutes we can't get her into double digits. So $50 in the next 13 minutes. Let's rally up. Do your part. Let's get there. I will be right back.
All right. I'm going to be live today. Me and Digger will be live at 1 p.m. Twice in one show, it's a little surprising. Like when I do this 3-hour thing, I get done here, I go use the restroom afterwards. It doesn't seem too big a problem. I don't begrudge a person who has to get up and go in the middle there, but has it even been 2 hours? How do you bring that up to someone? Look, man, I don't mean to be weird about this, but I am concerned. Have you seen a doctor? Is everything working okay? This is usually a sign, when you got to go a lot, you got some issues or something, buddy. I feel like we should maybe take a moment to pencil in a doctor's appointment or something, maybe see a medical professional, talk about what's going on with you, and we can get that all squared away, because this is again, the second time since I've been here. We got in and early off the jump, it was out and about. Now we're back at it again. And I'd hate to see it as something where you saw the warning signs, but you didn't speak up. So we should definitely make sure to, have you seen a doctor? This is again 2-in-1 show.
I know this is a bad one. I don't know. I had a Celsius and a water. I've drank one of these bad boys right here and one of these, and I guess it's coursing, man. I don't know what's interesting. It's healthy. It's all healthy.
I don't know, man. Like I said, the needing to go twice and so frequent. I wouldn't say it's not healthy. I would just say I've been cautioned about that being a sign in the past.
Is twice under 4 hours bad?
I mean, it does seem. It seems like your frequency's increased, which can be an early warning sign of issues. So all
right. Well, fine. I was doing cocaine.
Oh, that's what did it.
Yeah. Lab Glass with $5 says source Reddit. All right, let's take a look. Thank you for the $5, Lab Glass. Let's get a bunch of $5 drops in there. Appreciate it. $1 from Battle of Stalin 19 grad. Thank you. He says Dallas Stars. Sieg. I can't read the second word, but thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. On a wall with $1 says, show us your effing nose. $45 in the next 11 minutes, and you got yourself a deal. How's that? We'll look inside will inspect me for coke. I want that 45 in the net. I want to be in double digits in the next 10 minutes. That would make me feel great about today. Where did that Reddit post go? Here we go. Let's click that. Let's see. Oh, yeah, here we go. The Chuck Knobloch incident. I was there.
As a Minnesota Twin, second baseman Chuck Knobloch was both a Rookie of the Year and a world champion. But Knobloch was anything but a fan favorite in Twins territory when his demand to be traded was met in 1998.
After being warned, someone else has thrown some stuff on the field, and the Yankees are going to call their team off the field.
Knobloch was playing left field for the Yankees in a return to the Dome on May 3rd, 2001, and the behavior of some fans in left field nearly caused a forfeit. During a 12-minute delay in the sixth inning, Tom Kelly intervened.
I've never seen a major league manager do this.
Basically out there pleading.
The game was delayed again in the eighth. More than 40 fans were ejected, and the Twins' 4-2 victory over the Yankees took a back seat to the absence of Minnesota Nice. The incident with Knobloch is number 47.
Yeah, we almost got that one thrown out, and we won. We beat the Yankees, which was awesome. But there was a shithead sitting next to us. So the PA announcer said, if the officials see anything else thrown on, they could forfeit the game for the Twins. And some Yankee fan, some dick in a Yankee jersey, threw a beer bottle onto the field.
Hoping to get it, like, ejected because they were losing?
So they grabbed him and they tackled him to the ground. And wild shit for, like, 13-year-old kids to be seeing. But we saw multiple people just get slammed to the ground and taken out of the game. And
I was going to say, how close did you guys get to getting ejected when you were pulling all that bullshit?
Yeah, well, they didn't suspect us. You know, my dad was standing right next to us. We're only 13, so we snuck them. We'd, like, sidearm them, like skip them, scale them onto the field at Chuck Knobloch. Jay Warren becoming a member for 10 months says Scarlett Hampton should become part of the show. My audience would fucking kill me. This ain't the gay, hacky Dabbleverse. We have a real show and a real audience with real world folk. They would fucking kill me if I did that. We got to get to the Tiger Woods stuff. We got to dance for these guys because I want to, in the next 8 minutes, I need that 45 to feel secure in myself. Let's do the Tiger Woods body cam stuff. This is Tiger's apparently going overseas for his treatment.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's just getting the fuck out of Dodge for a while. I don't know. Anytime you announce through a publicist that you're going to rehab, I really don't know if that's going to work. I think the whole point of the rehab working, if you're a celebrity, is you just completely divorced from the celebrity thing for a long time.
You just admit, like, it got you into trouble?
Yeah.
Go out?
If you feel the need to release that information through a publicist, you're still kind of in the rat race that got you there in the first place. So, I'm trying to think. I feel like Robert Downey Jr. disappeared.
He kind of did. But that was more of almost like a blacklisting in Hollywood in some ways and
Maybe.
stuff.
But that's what it took. So
Right, he had
either
to hit that rock bottom.
Either they can take you out or you can take yourself out. Mickey Rourke, I feel like he dipped before The Wrestler and all that, and he was out. So I think you got to kind of remove yourself from all of the temptation and everything. When you start when your publicist starts drafting a strategy as to what we're going to tell people. I mean, first of all, Tiger Woods is a billionaire. You don't need to tell us shit. Just go to rehab, figure out your shit. You're a billionaire. You could buy the place if you wanted to and stay there as long as you want. But I don't know. I feel like he's just ski-daddling off to France or somewhere for a vacation while this all blows over. But we do have the police arrest footage from Tiger Woods, and from what I've heard, I haven't watched it yet. It's embarrassing. There's he name drops the president, which is always good for a DUI. Let's take a look. Why is it quiet?
It starts that way. I did this the other day.
And all of a sudden, boom. I'm gonna just take a look here. I'm going to just like take. Is this comfortable for you? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
He sounds all right.
He sounds all right, but this is an interesting position to have after you just got into an accident.
Well, he might know he's fucked up on pills, so he doesn't want to be.
He wants to look as stable as possible.
Yeah. Like maybe with these drugs, you can talk fine. It doesn't affect the speech too much, but your equilibrium is fucked. So it's like if I take a knee, just because you could say I'm shaken up by the accident, so I just want to take a knee.
Right, or I'd just sit down.
We're still gonna have our medic come and check you out, all right? Yeah. He's okay. I just checked for anything on his back. I didn't feel anything.
Whoa! Now was that him or the trailer? That's him.
That's him. The trailer's behind it.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So what was it? He clipped the back of the trailer and then
He clipped the trailer and then he tipped over here.
Now, did he tip over or did he roll and end up like that?
I'm gonna say, looking at the trailer, I think the trailer rolled him.
Okay.
Because of the way that he hit it. I think he ramped off of the trailer and just rolled when he tried to pull away from hitting the trailer. Because he inadvertently steered into the roll and just brought her over.
The only people I've been able to see make a car do that is a Somali.
But fortunately, there's so many of Minnesota that we have seen it often.
We have. Oh, God. We've seen them stand up sideways on, but they're usually doing it on like landscaping rocks, and they're usually, or parking, like cart return things, like they're mounting against something. Tiger got his to sit on its side all by himself.
Right? He didn't need to treat a roundabout like a Mario go-kart ramp.
That's right. Nice, bro. Oh, did he drop a tire? Oh, no, it's there. I just saw a reflection.
Okay. I tried to ruin this vehicle. So you were stopped.
Yeah, so he's getting ready to turn, and you can see where he clipped him, too. He got him right there.
Yeah, and with the way that's ramped up, I think that trailer threw him.
Yeah, I feel like he clipped him, turned on his side, and maybe skidded even.
Yep.
Which is awesome. I wish we could have saw that. That looked like it would be a fun wreck to witness.
Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. It hit the trailer. I don't know if I'm gonna take this tire. I don't even know if I can drive it out of here.
No, you ain't driving that out of there, son.
It ain't going nowhere.
That's going to be an uncomfortable ride.
Yeah. You're gonna have to go back around. Yeah, everybody.
Do you name drop so they're not so pissed? You'd be like, it's Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods got into an accident up there. So just turn around.
So we need to turn around.
This isn't the part of the body cam where he says he was just talking to the president.
I don't think so. I never saw that in that.
Yeah, apparently he told, or this could have been just a report that came out, that Tiger Woods told the cops that he was just on the phone with the president to ask him for a pardon.
Damn it! I dropped I dropped my name. That didn't work. Who else can I drop? The president? Yeah, I'll tell him I was on the phone with the president. I don't think that's gonna help you, son. It seems like they're gonna hold you for what they're gonna do.
Yeah. I just think the whole thing's. Look, if you're a billionaire and you take a few pills, hire a driver. Apparently, he's against that too. He's against hiring a driver. It's like, why? You like drinking. You like taking pills. You like. How about one less thing?
You like doing all of these habits, and maybe you shouldn't, but nobody's arguing for you to stop. We're just arguing for you to be responsible enough. Fucking have someone drive you around.
That's it.
Very reasonable.
Instead, you're going to go on a vacation to Europe and pretend you're getting help. Come on. What's the difference? Leo with $1 says, if Scarlett becomes part of the show, my membership goes bye-bye. Yeah, we value the paying customers here at the Toe. So hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and throw us some cash because we are a half hour away from wrapping up. Actually, we could have an extra a half hour today. We're 16 memberships away from 600, so please and thank you. Silver Wolf with $1 says, if you consider dropping Celsius and doing the Circle water bottle energy pod things, I just started and dropped Bubbler. It honestly felt pretty good. I got my daughter one of those Circle water bottles for Christmas this year. So
I don't know. Those pods go very fast, but yeah, they're not bad.
Goat choker with, this is a great joke. He goes, what's the difference between a golf ball and a Range Rover? Tiger Woods can drive a golf ball over 300 yards. I've heard that joke before. That's because Tiger's gotten in so many accidents, unfortunately for him. Yeah, Tiger, the driver would be the way to go. Him and Vince McMahon both just don't seem to have good luck with driving. And again, maybe it's just time to give it up. That's all. All right.
Just a sign to stop.
Johnny, that's it for you today. You are free to go, my friend. Thank you very much for joining us today. And I'll wrap it up from here. And maybe we win, maybe we lose.
All right. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great show.
All right. Take it easy. There goes Johnny's Just Kidding LLC, 1 o'clock today on Just Kidding LLC on Rumble, YouTube, and Twitch. All right, guys, let's get generous. We have, I haven't said the magic words for the big rallies yet since the beginning of the show, but go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks, and let's see if we can get there. Double digits by the rally segment. That would work out nice. Memberships on Rumble, we're close to 600. Yeah, we talked about this earlier today, the Trump tweet from yesterday. It would be fine. Like, this would just be embarrassing if this wasn't people dying. Like, we had to go. How many lives were at risk this past weekend when those planes were shot down, the C-130s, the F-15s, and we got to go in there and we got to rescue the pilots. And you're putting so many lives in danger and millions of dollars worth of equipment. And again, it keeps going back to the one basic thing. The one thing you can shut everybody down on with this war in Iran, which is, why are we there? None of their reasons make sense. None of it make it something that people need to die for. None of it needs to cost the United States of America $2 billion a day, at least, that we don't have for a country that doesn't give a shit about us. It is so uncomfortable to watch Ted Cruz and Mike Huckabee and all these guys when we ask them the question, what the fuck? Because they always say Israel's our greatest ally. Now, I think anybody and their mother knows that Britain has been our greatest ally throughout the years. I mean, they have followed us into every retarded war we've ever fought, except this one. Just smart on their part. But like Israel, we do and we do and we do and we give and we give and we give. And, you know, we give Egypt a shitload of money. Why? So they'll be nice to Israel. We give Saudi Arabia a shitload of money. Why? Because they play nice with Israel. People, you know, Mike Huckabee likes to go, oh, they only get $4 billion. They don't, though. They get about 8 or 9. When you consider all the countries we have to pay off because those fucking pricks can't be nice to their neighbors and they keep bombing them like they did in 67, starting wars and shit and then blaming it on everybody else and playing victim. So we got to shell out about $10 billion a year. And that doesn't count the wars we've been fighting for them, the 12-day war, this thing. I mean, it's over the years, it's hundreds of billions of dollars going to Israel. And what do? They don't warn us about 9/11. They give us bullshit intelligence on Iraq and weapons of mass destruction. They lie us into a war with Iran. They make nothing. They create nothing. They blackmail our politicians. They attack our naval ships. Their agents start sex trafficking rings that traffic our children. And we just keep, yes, sir, absolutely, sir. I mean, is it really as shallow as money? Because that's what it seems like for Trump. It seems like it's money. What changed between now and then? Adelson money. The Adelsons backed Ted Cruz in 2016. Trump gets some Adelson money in 24. All of a sudden, he forgets every promise he ever made and just become Israel's president. When Mark Levin is up there saying this guy's our first Jewish president, oh, I could puke. So he tweeted yesterday, you know, Donald Trump is taking it so personally that we're losing this war in Iran that he made that god-awful Wednesday night address to the nation where he fucking lied just constantly. Soothed himself. It was a cope session. It's like, we've destroyed them. They're all gone. It's over. We're going to be done in 2 weeks. Well, 1 week from Wednesday, apparently. It's all done. It's all over. We've beaten them. They're destroyed, decimated. 2 days later, they shoot down a couple of planes. still launching missiles, still hitting our allies, still hitting Israel. Notice I kept those two things apart. So now, instead of going, wow, why don't we get the fuck out of here? Gasoline is pushing $4 even here in Minnesota. I saw diesel over $5 yesterday. That's going to hurt. As much as it's already hurt now, it's going to hurt more. And we can't just go, wow, we really fucked this up. Let's open up the Straits of... You know how you open up the Straits of Hormuz? You stop the war. You come to a peace. That's how you open up the Straits of Hormuz. But instead, now Trump is talking about just committing war crimes. That's all we're going to do. So apparently tomorrow, he offered this ultimatum. It says tomorrow we're going to be taking out power plants and bridges, which, by the way, is a war crime because those are civilian targets. If you knock out power plants, people die, and they die in really agonizing ways. People in hospitals die. Did you know in Cuba now, since we kidnapped Maduro and cut off the flow of oil to Cuba, their hospitals are without power? So when the power goes out in Cuban hospitals, while they wait for the generators to kick on, the nurses and doctors have to go into the NICU and hand pump the ventilators so the babies don't die. That's what we're doing in Cuba. I'd like to know what those babies did to deserve that. And if you want to call yourself pro-life, you can fuck right off if you support that shit. So this Iran thing, we're going to try and make that like Cuba. And why? What are the Iranian people's crime? Because they had the nerve not to lay down and lose to the United States and Israel. They had the nerve to fight back when we attacked. They had the nerve to not submit and just give us our way. I mean, this... And it's hurting us economically, where even if we said now, today, if Trump wanted to go, it's over, we won, blah, 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 our economy would still be in shit shape because of it for a while. And by the way, all this war has done is make sure that whoever's left standing in Iran is going to want a nuclear weapon. Trump said Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. So now piss him off religiously. That'll get him to the table. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards. I could say the same for you. You're the one. Trump's the one who closed the strait. Him and Netanyahu closed the thing to begin with. And now Trump's panicking. He needs to get this strait reopened. I'm sorry, did you guys not plan for this when you were planning this war? You didn't, did you? You didn't plan that Iran would close the Straits of Hormuz when everybody said, well, shit, dude, that's the first thing they're going to want to do. I can't anymore with this guy. It's costing this country too much. And then you've got these boomer fucking Republicans on, it's usually Facebook. Facebook and cable news is the only place you see these people. And the quartering. Where they go, you know, oh, this is a war we need to win. Iran's evil and blah. I'm like, I feel no heat from Iran. There is no reason to be doing this. You cannot argue this. This is insanity. You're just doing this because you voted for Trump and you have this weird illness where you can't see any wrong in him and you have to keep protecting it. I mean, how bad does this have to get? We're already lying about our number of casualties. We're lying about the dead. We're lying about the wounded. We're lying about Iran's military. We're lying about the Straits of Hormuz. We're lying about everything because we know if you tell the American people the truth, they're going to revolt against this thing as if they haven't already. And again, make all the threats you want about bridges and power plant. We've already made ourselves the bad guy in this deal. $1 from Silverwolf. He says, yes, Johnny, they do go fast. If you open it to absolute max like a crazy person, I keep mine on 2 or 3 max and it lasts a few days. Oh, the circle water thing for sure. Yeah. And now Israel, people like Ben Gvir are now talking about nukes. Which, I guess the one good thing about this war is it got Israel to finally admit they've got them. Reformed Rapscallion says Trump looks the country in the eye and says we can't afford daycare and then asks for $1.5 trillion for war. Yeah, the Department of War, he wants $1.5 trillion in the new budget. He wants $200 billion for this war now. Oh, shit. Tucker shitting on Protestants this morning? What the hell happened? Well, we can keep that one. I wanted to find that thing where Trump talked about daycare, reformed rapscallion. That's a great point you bring up. Trump daycare. Taylor Frankie Paul says she's detaching from the Mormon church, and the Mormon church says, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, here we go. Listen to this.
Because the United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take...
Right? That's my response now. This guy's basically got me just going, we can't do daycare. We can't be doing daycare. We have wars to fight. Yeah, that's funny. I voted for a guy. I don't know what happened to him. I don't. Maybe he got hit in Butler a little harder than we thought. But I knew this guy. He told me we're not going to get into any wars. We got to take care of things here. We got to take care of our own people here in the United States. Boy, I wish that guy would have won the election. That would have been great. We could use that guy right about now. We have wars to fight. We can't be bothering with daycare. I mean, why take care of our children and make sure people can afford it and live happier lives? We need to bomb Muslims for Jews. He doesn't hear himself because he surrounds himself with sycophants. By the way, he's talking about firing Howard Lutnick. I want Howard Lutnick arrested and investigated as soon as he's fired.
We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare. And
I mean, that sounds insane to me. Now, first of all, I don't want the federal government taking care of 90% of the things it takes care of. I'd like to see our federal government be really, really small. But the way our federal government picks and chooses what it funds is insulting to regular people. How much money in tax breaks are oil companies and pharmaceutical companies going to get? How much money are they not going to have to pay in because of your laws and the things you've proposed? Now, I'm not necessarily against them getting those tax breaks. I am against them getting those tax breaks before parents can have their kid in daycare. Like if you were to say to me, our country's priorities, do you want us to give tax exemptions for oil companies and pharmaceutical companies, or do you want to give these people daycare? My answer would be, I'd rather the federal government didn't do any of that and you just let people keep their tax money and have no income tax. That would be my number one. But number two, obviously give those people daycare before you get, those fuckers are going to be fine. You could raise their taxes and they'd still make oodles of profits.
they should pay for it too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes.
That's what we should do. The states should take care of daycare because Lord knows we've seen how well Minnesota handles it. Oh, yeah. What happened to this guy, man? I mean, I know what happened. The gold. He got the gold and he switched it all up. But like, this is Obama levels of disappointment. You know, when I was in my, 2008, when I was 21 and I got to vote for Obama, 22 when he got in there. And I'm thinking, this guy really is going to change things. He's really going to make things better and different. And then you're like, oh, fuck, it's the same thing. He's the things he's passing, he's getting corporations permission first before he passes it. And Trump is the same level. I feel the same level of disappointment in Trump that I did with Obama. You know, say what you want about Biden, but at least I knew Biden was going to do a shit job, and then he started doing a shit job. It didn't hit as hard. And it took him and Trump working together on all those COVID spending packages and shutting down the government to screw things up. But like Trump has just done the complete opposite of everything he said he would do.
But they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up. But it's not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things.
Now, wait a minute. Now, if you guys would have stopped robbing and raping Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid over these years and owe a third of our debt to those programs, then those programs will be fine. We get taxed for those programs. We pay for those programs. Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security are not free giveaway programs. We paid for them. That's our money. So Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, there's this myth, and I think Republicans must have started this so they could go after these programs, which again, I think they all need to be reformed. But to act like these politicians didn't cause the problem is insane. But like Republicans started calling them entitlement programs. Oh, these people are, well, why are we entitled to them? We're entitled to them because we paid for them. You steal money from us for these programs, and then you raid them and rob them dry for wars. And then we rack up this debt and we go, well, there's no money in Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. Right, because you stole it all.
They can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't you get to just paying for that then? It doesn't cost $1 trillion per year. What's the nations ranked by military spending? Let's see. China is second at 1/3 of what we spend, $314 billion a year. Less than a third. Russia spends $149 billion a year on military. We could cut our military by $600 billion. We would still spend more than the Chinese. $600 billion. We could cut twice of what China's military budget is, and we could still spend more money on our military than China. Here we are, folks. Here we are. And by the way, outside of like income tax and the regular taxes collected, there is no specific tax collected just for the military. There is for Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. So there you go, guys. There's our America First president. We can't get you daycare, but we can bomb the shit out of a country for another country. Kind of starting to sound a little Israeli. Bigot on socialist media says, imagine if Russia spent as much as the USA. It's not even close. Papa Shab says, you just have to vote harder next time, right? That's the scariest part is you start bitching about these things and people go, oh, yeah? Well, what's the solution? It's like, dude, I'm not allowed to say what the solution is. Oh, come on. What's the solution? No, literally, they've outlawed the solution we need. Isn't it amazing? Wealthy, powerful people get control of the laws and they make it illegal to stop them from doing evil shit. That's the first law they make. As soon as the new power structure gets in there, and I know we like to think we're a democracy, but let's be real. The first rule the aristocrats and the power structure makes is it's illegal to punish us for what we do. Whether it's legally or physically, you can't touch us. Huh? Sounds interesting. Sounds very self-serving. When you say oh we'll vote harder this time, and we say, well, you're not going to be able to vote your way out of this one. It's like, oh, then what's the answer? It's like, don't make me say it. You know what the answer is. You know what we have to do. One guy gave it a shot. And I'm thinking if that guy's acquitted, you're going to see more of it. And I think even if that guy is acquitted, they're going to take him out. Bapa Shab says that guy isn't controlling shit, by the way. No, you're right. I didn't mean him. He's just a black male Jew gay F word. You should be threatening the financial powers. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's the money. Like I said, you want to solve a third to 40% of America's debt problem? Roll up tanks on the Federal Reserve and take it out. Take out the Federal Reserve. You've solved 1/3 to 40% of our debt. And then you've got Treasury bills, which, I mean, that's just investments, amorphous. It's out there in the market. There's not really a whole lot you can do other than default on your Treasury bills. And then the other we owe to ourselves. We owe to Social Security. We owe to Medicare and Medicaid. So you could knock out 2/3 of the national debt by going, la, 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 la. We could 4-year-old our way into fixing 2/3 of the debt. It's just nobody would ever borrow us money again. Leo with $1 says, I have a friend who voted for Trump with one of the main reasons being no foreign wars. But now she is all good with the war in Iran. It's okay to say you were wrong, but she's doubling down. Fuck MAGA. 2 out of the last 3 presidents we've had, I voted for specifically because I wanted them to stop the wars. Neither of them have done it. DP Granny with $2. Why would you write this publicly for everyone to read, DP Granny? You got to touch grass, buddy. He says, hey, McBuster, spread more fake rumors about my wife that touches more grass than you in your single-room welfare apartment about being a pedo sweeper. Go ahead, faggot. I'm listening. See, why do you guys... You understand that doesn't make you look good. Like, just relax, buddy. He's not going to do anything to you. 125 away from today. It looks like we're going to have a big rally to be able to knock this thing out today. I would appreciate it. No, swim. That is not the solution I'm endorsing. Oh, boy, that didn't work. I thought everybody kind of knew what I was talking about, but no, I did not mean... I didn't mean camps. That's not what I... Well, that got away from me a little bit. Welcome to the... I was making Luigi Mangione references and... No, well... Approachable says, yeah, but you were talking about a final solution. Oh, there's really no final solution. You come up with a solution to the current problem and it will breed whatever the next problem will be. That's all. All right, guys. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We're about 3 or 4 minutes away from having to rally, and we need a big one today. Get your PayPals, Venmos, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships, whatever. We would appreciate it. Firings at the... Oh, yeah, that's right. Pam Bondi got fired last week. We talked about that a little more. They're expecting more Justice Department firings. Don't worry. Like, nothing big is... Like, they're not going to go after Epstein or anything else. People are like, oh, this new guy, Todd... Oh, God, now I fucking blanked on his name. Todd Blanche. They're like, oh, Todd Blanche, maybe he'll start everything back up. Todd Blanche was the guy kind of running the show. Bondi's an idiot. She's a figurehead. Todd Blanche was kind of the power behind the throne to begin with, and now they just put him in there. She was the one who went public and fucked everything up and fumbled it and sounded like a moron with the 50,000 Dow thing, talking about Epstein. Blanche is the guy who kind of crafted the direction of the Justice Department. So he doesn't want more Epstein stuff coming out. No more Epstein stuff is going to come out. And Howard Lutnick and Les Wexner, none of these guys are going to be held responsible under Todd Blanche. So I just don't want to see you guys hurting yourself over, hope. I don't want to see anyone hope cope, as it were. Revolting Villager says Blanche is a piece of shit. Yeah. Pretty much. All right, guys, here's the deal. We're going to try and rally up. We're going to try and knock this thing out. But even if we don't knock it out, if we get 16 memberships in the next 6 or 7 minutes here, we are going to go till 11 because every time you guys hit a 100 mark, we go a little extra. The number 125. Not terrible, not dreadful, but it's a little on the high end. The day after Easter, some people have the day off or whatever, but I still think we got a rally in us. So let's see if we can do it. Let's fire it up and let's get that 125 in there. Everybody start throwing in a buck or two. Start throwing in a membership on Rumble or some PayPals. All the links are in the chat. Let's see if we can knock them out. And go. Let's see what we've got here on the toe. Let's put the links in the chat here. There we go. People saying that we should stop paying taxes. That should be the solution. Yeah, what's his name? Wesley Snipes tried that. Worked out well. Thank you very much to You Need Me More with $5. Says, happy Monday. Loved the Easter message this morning. Good historical info. You love Rabbi Shmuley. I don't love Rabbi Shmuley. Thank you for kicking it off. You Need Me More with the $5. 120 away from today. Let's go. Uh-oh. I can't post in my own chat anymore. This isn't good. What if we hit refresh? Uh-oh. There we go. 120 away from today. Throw in your cash, throw in your money. Let's see if we can't get ourselves a W to start the week. I've also learned not to worry about the misses because for some reason you guys always end up hitting them at some point. But it's a lot easier to hit them the day of. So let's make sure we're all throwing in a little something towards the steel toe. 120 away from today. $2 from DP Granny. Says, McBuster tried to spread rumors about my wife being a pedo sweeper and acts innocent when my wife doesn't even know about these streams. McBuster, stop talking about his wife. DP Granny, everybody play nice. How's that? There, I feel like I've properly chastised the children. Coltrane says, did my rant go through? I do not see it. No. That means everybody has to try and gift 10 memberships just to see if it'll work. That's what we need. 16 memberships away from 600. Let's get that and get us a fighting shot at knocking this out today. Everybody gift 10. I think that's the test we need just to make sure it's working. Coltrane says it's not working. So let's make sure that Coltrane's doing all right. Joey Caravello's mommy says that means he's overdrawn on his account. That's not... It doesn't mean he's overdrawn. It means there was some kind of issue. That's all it means. All right. Now, everybody stop talking about everybody's wife. Everybody stop talking about everybody's mom. And everybody start throwing money at the toe. That's what we ought to be focused on, is money for the toe. 120 away from today. You see all the links. Choose your favorite and light us up with a shitload of donations. There's a gifted membership from You Need Me More. Thank you very much. 115. Oh, wait, you know, a 20 drop membership really seals it. 15 memberships away from 600. Let's get those. Buy a little time. 115 away from a win for the toe. And you see all those links in the chat. You know you want to contribute to the best show there is. This expensive, stupid fucking show there is. Get after it. And throw a couple of bucks in. All right, off to Erica. Let's see if it can be done. 115. Joey Caravello's mommy says, sorry, I only use paper checks and money orders. 115 is the number, as we do at the Mass for Easter Sunday. We pass around that offering plate and we just throw our money in. We just throw our 20s. We throw our memberships. We tithe to the toe. And we notch a victory for today. Or don't. 15 memberships from 600 and a little overtime today. Please and thank you. We need everybody to get generous at the same time. Here we go. 115 away. 15 memberships. And we do more time. Oh boy. $5 from Bowls Deep says, remember, when you said if Iran was killing its people, something should be done? Pepperidge Farm remembers. I don't remember that guy. He's gay, and I don't like him, and he did drugs. Boiled brisket, of course not. Are you fucking retarded? Get out of here with that bullshit. 110 away from today. 15 memberships away from 600. We bang that out. We solve this problem. Where are all those memberships? 110 away from today. All right. Come on now. There's a gifted membership from Leah. Thank you very much. 105. Now if somebody wants to drop 20 memberships, we call that a win for the toe. 105 away from today and 14 memberships away from 600. There's $10 from Main Vein. $95 away from a win for the toe. Uh-oh, do I smell a late rally? Oh, we get those 14 memberships in. I think we're looking good. WPH gets my money, says Main Vein. Let's go. $1.99 from Boiled Brisket. I didn't do that. I don't know what you're talking about, Boiled Brisket. You sound a bit butthurt. All right, guys, we didn't get it done today, but we had ourselves a fantastic show. Thank you so much for all of your Oh, I didn't let that finish playing out. My bad. Thank you to Clippers United for the $1. Appreciate that, buddy. I must have got to him today, too. Guys, I'm sorry. Did I have fun with an L? Ah, damn it. All right, well, somebody gift 20 memberships or throw $100 at the PayPal, Venmo, or Streamlabs while I'm gone today. We'll come back during the evening show, and we'll probably bang that thing out. Thank you guys very much. Came up 95 short today, just like the 100 we came up short last Monday. We always end up with those perfect weeks. Thank you to Need Trump with 5 gifted memberships. Unbelievable. Well, now we got raided, so now what am I supposed to do? I can't leave after somebody raids us, can I? You know what? Hit that $80. Let's knock out that $80. I can't. Peasants perspective rated. What do you guys think? One's in the chat if I have to stick around after a raid. We do have a welfare fraud story out of Minnesota that we could do. Oh, and then I have a whole nother hour worth of shit that I have ready to go. Here's what I say, guys. I'll do an extra story or two as long as the memberships come in, as long as all that stuff comes in. I can't leave after a raid. So $80 away. Thank you guys very much for that. Let's keep that rolling. Let's keep that energy rolling. Let's keep that vibe rolling. And we'll do a couple stories and we'll see how it goes. If the gifteds and everything are still coming in, we'll do another one. If they're coming in after that, we'll do another one all the way up to 11. But thank you very much. DP Granny says you have to stay on. I'm not done calling McBuster a faggot or a pussy. Well, that's a good point, too. On a Wall with a gifted membership. Thank you very much. Now it's down to 75. And how many memberships are we from 600? 13. Uh-oh. Steffi with 10 gifted memberships. Now we're down to 3 memberships away from 600. And now we're 25. Now we're 5 gifted memberships away from a W today. So here's what I say. Somebody drop those 5 gifted on us on Rumble, and then goals knocked out. We're already over 600 now, or that would put us over 600. And then we're going till 11 anyway. Thanks, guys. Unbelievable. Where's Steffi's 50 drop? Let's hear it for Steffi. Thank you. Wow. What a day. Thank you. You know who bought us that time? It was that peasant perspective raid. All right, we're going till 11. 3 memberships away from 600. Thank you guys so much. Boy, Easter Monday, notching a dub on Easter Monday would be sick. Are you kidding me? 3 memberships away from 600. Thanks, guys. All right, we got a little more fraud here in Minnesota. Let's take a look. Oh, no. First, I got to show you guys the ugliest fucking cake you've ever seen. Now, I shouldn't criticize this too hard because the spirit of it is Easter and Jesus and, the Lamb of God and everything like that. But holy shit, this is a face only a mother could love. Thank you, McBuster, for the gifted membership. $20 away from today and 2 memberships away from 600. Thank you guys so much. Look at this. What a crazy rally. Guys, are we still capable of knocking out $130 rallies on this program? Unfucking real. Unreal. Joey Caravello's mommy says, I guess we know SP's real name is Steffi. What? Get out of here. Get out of here with those accusations. All right, this is the Detroit Bakery lamb cake. By the way, I saw Bappa Shab's comment where he says, yeah, but it tastes good, doesn't it, Aaron? I don't know. Why do you think I'm a cake guy? Of all the things I've admitted to loving the taste of, cake is the one that you have to make up. How dare you? Rob gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Now we're one membership away from 600 and $15 away from today's goal. Vulgar Daddy with 99 cents. Hey, I appreciate that kind of support. That's like a little hat tip. Thank you very much. Here's what I can do. That's very nice. Uh-oh, and we're 2 gifted memberships away from a golden shower. Look at that chat. Looking good, boys and girls. Veldrain with $1 says, does the cake have Skittles on it? We'll get to it as soon as people, we're getting a lot of memberships and shit coming in. Uh-oh, there's Rob with a gifted membership. We've officially hit 600 and we're 10 away from a dub and 1 membership away from a golden shower. Thank you very much. Now we're 100 memberships away from 700. Unreal. All right, guys. Couple more of those membership drops and we are golden. I'm going to go do the lamb story now. Since we're at 600. And I got to go till 11 anyway. Again, let's thank Peasant Perspectives. If Peasant Perspectives hadn't jumped in with that raid, we wouldn't be going till 11 today. Boosmox never fucking have. You NLO fans are never satisfied. You all skip your meds. He says, we want this 5 extra minutes back for the overtime 30 minutes. Son of a bitch. Well, the rally's very much a part of the show. What is that? What else does that mean? 1. That means 1 $5 drop or membership away from a golden shower. All right. Can I continue now? May I continue with today's program? $10 away from notching a perfect win for the toe. Thank you guys so much. Okay. Off I go. I want to talk to you about the ugly fucking lamb thing. A Detroit bakery had the internet doing a double take after dropping what might be the most unhinged Easter dessert of all time. It's a lamb cake that kind of like, it sort of looks like a Pet Cemetery resurrection, if you will. Just take a look at this guy. Oh, my shit. I don't know what they used for the teeth. Like, this is one of those things where like they started making it and they were so excited and they were like, we're going to make a beautiful lamb cake for Easter in honor of Jesus. And then they looked at it and they like, it needs this. And they went with that. And then it needs this. Here's a little bit of that. And then apparently they put Parmesan cheese or some shit on it to give it wool. And they baked it. And then the icing started cracking. And they just took a step back and looked at it and they go, if we fuck with it anymore, we're going to make it even worse somehow. So, you know what? That's our lamb cake. I mean, it really does look like this poor lamb was stolen by a bunch of Germans and made to do a bukkake video. It looks tragic. It's retarded, too. Like, its eyes are going all over the place. It really does look like the Mad TV Davy and the Son of Goliath sketch. Thing is hideous. I mean, this is the kind of thing that tests the love of your Lord and Savior, because on the day he's resurrected, he looks at something like this cake and he goes, you tried. You tried. Your heart was in the right place. Thank you, I guess. But now Bapa Shab has me thinking, like, I bet you it does taste fine. I bet you there's nothing wrong with the actual taste of the cake. They gave it a shot, and that's what's important. It looks kind of, McBuster says, no, it looks like some Baal shit. Puck says, I want the head. All right, I'm going to tell you guys what I was thinking, only because I think you're going to give us that last $10, those last 2 memberships, and make it a win. For some reason, and I didn't try to think this way, it just popped into my head like I was talking about earlier. I was like, I bet you the best piece of that cake would be when you cut like the ass end off. Oh, not because of eating it, but because if you have the ass end, it's like it gets like crusty or crispy first, but the inside is probably still really moist. I'm not helping myself here. But here, put the lamb back up on the screen. Jules. Like, you see what I mean? Like, if you cut that ass end off right here, I bet you that's delicious. Like, what other part? Like, okay, you cut off the snout area here, that's going to be too sweet. That's just going to be, it's just full of sugar and shit. The ear is going to be over sweet. All the things with these gumdrops or golden eggs, whatever they are. But that ass piece, look at how pure. Oh, God, I'm not helping my case here, am I? That ass piece is so. There's a way to do this that works, and I'm not doing it. I'm trying to say, if you cut it just right there and you shave it off like the end piece of bread, the inside of that cake will be delicious and moist, but the outside will be a little crisp and sweet. It's the ass piece that you need the most. All these other pieces, like you cut off a piece of the back here, maybe a back piece, but then it's got all those eggs in it and stuff, and that the wool shavings, whatever that is. The ass. You got to eat its ass. That's number one. Thank you very much to DP Granny. He says, Aaron, take the lamb down. McBuster will try and fuck it. Okay, McBuster, I want you two to be nice to each other, but that was funny. I want you two to be kind, but that was funny. T-Baby with $1 says, did you check PayPal? Oh, shit, you guys. T-Baby is saying, as we're $10 away from today's goal, that I should check PayPal. Oh, my goodness. That would mean that pretty much any donation would give us a perfect day today. I can't believe we did. Hold on. Let me go ahead and check. But there's nothing there. It's just the game T-Baby and I like to play. I just thought I would play along. That's all. DP Granny says, no, he talks shit about my wife. All right, then you know what would... Here, let me help you. You know what would really help you beat McBuster and show him that you're not going to take his shit? 2 gifted memberships. That's how you show him that he can't fuck with you, man. And I'm just sitting here on your side. All right, enough with the lamb, enough with the eating ass of a cake. Let's talk about Minnesota. I'm pretty sure I've given up that this state has ever even tried to stop people from defrauding our system. I'm pretty sure that if you're on welfare in Minnesota, we live on an honor system. That, like, as long as you, like, do you need this welfare? Yes. Well, then we're just going to keep giving it to you forever. SNAP benefits, whatever. We're just going to give it to you. Do you need this? Do you need these benefits? No, I don't need them anymore. Oh, good. Well, then you'll stop taking them. Nah, I'm going to go ahead and keep taking them because this state does fuck all to stop us. Like it's no different than the light rail. The light rail's on an honor system. They admit that, and 1/3 of fares don't get paid. It's why the light rail loses money every single year. We were told when we built that light rail that the fare boxes would take care of everything. We never need $1 from the general fund in order to fund light rail in Minnesota. And now it's basically taken for granted that part of the transportation department's budget every year is going to go towards subsidizing the light rail because people just ride it for free and there's nobody to tell them they can't. COVID made it even worse. So this is what we found out about SNAP benefits here in Minnesota. And this, you're not going to believe it.
We've learned Minnesotans may have more time before they could lose benefits under the new SNAP work requirements.
The expanded requirements were passed as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Our Callan Gray is here to explain the delay and what people need to know if they could be affected. Callan.
By the way, so you're going to get to keep your SNAP benefits longer than expected because amazingly the government is not instituting these work requirements at the time they said they were going to. Imagine that. They're late on those, so just go ahead and stay on them and don't work. I've kind of become, the more I've come to hate billionaires lately because of how much they've corrupted our country, the more I become against welfare to work programs. I used to be all for them up until a few months ago. And the reason I'm not is that until we fucking make these cocksucker billionaires who, hatchet jobs for a quick increase in their stock price, until they've got to pay in more, I don't give a fuck about people on welfare. I don't. Because when it's like people who don't make any money and have children or whatever, when you're talking about squeezing them for their food programs, and I'm all for making them work. I'm all for that. But when you're doing that to them, but then billionaires just keep getting more money, more influence, more power, fuck that. That's unfair. That's why the wealth inequality in this country is going like this. If you're going to hit people, hit them all. But don't keep giving to the people who already have and taking from people who don't. First of all, whatever money you save from those people who have nothing, you're probably going to pay more in homeless services. You're going to pay more in hospital services. You're going to pay more in crime. It's going to be a wash, most likely. But these cocksucking billionaires like the Ellisons over at Oracle, who just fired 30,000 employees, and their revenue is up 20% year over year. They fired 30,000 people to pay for the construction of an AI data bank. They didn't need to fire the 30,000 people. They could have taken money from their revenue, from their profits, to build that data bank. It's Oracle. They have plenty of money. They fired those 30,000 people. Honestly, in a good America First country, you should be brought up on crimes against humanity for shit like that. If you're a business that's struggling financially and you got to cut workers, hey, you got to feed your family. I get that. But when you just cut 30,000 because you're like, fuck it, we want to build this big AI thing that's, by the way, going to take more jobs in the future. That's just fucking evil. And you can pay more in taxes. I don't care. Because the whole reason that these billionaires held us hostage and said you need to cut our taxes so we can grow the economy is because they said if you cut our taxes, we'll create jobs. Well, we've been cutting and cutting and cutting and cutting since the 1980s. And you know what they've been doing to jobs? Cutting. So it's bullshit. So like, look, I'm all for welfare to work requirements, but we got a bigger problem. These cocksucking billionaires who get away with fucking everything. Them first, then we can focus on this shit.
We created a timeline here.
By the way, Shmuley Madoff with $5 says based toe. Well, you know, it's my anger more than anything else, Shmuley Madoff, and I appreciate it. We're $5 away from a W this morning. Thank you very much, and thanks for hitting 600 memberships.
Team at Twin Cities Rise.
We reach people who are in the toughest time of their life.
That's great. We should, more Americans like the H-1B visas too. There's another thing. You know what that is? A giveaway to billionaires. You know, H-1B recipients that work in tech work for 30% less than the American tech worker. So there's another giveaway to billionaires that Trump did fuck all about. Yeah. Oh, and Trump was going to change he was going to change the culture on college campuses. You know what the first thing he did? Institute hate speech laws about Israel and Jews. So that's, good priorities.
Helps people navigate the path to long-term employment.
We will go through personal empowerment and job training and walk alongside you with our employer partners so that you can get a job that sustains your family.
CEO Emma Corey says last year, 70% of people they helped were SNAP recipients. So far this year, that's up to 75%.
That's good. More people on SNAP want jobs. That's good. I like that. That's great. So at least the people who are taking our money who are on SNAP, at least 3 out of the 4 of them want to work. Those billionaires that we keep giving tax breaks to create jobs, how many of them want to create jobs? Not many. Not many. I would argue there are more people on welfare who want to work than there are billionaire corporations that we give tax breaks to that want to hire a shitload of people. They're all looking for ways to use technology to fire people. And again, that's fine. That's business. You got to balance the books, but you don't have to do it with our tax money. You don't have to do it with our subsidies. You get to play by a different set of rules than everybody else, and you get to fuck people over. No, you're allowed to fuck people over. You have that freedom here. But you shouldn't be able to get tax exemptions for it.
New work requirements loom, applying to those who don't live with a dependent under 14 rather than 18, and increasing the upper age limit from 54 to 64 years old.
There is 10 more years in an aging population where folks are feeling like they need to run through several hoops.
So wait a minute, you're going to be 54 and you're going to get to go on SNAP until you're 64. I mean, what are they going to do all of a sudden? Get a great corporate gig at 64 and no, they're going to live off Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid then.
be able to feed their family.
Those who don't meet the work requirements or an exception may be limited to 3 months of benefits in a 3-year period. The clock reset January 1st, creating an April 1st deadline, but state officials now sending out a memo extending it 2 months.
So now individuals first impacted wouldn't be until June 1st.
Dusty Lytica with St. Louis County calls this a significant help for the estimated 27,000 Minnesotans affected by the new requirements.
Contact your workers to see if there's a possibility that you need an exemption. Those that are working, job searching, in school are some exceptions that some individuals may meet.
I just don't. People who have kids on Snap, I feel really bad because you got the kids. They didn't do anything wrong. So that my heart goes out to them. But like Shmuley, thank you, Shmuley Madoff. He says the billionaire tax breaks, more conservatives on welfare. 100% bingo. And those guys take way more money than any of these poor people getting SNAP do. That's why I say I want to address that welfare, corporate welfare. Then we can get to this ticky-tack shit. And yes, dude, Minnesota's system is fucked. We've seen it with the Somali fraud and all this other shit. We've got a serious problem. Everybody's tax dollars should be protected. But getting getting a tax break for the Ellisons so we can watch them cut 30,000 jobs. They're allowed to cut 30,000 jobs. They're allowed to do that. It's shitty. It's evil. They have plenty of money to keep those people employed. It's fucking terrible what they did, but they're allowed to do it. What they shouldn't be allowed to do is take a bunch of our tax money or get exemptions from paying taxes while they fire those 30,000 people. You know who would agree with that? An America First president. That's who. What do we got? We got, oh boy, $5 away from today's goal. Are we $5 away? Unbelievable. One gifted membership, one $5 drop on Venmo, Streamlabs, PayPal, etc. And we've got ourselves a perfect start to the week. We had a lot of fun with it too. There were no moments of stress or strain or anything like that today. Just a good time. So who wants to be the person who knocks this out? Who wants to be the person who throws in the last thing? Oh, by the way, I got a package from Streamlabs. One of the 3 packages I'm waiting on from Streamlabs to send you guys your merch to those addresses that wouldn't show up. One of them did show up. I'm going to crack it open so I can see who, because it was delivered to me, obviously, and then I'll just mail it to you that way. Sam Show says, you're just screwing honest poor people to get at the minority of ends that just straight up scam the system. Reformed Rapscallion says, poor people are the real enemy. On a Wall gifting a membership, and that's another win for the toe. Thank you very much. Clippers United, I'm not the one who begged the government, please don't let it be on Zoom because I'm scared of how bad we looked last time. Oh, by the way, I have an attorney. He handles all that shit. I got nothing to do with it. Thank you very much to T-Baby with $5. He says, W toe. Thank you, buddy. Thank you very much. What a win for the toe today. McBuster says, do you have a Sibian machine from Rabbi Shmuley's daughter's sex toy shop? Now, wait a minute. Is it? I've been told that it's Rabbi Shmuley's daughter, and I've been told that it's Rabbi Shmuley who's directly involved in it with his daughter. Which one is it? By the way, DP Granny and McBuster still going at it. Brett McCart thanking everyone for the membership. Oh, I didn't update that count. That's right. 99 memberships away from 700. Guys, thank you very much. A nice and easy one today. All right. The fuck do I keep? Oh, it's from the Gophers. I got the state. I thought it was from the state of Minnesota. The Gophers are having an equipment sale. God, the shit you give, like, you give your email address or you give your phone number and you get emails like years later. Like, I bought some stuff from the Gophers gift shop at the last Gopher basketball game I went to 2 seasons ago. I just got an email from Gopher basketball that they're having an athletic sale here at the end of the season. I'll go check it out. All right, we got time for one more. And I've got a bunch of stories yet, so I got to pick this one carefully. That one's sad. That's about a kid getting... Oh, you know what? This ChatGPT one I've been wanting to talk to you about for a week. I think a lot of people look stuff up on Grok and ChatGPT like for information and knowledge. I need to let you guys know. Those can be gimmicked to answer how they think you want to be answered. So don't always take that as like, this is gospel, this is true, what I've just looked up is accurate. A lot of times, especially if you use ChatGPT a lot, or you use Grok a lot, it'll start spitting at you answers formulated for you, for your algorithm. It is not what you should be using as the final decider on educational issues. MIT researchers have mathematically proven that ChatGPT's built-in sycophancy creates a phenomenon they call delusion spiraling. You ask it something, it agrees. You ask again, and it agrees even harder, until you end up believing all things that are flat out false and you can't tell it's happening. The model is literally trained on human feedback that rewards agreement. Real-world fallout includes one man who spent 300 hours convinced he invented a world-changing math formula, and a University of California, San Francisco psychiatrist who hospitalized 12 patients for chatbot-linked psychosis in a single year. Okay, wait a minute, though. I hear University of California, San Francisco, and I immediately think, okay, but were they going on ChatGPT and seeing things like there's only two genders? Were they going on ChatGPT and seeing like wrong think? And the psychiatrist, or you can't change your gender when you're a kid, or it's evil to do, I wonder what those 12 patients were. I have no doubt that some of them needed psychiatric care because they just over-interneted and lost their grip with reality. That happens a lot, and most of it's undiagnosed, I would say. But I wonder if in that 12 people there weren't a couple who heard some things that aren't necessarily untrue, but the psychiatrist might have thought, we don't want people thinking this way. I wonder about shit like that. DP Granny with $2 says, no, it's me not letting McBuster go for calling my wife a pedo. Don't call his wife a pedo. Unless she's, talked about having sex with kids. Then in that case, yes, that makes you a pedo. But I don't think she has. So let's not do that. He cries after getting hit after talking shit. Clippers United with $1. Fuck, you are triggered by all this, aren't you, dude? Real man faces problems. I don't have problems. I can't help it that laws were broken, privacy was breached, and harassment was bad. I can't help that, all right? I'm sorry that other people are being held accountable for their shit. I'm sorry. And as far as my attorney, I think he's done a wonderful job, and you can speak to him if I've triggered you, baby boy. It's okie dokie. You'll be okay. Poor Clippers United for like 4 days. He's held this over an Easter weekend. He's made himself upset about me for for a good 90 to 100 hours now. I just want you to know, buddy, I don't have any animosity towards you. In fact, if anything, I feel for you because that's got to be a real shit existence. And it makes me feel guilty for enjoying mine. But you know what? When you surround yourself by delusional cope artists, you usually become one. Sorry, kid. But hey, I'm not being too mean to you. Why? Because it was another perfect Monday. We got over 600 members, and you helped. Ring it up. Another steel toe dub. All right. You know what? One more. Like Chad Buzmak said, there was that raid that came in. We got to raid somebody, too. We got to pass that raid on. There was a guy in Michigan. I want to tell you about him real quick because we're not going to do this one tonight. He was arrested. He's a truck driver in Michigan, and apparently he was prepared if shit went down, maybe a little too prepared. He was arrested with 15 double-edged knives, including 3 equipped with brass knuckle handles, in case you're in a fight and you break the first 14. 2 throwing stars, each with 4 double-edged sides, 2 additional sets of brass knuckles, including 1 spiked set, 5 loaded pistols, 1 loaded rifle, 1 shotgun, and 1 large double-edged sword with a 32-inch blade. I don't know who he's planning to run into when he's out there being a trucker, but he was ready for whoever it was, ranged or melee combat. Before his hero's journey even got off the ground, 9 and 10 News reports that Mr. Karosik got himself arrested by the Michigan State Police on an outstanding warrant. You mean this guy had broken the law before? My ass. In addition to the weapons charges, Karosik also had 2 open containers of alcohol in the truck. With that many weapons on you, that's brave. And he had falsified his electronic logging records. Oh, boy. But you know what? Thank God this is America. This guy, what do you think? Maybe like a year or 2 probation and then have it all wiped off his record? Hey, except those open container charges. We don't fuck around with that, mister. Thank you guys very much. Clippers United, I noticed you did not address any of the counterpoints I made, and I know why that is. You can't. Thank you guys very much. Another win for the toe. Another great day. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. I appreciate you being here, and we'll do it again tonight. Great start to the week. I appreciate you.